The right to bail is one of the fundamental rights available to a person who has been arrested and accused of committing an offense. And what could be these rights? What are the thresholds? What are the limitations? And what kind of bail are really available in terms of what they constitute? And all of these could also gear towards ensuring that the right of the person being accused or being arrested are really protected. How do we galvanize all of this? Looking at the essence of Law and You that questions critically the aspects of the law, and of course how to elucidate those areas that seem to be blurred before the viewers. And this is where we always come in. My name is Philip Omo-Gyukmo. Welcome again to another opportunity to take you through the school of thought on the legal system in Nigeria. What could be the benefits of bail to the citizenry? And of course, what could be the limitations? Who can be given the right to be bailed? And who shouldn't be given the right to that? Joining me in this is a legal practitioner, Emmanuel Obakolo. Thanks for joining, Emmanuel.
Thank you for the opportunity. It's a delight to be here.
I know we've gone through this corridor, through this road some time back, but we got to expand it and look at how we can deepen practice in order to bring light to those areas that seem gray. And now we look at the aspect of the law. Is bail a right or a privilege?
Bail
and first of all, what is bail?
Firstly, what is bail? In the case of Caleb Ojo and Federal Republic of Nigeria, the court defined bail to mean generally freeing or setting at liberty an accused person. Then the Police Act, Section 27 of the Police Act, also guarantees bail to a suspect at the police station. Now, ultimately, Section 35, subsection 1 of the Extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria guarantees bail, wherein that provisions does provide that right to liberty. So every person has right to liberty by virtue of the provisions of Section 31, Section 35 rather, subsection 1 of the Extant Constitution. Then Section 35, subsection 5 of the Extant Constitution provides thus, in paraphrase now, that where a person is arrested, the person should not spend more than 24 hours wherein from the police station to that court, to the court, has a radius of 40 kilometers. And where the distance is more than 40 kilometers, it should not be more than 48 hours for the person to be charged to court. So when you sum all of this, you discover that bail is as of right and not a privilege.
Okay. But well, let's look at the concept again critically. Who gives bail? Is it the police or the court or both?
Now, there are three types of bail. 1, police bail. 2, court bail. 3, bail by government agencies.
Oh.
Now, the police bail is the one that most persons are aware of, that is prevalent in our society today. Oh, when a person is arrested, you see family members, you see friends running to the police station, and the first thing that they will seek for is that the person be granted bail. That is common with us, the police bail. Also, when the person is charged to court, you see they get a lawyer, and the first thing they will tell the lawyer is apply for the bail of our sibling or of our brother, friend, or sister, as the case may be. And what the lawyer does, if it is a lower court, for instance, like a magistrate court or a customary court, you see the person go to make an oral application. Also, a court of summary jurisdiction, like the Federal High Court, they can also make oral application. But just now, the court will seek or demand for an application, for written application for the bail of the defendant. Now, before now we know them as accused person or persons, but now the law has regulated to mean a defendant. So these are some of the steps. Then other government agencies like the DSS, like the ICPC, like the AFCC, they fall under government agencies. So all these agencies also have their modus operandi on how their bail is granted or how bail is granted. So bail comes under these three folds for a suspect or a defendant / an accused person.
Okay, well, let's look at it critically again. Some questions are always being asked. What offenses can be seen as bailable and what other offenses can't? I remember we drew some analogy some time back in that. So if you can breeze through it again and then also make us understand at what point can one not be given that bail?
Yeah, when the offense is a capital offense, for instance, murder, it is difficult for either the police or the courts or even other government agencies to grant bail. And in most cases, it is only the courts that may grant bail. And in such situations, the courts will look at extreme conditions before the court can grant the bail, because bail, as despite the constitutional provision as of right, is still within the discretion of the courts to grant the bail.
Yes. Looking at the risk.
Yes, because the court will consider certain factors whether or not the bail is granted. Yes. For instance, if the person, the defendant or accused person in this case, will abscond, the court may not grant bail. If the court look at it, if the prosecution is able to prove to the court that this person can jump bail, so the court may not grant that bail, despite the fact that bail is as of right, as guaranteed by the extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and also Section 27 of the Police Act. So, if again, another condition is if the person will interfere with the matter on ground, the evidence on his prosecution, if he has that capacity, that ability to influence it, to interfere with it, the court may not grant bail. So, you cannot now say, oh, because bail is as of right, as guaranteed by the Constitution, then the court in every circumstances must grant bail. No!
Okay. We're going to interrogate it in both ways. At that of the police bail, which is very, very conversant, which people are very conversant with, they usually say bail is free. But we know, to common knowledge, bail isn't free, or is it?
It is not free. I've had experiences with respect to that. And by the time you try to put up the argument that bail is free, even when you are seeing it, the inscription on the wall at the police station, bail is free, with capital letters, it is still not yet free.
So what's the component of the law in that?
It is unfortunate that we find ourselves in this quagmire, wherein, even as a lawyer, for instance, myself now, you go to a police station and you make an oral application for the bail of a suspect, or at times, even written application for the bail of a suspect, and the police will grant that application, and before you know it, the IPO in charge of the matter will tell you, I have an instruction from upstairs that so condition should be met, and one of the conditions that they will put forward is the condition of money, yet it is scripted on their walls, at times even the fence of the police station or the door at the police station, that bail is free. And when you begin to put up arguments that legally bail should be free, that there is absolutely no need for any person to pay money before bail could be granted or given, as the case may be. You may even be surprised, like I had one ugly experience. Family members of the suspect, you are not telling me, lawyer, you have done your own. At this stage, we should come in and see how we can free our brother.
Okay.
Because they are so much in a hurry to release the suspect. So in such situation, the lawyer may be helpless. And before you know, you may even be tagged, giving names, bearing names that are not yours, that this lawyer always want to be this, I want to be that. And like a policeman told me some time ago in the station, that even SAN, they come here to give us money, but you always come here and you just put a straight face, as if you are the one that was the first lawyer in the history of Nigeria. So when you begin to meet up with challenges like that, and that is what we see today has come to make the monetary aspect of a bail to become a norm.
Okay, but what actually is the consequence of this breach? Because it's one thing for us to say that we have a law. It's another for us to see how enforceable the law is if there is a breach. For law enforcement agents, for instance, that could be caught napping and collecting money for bail when the component of the law has it that bail is free. What is the consequence for such law enforcement agents who break the law?
The law frowns at it, but whether or not, if you put up that argument, maybe in the court, you will not take the police to court for demanding for money for bail.
Is it
I wonder whether you are going to succeed, because you meet up with denial. One, you may not have evidence to tender.
Because they're the one that provide the evidence.
Yes.
If at all.
Yes. Besides that, the money.
You're the one that can provide. You as a citizen.
You don't have the evidence, because the money that is so paid for the bail is physical. They take it cash. They take the money cash. And we've seen situations where they will tell you, okay, if you don't have the money cash, pay to a particular POS, and then we go there and get the money cash from the POS.
In the process of taking that cash, for instance,
yes.
What about if there's a video clip to that effect?
What video clip? How are you going to do it?
Everyone is a journalist.
Unfortunately,
social media.
You will meet with a very strong denier. Very strong denier. So at the end of the day, it may amount to exercise in futility. Maybe the court,
whatever that it hasn't happened, doesn't give room for its inaccessibility to this, as in doesn't give room for it not to happen.
Yes,
I believe we are evolving, and our awareness as a people also is in the evolving stage. And so a situation where everyone is a journalist, and at every point T, one is able to get these evidences. Are you saying that such can be prosecuted in court?
They can.
Okay.
There are examples.
So we can still leave opportunities open.
Yes.
In that direction.
Yes. There are examples. Even within the police system, there are some top-ranking officers who will tell you what you have done is wrong. Let's look at from the divisional level of the police station. You discover that the DPO determines what happens at that division. So when the DPO is somebody who is strict, who is disciplined, who does not want to hear of pay bail money before somebody could be granted bail, you see that all the rank and file in that division will sit up, and everybody will know. So it goes to tell that whatever transpires at the police station, it is within the control of who heads that police station. Yes. So the top, whoever is at the top, determines what happens.
This is quite a huge challenge, most especially if we trickle it down to the aspects of taking money at checkpoints, for instance, by policemen. It's in common knowledge that we see this, everybody see this, and just that we are unable to really, tackle this issue just now, because it seems to flow from the top. Now, this again is a bane of Nigerian development, and of course, an act of corruption. So if we are to change this process, what do we do? How do we go about it? Concerning making the law to be alive on this, and of course, for awareness to be done in this regard to make sure that we do not encourage the practice.
Well, good enough, the law is always alive. But who will be courageous enough to bring such situation before the law? Who amongst us will be courageous?
Expedite actions on
Yes. So the plight we find ourselves today is that every one of us, consciously or unconsciously, have contributed to it.
Are guilty. Guilty.
So in such situation, what do we do?
Because
we cannot blame the law.
Right. Is as guilty as the one who takes it.
Yes. So
if bail is free, he who gives money to the police is as guilty as the police officer.
It is, because it's a two sides of a coin. So the situation just now is that for the law to visit sanctions on such situation is that we ourselves should be ready not to contravene the law.
Oh well, most especially when it comes to you who is at the begging end. You need to be free. You know, freedom is imperative, and so at that point, one may not want to, doggedly or ruggedly go into the aspect of ensuring that he or she doesn't give this money as a way of, payment for a bill. But again, we're gonna be crossing that road, most especially as there are also some mind-boggling questions as regards the court bill that you may mention of. We're gonna look into that after this short break. Do stay. Big thanks. Welcome back. The program is Law and You, and I am Philip Omoguk. I still have my guest with me, a wonderful guest, legal practitioner Emmanuel Obagbalo. Thanks for being here still.
Thank you.
Well, let's go to court bill, and maybe after court bill, we could also do some nitty-gritty about expanding it. We usually see where they say you must have a land document or whatever in Abuja or in the choicest place of the country. There are some bills, that are so heavy when it comes to the financial amount that goes with it, most especially involving politicians. And sometimes it could be as huge as 50 million, 100 million, 500 million. Now, are these monies getting back to those who paid after the case has been, prosecuted? Or are just this money going to the treasury of the government? And a situation where one who is made to pay this money is unable to pay it, is that not the way of denying that person justice of getting bail?
A very good question. But the understanding that that is prevalent in the society with respect to court bail is some persons think when the court makes that pronouncement of certain amount to be paid, that the surety or the accused person or defendant, as the case may be, will be the one that will likely pay that money. But if you listen to the court calls that amount to be paid a like sum.
A what?
Like sum.
Like sum.
Yes. What it simply means is that money is not paid. The money can only be paid where the person jump bail, and that money will be paid by the sureties or sureties.
You mean that money
the defender? That money is not paid. Yes, the money is just a condition where the person jumps bail or abscond.
Okay. Well, looking at that case as concerning, jumping bail, we understand that this is Nigeria. If we are to look into a democratic practice in Nigeria, that we still find it unable to, practice stricto sensu as the democratic tenets expects of us as Nigerians. These people sometimes they jump bail, And are in situations where even those who were connected one time or the other to their Abacha loot, I don't know if they were eventually arrested or prosecuted, or at what point if they ever were granted bail, or if they jumped the bail. But just to put it in summary, do you see the laws in the country as enforceable, most especially as regards politicians who jump bail and one way or the other are not rearrested to face the charges against them in court?
Unfortunately, we've seen situations like this, even like that. Even just now, the sole contractor of the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, Shaguri as they call it, he was a partner to General Sani Abacha, late General Sani Abacha. But today he's still the person that the present regime is romancing with. To the extent,
seems we've forgotten the history.
Yes, to the extent that a contract of that magnitude has been granted to him again. So when we talk of corruption and the prosecution of corruption in Nigeria, it is only when a party or parties in that corruption case don't have the nod of the government in place, particularly the executive in place. That is when you hear of the prosecution. Like we have just now in Nigeria, even where it is clear, expressly clear to every Tom, Dick and Harry that a particular person is corrupt and has corruption charges hanging on his neck. And by the time the person defects, decamp or jump to the ruling political party, the All Progressive Congress, then the matter dies a natural death. So we see that has no business with the court. Until a party is prosecuted, that is when the person will go through trial in the court. But when the person is not prosecuted, the court cannot jump and begin to arrest corrupt persons in the society and be taking them to court to try them. So all that we have seen rather in Nigeria today is that why corruption cases are not even having headway. Some bail is granted with stringent conditions, and you see that they meet the condition because they are partners in crime, participants criminis, so to speak, will now come and look for a leeway out to see how they can get him off the hook. But take note that the grant of bail is not the end to prosecution, but whether or not the prosecutor or the prosecution team or the agency in charge to prosecute will continue is another different ball game. We've seen today where somebody, the EFCC chairman boast on the national television and pages of the newspaper that until he gets a particular governor charge to court, that he will not rest. But today we see that governor is now a member of the campaign team of the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and you see the man going about telling people that he must ensure that the president gets re-elected because he knows that the only way out for him to escape trial is to begin to make such promises.
Yes, I know this is becoming interesting because we are tying it into politics, and most especially if we must correct the process, then we must ensure that political actors, they do the nitty-gritty or they do the needful in following up with the law in order to make equality before the law as propounded by evidizing the rule of law, really, really effective in our democratic system. But again, let's also look into this aspect where some persons do say that sureties could be seen at risk if such who are accused jumps bail. Now, what is the guarantee that such a surety will not be denied justice in prosecution, like you said, concerning if the those who are accused jumps bail?
The surety must go through trial. It's a must. That's why before you stand as a surety for an accused person or a defendant, you must ensure that you know that person. And what some courts do now is that in their granting of bail, they will spell it out in black and white that the surety must be a blood relation to the person that is to be granted the bail. A blood relation, so that you can know how, where, and when to find him whenever he jumps bail.
Okay.
But where, however, we still have professional sureties who swear to an affidavit, make the affidavit declaration that they are blood relation, whereas they are not. But they collect money because they want to stand as sureties.
Can the law prove that?
It's difficult.
Can lawyers prove that?
It's difficult because we've seen that there is conspiracy even amongst lawyers and the litigants and their family members.
This becomes intriguing, exciting, amazing, should I say terrific. Interestingly, this is going to culminate into the next episode. Big thanks, Emmanuel Obakwalo, for taking our time to be part of this.
It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, we'll see you on the part 2 series of this episode. Do stay.
RTV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
RTV, certainly the best.
Many thanks for joining me on this week's edition of the program Environment Watch on Independent Television. I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Every week we bring you stories on the environment so you can take action to protect, to preserve and to conserve the environment. Let's go. A new study reveals that for the first time, areas of Canada's boreal peatlands damaged by oil and gas exploration have failed to recover, as scientists and companies predicted, and instead led to a tripling of their methane emissions with global implications. Long parts called seismic lines are cut into the landscape to accommodate surveying equipment. Researchers from the Faculty of Environment at the University of Waterloo measured methane gas from plant stems or the soil surface. They discovered that methane emissions in seismic lines were 300% higher in the bogs and were close to 200 in the fens compared to emissions from undisturbed sections of peatland. Methane is a potent greenhouse gas that traps heat in the atmosphere. And as global warming accelerates, changing conditions in boreal peatlands will increase the rate of climate change and the scale of its devastating effects. The impact is already unprecedented, with the network of seismic lines in Alberta extensive enough to wrap around the Earth 9 times. Similar damage occurs across the boreal regions in the United States, Russia, and of course the Scandinavia. The Nigerian Navy has frustrated renewed attempts by economic saboteurs to re-establish illegal refining operations in Rivers State. This is contained in an operational report by the Director of Naval Information, Captain Abiodun Folorunsho, on Sunday, June 14, 2026 in Abuja. According to Folorunsho, the operation was carried out by personnel of the Nigerian Navy ship NNS Pathfinder under Operation Delta Sentinel. He revealed that during the operation, naval personnel uncovered 2 illegal refining sites comprising 8 dug-out pits and reservoirs containing approximately 15,000 liters of suspected stolen crude oil and 105,000 liters of suspected illegally refined automotive gas oil, AGO. Independent laboratory testing commissioned by the African Center for Biodiversity, ACB, has found that pesticide residues are widespread in commonly consumed foods sold in South African supermarkets, including staple foods, fresh fruit and vegetables, and several products intended for infants and young children. The findings are set out in a new briefing based on independent South African National Accreditation System, SANA's accredited laboratory analysis of 43 everyday food products purchased between November 2025 and January 2026. The briefing presents verifiable residue data and examines how those findings compare with South African Codex Alimentarius, European Union, and default regulatory benchmarks. Importantly, the briefing does not allege unlawful conduct by food producers or retailers, nor does it seek to quantify individual health risks. It provides an evidence base to inform public discussion and regulatory review of pesticide residues in food. Key findings include 1.86% of products tested contained at least one detectable pesticide residue on the applied analytical panels. 2. Multiple residues were common, with 37 different pesticide active ingredients detected across the sample set. One widely consumed tomato sauce contained 14 different residues. 13 highly hazardous pesticides, HHPS, substances internationally recognized for their intrinsic toxicity, were detected in 26 individual instances, including staple foods and foods consumed by children. 13 product pesticide combinations exceeded at least one applicable regulatory maximum residue limit or benchmarks, including South African MRLS, EU limits, Codex standards, or the default precautionary level of 0.01 milligram per kilogram. Joining us on Environment Watch on Independent Television, where we'll bring you up-to-date information that you need to know on what you can do to protect, preserve and, of course, conserve the environment. And I'm your host, Sonny Duke Okosun. The Ebola outbreak caused by the Bundibugyo virus continues to expand in the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, with the health authorities reporting rising infections and deaths as regional response efforts intensify. According to the World Health Organization, WHO, the DRC had recorded 676 confirmed cases and 136 deaths as of June 10, 2026. Health officials say the outbreak is evolving rapidly with increasing case numbers and wider geographic spread. Uganda has also reported cases linked to the outbreak in the DRC. As of June 11, the country had confirmed 19 cases, including 2 deaths, as well as 1 probable case that resulted in death. WHO said Uganda's outbreak remains epidemiologically linked to transmission originating in the DRC, with evidence of both imported infections and secondary transmission among contact and healthcare workers. However, Ugandan authorities have not reported any new cases in the past 6 days, suggesting that ongoing containment measures may be helping to slow the spread of the disease. National authorities in both countries, working with WHO and other partners, are implementing a comprehensive response that includes surveillance, contact tracing, laboratory testing, case management, infection prevention and control measures, risk communication, and community engagement. A regional preparedness and prioritization framework is also guiding readiness activities across Africa to reduce the risk of further spread. Health experts continue to stress the importance of early detection and rapid isolation of suspected cases and strict adherence to infection prevention protocols. Bundibugyo virus is one of the species of Ebola virus that causes Ebola disease in humans. The disease can lead to severe illness and death, with symptoms including fever, fatigue, muscle pain, headache, vomiting, and diarrhea. Negotiations at the SB64 Climate Change Conference reached their midpoint in Bonn. The least developed countries LDC group has issued a stark warning: climate change is no longer a looming threat but a lived reality that is eroding development gains and pushing vulnerable nations to the brink. Speaking at a conference on Friday, June 12, 2026, Ambassador Adao Suarez Barbosa, Special Envoy and Ambassador at the Large for Climate Affairs for Timor-Leste and Chair of the LDC Group, underscored the urgency facing the 44 countries that make up the bloc. Despite contributing least to global greenhouse gas emissions, he said LDCs shoulder a disproportionate share of the consequences from intensifying climate impacts to mounting economic pressure. The ongoing conference on climate change in Bonn, in a press conference on Friday, the Executive Director of Connected Advocacy, talking about Israel Orecha, amongst other stakeholders, have called on countries with the highest pollution to ensure that other countries who have lower emissions do not feel more of the impact and the pangs of global emission, with the challenges relating to greenhouse gas emissions and, of course, climate change. Called on stronger collaboration among government agencies, media organizations, civil society groups, and communities to address climate-induced flooding and environmental degradation across Nigeria. The call was made during the monthly climate hangout in Kaduna, where scientists, environmentalists, researchers, journalists, among others, came together to discuss and learn more about climate change and ways to prevent or mitigate its effects. A lecturer from the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources Engineering, Kaduna Polytechnic, Mrs. Halima Haruna, described rain as both a blessing and a revealer of environmental neglect. According to her, rainfall naturally supports farming, vegetation, and livestock, but also exposes the damaging effects of poor environmental practices carried out before the rainy season. Haruna said practices such as indiscriminate waste disposal, environmental pollution and open defecation contributed to flooding and contamination of water sources during rainfall. She explained that many residents were unaware of the environmental consequences of their daily activities. Change, land use and water use are significantly altering the global freshwater cycle at an increasing pace. This produces more widespread and frequent dry and wet periods, pushing freshwater systems further beyond its planetary boundary, according to a new study published in Nature Communications, led by researchers at the University of Eastern Finland, with contributions from Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, PIK. The study provides an updated assessment of the planetary boundary for freshwater change and identifies the key drivers of its accelerating transgression at both global and regional scales. The findings show that climate change, together with large-scale land and water use, is pushing the freshwater cycle further away from stable state as defined by the planetary boundary for freshwater change. This boundary is already considered to be transgressed, reflecting a long-term trend that jeopardizes the freshwater cycle's ability to support vital climate and ecological earth system processes. Using data from 1901 to 2019 and an ensemble of global hydrological models, the researchers analyzed quantitative changes in both blue water in rivers, lakes and groundwater and green water in soils around the world, distinguishing between the effects of human activities through the land and water use and the effects through human-induced climate change on dry and wetland anomalies. Urban planning needs to tackle greenhouse gas emissions, and an important way to achieve this is by reducing the number and length of car commuters. This can be achieved primarily by ensuring that homes are located close to city centers and workplaces, so that well-targeted building densification becomes a critical lever. Citywide population density and transport links are of secondary importance. These are the findings of a new study in Environmental Research Letters led by the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, PIK, in collaboration with the University of California, Berkeley, the University of Sussex and other partners. Using 10 million mobility data points from Berlin, Boston and Los Angeles, the San Francisco Bay Area, Rio de Janeiro and Bogota, the research team was able to reveal direct links between urban structure and car commuting with unprecedented detail beyond mere correlations. The newly developed approach shows how planners can use GPS data, travel patterns and artificial intelligence AI to determine where in the metropolitan region a particular measure will have the greatest impact. NNPC Limited and security agencies have intensified efforts to curb pipeline vandalism and protect critical energy infrastructure following a joint inspection of a vandalized. NNPC Limited said the joint inspection followed the arrest of 3 suspected pipeline vandals in Piri and Pai communities in Kwali Area Council, Abuja. The renewed commitment was demonstrated during the joint inspection of a vandalized section of the Nigerian Pipelines and Storage Company NPSC pipeline at the Pai community. The inspection was conducted by the Industry-Wide Security Architecture IWSA, NPSC, the Office of the National Security Advisor, ONSA, and Special Prosecution Team, the FCT Police Command, and the Nigerian Army, as well as other security stakeholders. Speaking during the inspection, the Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC Limited, Mr. Bashir Ojulari, described the arrest as a significant breakthrough in the efforts to dismantle criminal networks behind attacks on oil and gas facilities. Ojulari, represented by the Chief Interface Officer NNPC Limited, Mr. Tahiru Sani Gwozo, said the suspects were only a fraction of a larger syndicate engaged in the sabotage of the nation's energy infrastructure. The removal of CO, that is carbon monoxide, from the atmosphere is considered an important tool in the fight against climate change, but has so far been an energy-intensive and expensive process. Now, researchers have developed a new method that efficiently binds carbon dioxide and releases it again using only a small amount of energy. The starting materials are provided by waste products from dairy and soy processing. In order to stabilize global warming at less than 1.5 degrees Celsius in the long term, there is a need not only for a drastic reduction in greenhouse gas emission, but also for technologies to remove and store hundreds of billions of tons of carbon dioxide, CO2, from the atmosphere. This is also the underlying basis of the scenarios set out in the latest assessment report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. 4 years, research groups and startups have therefore been working on ways to remove CO2 directly from the air, a process known as direct air capture. The company Climeworks, which was founded as an ETH spin-off in 2009, is one of the world's first commercial providers of DAC. To this day, however, the direct removal of CO2 from the air remains an energy-intensive and expensive process. And that's a wrap on this week's edition of the program Environment Watch on Independent Television. We hope you had a great time watching. Be sure to join us same time next week. Until then, stay blessed and bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, I must say it is always a wonderful time to have you join me on Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and on today's edition of the program Viewpoints, we're going to be looking at governance and public reaction, as Nigerians are saying they are tired of big grammars, they are tired of speeches, but rather they want actions and they want to see leaders do what they are supposed to do. So the question of the day is, are leaders now being pushed to move beyond speeches to people-centered governance? That is basically what we're going to deal with today on Viewpoints. I am Caroline Okonji.
This matter based on communication and movements. When you now come out, you don't need to be forced as a leader. The leader has to come out, this is what I want to do. Then people also will react, we don't want it or we want it. Let me give you a clear example. Here in the state, we found out that leaders, as at that time, they went down to the grassroots to eat corn, akara, and agidi with the common people. What are they doing? They are communicating that they are for the welfare of the masses. But by the time they got there, what happened? We had a statement, go and die, which means there are two statements on the ground. I'm already there, I've gotten what I wanted. Then whatever you would go and die, that's a statement. In that, there was reaction. So normally, leaders are not supposed to be forced to talk. They're supposed to talk. That is why most of the parties, even though there's no manifesto now, this is what we want to do for the people. But for now, the people, when you now say, this is what I want to do, the people will react. I was coming from somewhere around Delta State. I saw overhead bridge in a village. Who want to climb the bridge? You see, because the people of that area, they're used to female bicycle. Tell me, what is the communication? Are you saying that that bridge is built for motorcycle rider? It's communication. Then it's to tell you, say, the people will now react. We don't need this in here. Is that not communication? So leaders have to come out. You don't need to force them. And whatever you have said, when we are not hearing from you, what happened? There will be another reaction. The people want to know why. They will ask you. So if you now keep quiet, then you don't care for the people. So normally leaders speak their mind, followers also do their reactions. At this point in time, if you cannot speak to your people, what you want to do, and what you want to do, you say it, and it's negative. What will happen? People will react. And if we don't react, then we become stupid. Then we become marginalized because we are not hearing from our leaders. It is when you do well. Okay, what are you talking about? I thank God the president said those governors that were building, what do you call it, bridges is uncalled for. Yes. So leaders should not let us know what they should let us know what they have done and what they are doing. Then there will be reaction. You don't force them. And only that you now force something is happening. Look at a man who said since I was born, I'm 76 plus now, that since his inception of Nigeria, hunger has been around. Why do you now come? You came to correct the hunger, and people are hungry. But if you have said it earlier, we will know. You did not say it. You inherited what you think you want to correct. So leaders should talk out what they have done, what they are doing, and we that have been led should also react. When we react, nobody should fool us. Then, because if you don't react, and we react, you don't hear us, then you can do whatever you like. And when you do that, there will be grumbling. When there will be problems, there will continue to be hunger and will continue to grumble. So normally leaders are not forced. They are compelled to tell the people what they have for the people, and the people also they are also compelled to say what they want. No hope. It is you have eyes, who have shame. Is that type of person that can be ashamed. If you have no shame, you cannot be ashamed. You have not helped the people. We are poorer and poorer. Okay, the president said that why should he mention some names of the governor? They don't need overhead. Why is he himself building Oceanic, whatever, building a road on ocean to other states and other things? Do we need that one now? You cannot pass from here to Ore. Is that Oceanic or whatever title you give that is building? Who want to benefit from it? You start it from Lagos Sea to Asaba to other. Do we need that now? What do we need this road? People cannot pass through Lagos. No security. So who is doing who? So what you are condemning the governor building bridges, you are doing worse. So you have to communicate. And when you communicate, people will react. That's why you have this reaction. That's why people are looking for revolution. Because even the revolution, we have to pray because we are not in charge of police. We are not in charge of soldiers or army. We are just like that. No DSS. If you remember, there's a particular man who was in NIA, whatever, who was in charge of money. There's billions of dollars that were found in his house and others and his wife. They escaped. But today, such a man is an ambassador in another country. So what are we now preaching? So it is people must react. A leader has to explain. This is why I do this. This is why as well you cannot explain. Then there's no hope. And Nigeria is going to we are not going to rest on hopelessness. So people should have hope in their voters' card and vote every evil regime out of this country. God will do it.
Government is supposed to be about the people. It's not supposed to be about the leaders. It's supposed to be about the leads. That is the pact the people in government have with the followers or the citizenry. I don't think that the people have done enough to compel the leaders to be more focused on governance, and governance which is basically for the welfare of the people. We just see the citizens full of hysteria over a particular situation, and after that they go to bed. Save for civil society organizations like SERAP, who are on the government's back and pushing them to do what they ought to do. Nigerians generally are laid back if they can just get their 3 square meals and that's all. The more I think that even if they are trying to wake up to push government, they should do more. Nigerians should ensure that governance should be people-centric and not about the persons in government. We must ensure that we speak up and be involved, not just being card-carrying members of political parties, but by ensuring that we speak up and put government and political
office holders on their toes. The government is people-centered because government seems to feel they know better. I believe that the leaders should come down from their high horse, have town hall meetings with the people. What do they want? What is the primary issue that you want us to focus on? We find out that every government simply comes with their own program, 3-point agenda, 7-point agenda, without carrying the people along. Renewed hope or all that sloganeering, without letting the people say, or without the input of the people. You find people having pages and pages of manifestos that they are not ready to implement. It's just for the paper, just for the records, for people to see that there's a manifesto. But they must carry the citizen along. What is happening in rural areas? Do they have primary health centers? Do you know that the UBTH as a hospital is a tertiary hospital? Only very important health issues should be tackled there. If we have general hospitals in Benin City, general hospitals everywhere, UBTH will not be crowded up because a tertiary hospital, if you go to other tertiary hospitals in the country, except you have major referrals, you can't go there. So the government should look at what do the people want, where does it pinch these people, and try to ensure that they remedy that area. Like schools, we must ensure that time will come that people will be removing their children from private school and putting them in public schools because public schools have become very good. Children should not be sitting on the floor. Children should not be wearing tattered uniforms. Government should be able to do that for families, so that people will understand that they have a government who listens and cares for them. Take example for Edo State. There are other little things, that low-hanging fruits that you can grab, and people will see that you are doing something good for the people. See Ring Road. The road in Ring Road, just that city center, is bad. You pass there every day, you see that road is bad, nothing is being done, but you are putting on flyovers. That is a white elephant project that will take millions or billions of naira. Whereas primary health centers where children will be born, where children will be treated, where people will run to first before being referred to general hospital, they are not functional. Those are the very important things. Primary schools where our children of the poorest of the poor can go free of charge or paying little sums of money, they are not functional. Healthcare is not affordable for anybody. People are dying because they cannot pay out of pocket expenses to pay for hospital. They go to chemists, they go to one auntie nurse who treats them. But if all these things are being tackled by the government, then the people will be very happy. Not major projects like flyovers, which will not touch the people personally. Very soon the flyovers will be underground bridges for criminals to be hiding. Those are not the primary issues of government.
You see, people need practical. People are tired. Before this government, a lot of policies has been made, and those policies were not implemented. And those policies that were not implemented, people are fed up about it. Nigerian leaders and government should go beyond making policies, but implementations is becoming our problem. And the masses are tired of hearing policies and no implementations. And this has been making the masses to disbelieve every policies that the government are making. And that is why the masses are saying that they are tired, they are fed up. When governments make policies, they pay less concern about it because they are not seeing the implementations. And this time, the government should wake up to their responsibility. In the developed nations, governments have their agendas, and it is the agendas that is the scorecard of the administrations, in the sense that when they don't need to be reminded on what to do, as they brought out their manifestos, they start their implementation immediately. But in the developing nations, not only in Nigeria, most third world nations, implementation is becoming the problem. But like stakeholders like us are telling government that is beyond speeches, is beyond making policies. People want to see practical. And when governments are proactive in whatsoever they are doing, you don't tell the people not to sing your praise. It is your proactiveness that will make the people to begin to sing your praise. And that is why, as an advocate for good governance, I am telling government stakeholders, government should go beyond making policies, but implementations. Those who are SSE and their advisors should give a constructive advice to people who are in powers to enforce implementations. When there are implementations, people will begin to rejoice. You see, today there is high cost of living. Government should take proactive steps on how to cushion all these issues so that the environment and everyone will be happy. I know the government are trying their best, but they should go beyond, because the people are expecting a lot from them. Nigeria is a big country, compounded with a lot of problems. Even when the present administration came in, they came to meet problem. Rome wasn't built in one day. It takes a gradual process. If the masses will support this present government to bring out what he has proposed to do, I believe things will be done. There are various facets. There are some areas that things are working well, while there are some other areas things are not also working well. But let our praise, our encouragement, we make them to put their interest to ensure those areas that are not working well will begin to work well. When you look at Edo State in particular, the governor of this state, a lot of people said, oh, this governor will not be able to work because they are looking at him as a very calm governor, and they are looking at him that because of his disposition, this governor, this fire approach is not in him. Based on that, they expect that the governor cannot be able to do something. But for these few years that the governor of Edo State have assumed or come into office, you discover that things are working. I will give him kudos on the area of insecurity. The governor has put more interest on that area. There are governors who have come before this time, they will say we will tackle it. At the end of the day, with good speech, with good things are not done. But this governor, he didn't just say I will tackle it, but he just begin to work, and we are seeing the effect of his work. On the issue of infrastructure, we are also seeing what he's also doing. The flyover that he commenced on, we know some people, some governors will embark on such projects. You will say, oh, why did such people embark on such project? This project that they have embarked on will take almost a decade to complete such project. But we saw this governor, when he came into office, he said, Benin City must have a flyover. And he embarked on those projects, two of them simultaneously, and we are seeing the effect of that flyover working out. These are some of the projects that some governor will embark on. it will, even though they will leave office, you still see that those projects is lying low. But this governor, I give him kudos on the area of infrastructure. I also give him kudos on the area of security.
It is their duty to deliver their mandate. They make promises, and those mandates, they should deliver it. I think they have, to me, they're very slow. They're very slow. If the people are pushing them, I think the people should push them. Shouldn't use the word we, the people should push them to deliver good governance, to do what is proper. And so, for me, I don't think is there anything we're doing that is actually speedy. Nothing. The roads are very bad. Our airports dilapidated. Nothing is working. Nothing is actually working. But we are hoping that they will do something about it. And I think our governor, Senator Mulokwe, is trying, but he can do better. So let him do better. The roads are bad. Look at the rain everywhere. The flood, everywhere is flooded. There is no good road in Benin. No actual good road in Benin. In fact, Jaro is worse. Jaro Supply Road is worse. There are other areas, Wotobo. So I don't think they're being pushed. I don't think anybody can push them except God. For me, on that day, 2027, by the time the people go to the poll to vote, the vote will tell.
It is a pity that our leaders today, they don't really know. It's as if they have diverted from their duty, the reason why they were elected. Now they are now focusing on promises. So it's not supposed to be the citizen, the masses, that will tell the leaders what they ought to be doing. If you check in other countries or in well-doing countries, you will see that the leaders, the very day they elect them into office, they pick their power, they pick their official duties, they pick all the ethics that is backing up the constitution of that office they are holding. They run with it, and they make sure wherever their citizen, wherever their subordinate are needing, they provide it for them and give them. When you talk about even the as low as social amenities like waters and the rest, even our leaders, they cannot provide it for the citizen, and they keep coming back. They will use that to campaign. Since over 20-something years, they have been campaigning with water, road, and security. The next election we are still expecting, that is the same thing they are still going to campaign with. So it is a pity that our leaders is now the masses that is now pushing them to focus on the reason why they are elected. The fact is this: we are tired of BB grammar. It's the right time for them to focus on what the masses, what the people who elect them into power, what they need, and provide it for them. Because to be honest, grammar, big English will not provide food on our table. It's enough of all this. The people are not the ones that were supposed to tell them, because they know the reason why they are going to that office. So getting to the office, they need to do that reason why they were elected. Walking around the street, you will see that the masses are angry. They are absolutely tired of this administration. On day-to-day life, it's not so difficult for us to even live. If you check the minimum wage of average Nigeria, it's not able to buy a bag of rice. Talk less about the transportation. If you check the high cost of transportation in the past maybe 18 months to our present state, many persons are waking up, going to office just to pay their transport, or for them not to be idle at home. The salary is not even enough to pay their transport, or to pay hospital bill, or to pay their children academic. If we continue like this, it's going to be terrible in the next administration.
The federal government are supposed to do what they are expected to do and fulfill their promise, not because anybody is pushing them to do it. Because I believe if you make a promise, you are supposed to fulfill it. And you are not supposed to be reminded by doing what you promised to do. Because just take, for example, now, if God call you to do something, nobody will push you to do it. You have to make sure that everything works out. Well, thank God, I will use let me use those state governor as example, because it's somebody that I've seen, not that we are all seeing something that is making different. Because you don't push him, you just want to make the people happy and try to fulfill his promise, and making sure that whatever he says, he makes sure he did it and it came to pass. He did not just say it, but he fulfilled it. The area where I'm driving to, the land that was taken from us long ago by the previous administration, this governor came and said to us that we'll get our land back, and to the glory of God, our land has been given to us, and I personally have gotten my own. And you have done well, because Edo State was on safe ground, but today you have made it a safe ground. And this is what we are saying when it comes to doing what you promise, and government is supposed to be like that. And this is what we are praying for, and this is what we want our leaders to be doing, whereby nobody is reminding them to do what they are supposed to do, but yet they are just doing it and making sure that what they came there for, they fulfill it, and make sure everything goes well for the people, because they are there for the people, not there for themselves.
The new scorecard isn't about grammar. It's, did food get cheap? Is the road safe? Is there light? It's basically what citizens are saying that they expect from the federal government in order for citizens and Nigerians at large to enjoy life. And they expect the federal government to do all of the promises that they have made during their campaign before they emerged and occupied their offices. That is why they are saying that grammar and personalities, political party will not provide them with the basic amenities that they need, but rather they need a result-oriented kind of person. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, saying to you many thanks for watching. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to another edition of your program, Hitches and Voices. On this program, our conversation centers around persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Don't forget that this program is brought to you by Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, NADVID. NADVID is a non-governmental organization based here in Benin City that is advocating for the rights of persons with disability. Special apologies today because we are unable to have our sign language interpreter, which is meant to cater for our deaf audience. But subsequently, we'll be able to fix that and we'll have a sign language interpreter on set. Today is the 12th of June, 2026. It's Democracy Day, a day set aside to celebrate our democracy. I don't know if I can still refer to our democracy as nascent because we've gone more than a decade and that's no mean feat. On the program today, our attention is going to settle around the subject of democracy and disability participation. And who is best to have this conversation with us? We have with me in the studio a very revered and highly distinguished personality, Melody Omosa Esquire, one who has cast a niche for himself, not only in the disability community, but in our nation. I'll call him a national treasure because he's behind the conceptualization of the Braille Ballot Guide, a voting material that is meant to aid voting for the visually impaired. So you can understand why I call him a national treasure. Barrister Omosa, welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you very much. Always a delight when I have the opportunity to be with our audience and viewers.
Welcome. I'd like to say a big thank you to our audience who are following on radio and those of you who have taken out time to follow us on television as well. A big shout out to the management of ITV for walking the talk when it comes to disability inclusion. They have made Hitches and Voices a household name in Edo State by ensuring that this program comes to you live on television and on radio simultaneously. But back to the subject. Today we are talking democracy. Like I said, I don't know if I can refer to our nation's democracy as nascent. I would like to have your overview on this. What's your take on Nigeria democracy? Do you think it has properly evolved? Do you think our democracy can rank among celebrated democracy in other climes?
All right, thank you so very much. Thank you, viewers and listeners, for joining us again on Hitches and Voices. 29th May 2026, our democracy became 27 years, and that in an economy that is stable, in developed societies, if when things go according to plan, a man or a woman that is 27 years is already a father or a mother, have graduated, has started living their life. So by no stretch of imagination should our democracy again be referred to
as nothing.
27 years down the line.
He's a grown man.
He's a fully grown man. And I'm happy that today, of course, that leads me back. Chief Anthony Enahoro was said to have moved for the independence of Nigeria in 1959 at the Western House of House of Region, the Western House. Then, when he was but 26 years. So when juxtaposed against our democracy, the Fourth Republic, that is already 27, you agree with me readily that it is not a baby anymore. But it's a long way. But of course, when juxtaposed with other democracies, United States, France, and all that, well, we are still a very long way away. But we're talking about June 12th, the 12th of June, and I'm sure many of these present, the Gen Z generation, they call them, except they do a little bit of history, may not have known why June 12th.
But unfortunately, history has been taken away
from our curriculum. Very unfortunately. You recall that on the 29th of May 1999, the military handed over to a civilian elected government, and President Olusegun Obasanjo became the president, and that day was set aside as democracy. But down the line, there was a clamor that before May 2029, there was a June 12th, where President on the 12th of June 1993. Then that process was cut short in that the elections were annulled, I think on the 23rd of June that same year, by the then head of state, General Badamasi Babangida. And of course, a year after, he declared himself in 1994 as elected as president, saying that the military under Abacha was unwilling to hand over to him. He was incarcerated, and in 1998 he died. The first from his own part of the region, Ogun State and the whole of the western region, continue to clamor that he should be recognized as an elected president, even though that process was cut short because he was sliding to victory very comfortably before that whole process was stopped. So for the western states, they continue to recognize June 12th as Democracy Day. That for them, that is the proper day of democracy, and would even declare those days as public holiday. But Mohammed Buhari, of blessed memory, the president between 2015 and 2023, I think a year or two before he left office, recognized June 12th and declared it a Democracy Day. What this president has done now is that June 12th is not. No, I think Buhari recognized that Abiola actually won the election, and that he declared him as a former president. But this administration has properly recognized June 12th as Democracy Day, and instead of having a public holiday on the 29th of June, 29th of May, June 12th has now been declared as Democracy Day. However, the handing over day and change of government from one administration to another remains on the 29th of May because it's a constitutional matter. But my take would be that the National Assembly should allow this to reflect. This is popularly accepted to move our Democracy Day by 13 days from May 29th to June 12th. Not, however, this administration or elected president and National Assembly, state governors and state houses of assembly benefiting from it. But this administration can do that so that whosoever is elected next will know that the taking over date and handing over date will not be on June 12th. No need to recognize May 29th and also recognize June 12th simultaneously as Democracy Day. So that's the brief history of what has happened. So Nigeria is no longer, we are a grown adult, and we should be seeing some features of an adult who is actually growing and in charge.
All right, you said something very stunning, that a 26 years old Auntie Onaru moved for the independence of Nigeria.
Yes.
And I'm wondering where our current 26 years old, where they are now. I'm sure they are out there hustling for jobs, trying to get themselves one employment or the other. Meanwhile, years ago, a young Anthony Onaru had the opportunity to be in an assembly where he could move that motion. One would have expected that we would have evolved to a point where we have younger people in position of authority to impact governance. But like you said, a 27-year-old child is a grown man, and there are certain things expected of him. And we are hoping that we'll continue to mature. But let's come back to disability participation now. There's the issue of democratic inclusion. Do you think our democracy as it stands today is more inclusive of persons with disability? And what does democratic inclusion looks like?
All right, thank you very much. In democracy, we say there's always a social contract between the government and the people. And that is what distinguish or differentiate the system of government to other types of government. Whether the monarchical system of government that is largely by hereditary, or the authoritarian system of government, or the theoretical system of government where people take either by religious inclination or by other forms assume rulership position, not even leadership. But any form of democracy, being parliamentary, presidential, provided the people have the free choice, can participate and decide who their elected representatives will be. It is said that the people willingly donate their power to their representative, and therefore a social contract exists between the government and the governed. And I think that opportunity to participate in those who lead you should be the starting point. You don't wake up and say government is not responsive and responding to the yearnings of their citizenry, when in the first place you have no say whatsoever in either due to lethargy or you fail to perform your civic responsibility, or the opportunity to so do was not even provided in the first place. The point I'm struggling to make is that democracy starts from when the people are able to participate and decide who leads them. And it is to that extent that inclusion should be the bedrock and the watchword of every system, democratic system, that is aimed at bringing everyone on board. And to how inclusive can we say the democracy is for persons with disability, I would say the conversation is on, but we are yet not there at all. We have started because I recall that I and the organization I lead, NAVID, or a Network for the Advancement of People with Disabilities, were a part of a process where we campaigned for Access Nigeria Disability Vote Matter campaign, where we engaged the Independent National Electoral Commission, the National Assembly, and other relevant governmental bodies to the end that they would make our electoral process and open enough for participation by persons with disabilities.
All right, we'll go to the issue of electoral participation. They usually say that in democracy, majority have their way the minority can have their say.
And only have their say, yeah.
I know that the community of persons with disability, we are in a minority in terms of our population and in our democracy. Would you say we've had our way, or we've been able to have our say, even though we can't have our way?
Well, I don't know how much you are in minority. It depends on what your calculations are. We are talking about over 35 million persons with disability in this country. And if we are able to harness that, everyone come together, I think the community of persons with disability as a constituency can sway election in any direction in this country if we properly harness. By what margin, what was the participation of the vote in the 2023 election between the candidate? We had a little over 25 million people participating in that election. And so I wouldn't really say that we have, as a constituency, that we are
in the minority.
Of course, if in any case, we say that we are the largest minority. That is how we like to brand ourselves. But of course, we know that we are not a political party, and so we belong everywhere. But the point will be that when it comes to advocacy for inclusion of this demography, the women group, for instance, and started long before, even the youth. Certain things were considered for the women and the youth group that we still yet do not have as a constituent.
All right, we'll stay on that subject, but we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, our conversation continue with the Executive Director, Navi Melody Omosa. Let's go on a quick break, and we'll be right back. It's still Hitches and Voices on Independent Television and Radio. My name is Kingsley Okoje, and our subject for discuss today is democracy and disability participation. And before we went on that break, my guest disagreed with me that the community of persons with disability, we are not in the minority. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million, and it is estimated that the disability population in Nigeria is well over 30 million. So that is not a minority, or we'll call it the largest minority, like you said. Let's go to the issue of electoral participation. INEC at a time talked about inclusion. It was a big issue within our electoral conversation. But I recall in the last election, it seemed to me, my personal opinion, judging from what I heard from other persons with disability who were in the field, that INEC seemed to have relaxed in terms of their commitment to disability participation in the electoral process. Where I voted, for instance, there were no brave ballot guide, not just for me, for other persons with disability who were there. People complained that there were no instructional materials for the deaf. Elections were held in places where wheelchair could not access. So a lot of persons on wheelchair would rather stay at home rather than suffer themselves to go to a polling unit that is not accessible. So when it comes to participating in the electoral process, either as voters, let's even stay with voting. What's your take? Where are we on that?
All right, thank you very much. Like I said, there was this campaign where we tried to deepen inclusion in our electoral process with INEC, and we very well believe that engaging was the way to go. So we did not only advocate, but we were actually on ground to prefer solution. That's where the Brave Ballot Guide you talked about was designed in the first place. First piloted in Osun State in 2018 gubernatorial election that held on the 18th of September 2018, and thereafter deployed nationally at the 2019 general election. One would have expected that there will be a progressive use and coverage in terms of distribution of the use of the Brave Ballot Guide. And Brave Ballot Guide is a system by which visually impaired and blind voters can access the ballot independently and be able to vote for candidates and parties of their choice. Like I mentioned, used nationally in 2019. After then, we continue to engage INEC to find out how we were progressing. Since then, in every election, we have always monitored. I have always been on the field to see the inclusion and the deployment of materials for the blind, the hearing impaired, even those with albinism, the provision of magnifying glasses for them to use. And what I see is that, like you noted, INEC seemed not, the momentum seemed to have dropped. I wouldn't know what happened. I recall that not only did we provide this guide, these materials, assistive materials for INEC, we also embarked on collecting data to know where voters with disabilities, the polling units, they vote, so that with that record, INEC can deploy materials made for the individual voters to use depending on the disability type. And we also ensure that the CVRO, Continuous Voters Registration, that INEC now have, would, in the process of registering, you would have your disabilities type and stated in the form, so that they know firsthand that you are one with a disability, and on election day, seamlessly, you'll be able to participate in the process. But that's not what we are saying. INEC has always had this logistic problem. And I think that for a group of persons with disabilities, for that matter, it should not be much a problem. Even though we know nationally they do have their challenge. But I would say that from what I monitored in the last election, I'm not impressed at the pace INEC is going. I think that, yes, it's fine that we had this problem 2018 when it was piloted, 2019 it was used nationally, and given the obstacles the election, if in the obstacles the election, organizing the election for a state like Edo, Ondo and all that, you cannot successfully deploy these materials for the persons with disabilities to participate in the system, I wonder what happens in general elections.
I mean, like you said, this is a 27 years democracy. And we would expect that at this stage, disability participation in elections should be a given. It should not be something we are still urging INEC, trying to encourage INEC to do. It should be a foregone conclusion that persons with disability can indeed participate in the electoral process, because the electoral process is accessible and inclusive. So we can only call on INEC to do the needful. Let's move over to representation. Do you think that persons with disability are adequately represented in leadership and in governance?
Well, they are not. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability 2006, Article 29 has asks that state parties should open their political and public space for the participation of persons with disability. And that was also ratified by the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act of 2018. But what do we have? I think that as we tinker with our Constitution, we have had the Fifth Amendment, and of course, the INEC, the National Assembly is also making move to further come with amendment. I think we need to have seats reserved for persons with disability. It's not enough to come up and say by political parties, where for some of them will say,
but they say power is not served a la carte.
Well, we are talking about representation.
Of course, of course.
Government must be seen to be protective of the weakest, of the minority, of the vulnerable. And a minimum standard. Why are women asking for a 35% affirmative reserve for them?
Women?
For why are they asking that certain seats should be 1/3 of the seats should be reserved for women participation? That's why I said that the youth, of course, we have perhaps not serve as a character, but we have the not too young to run be speaking to the participation of youth. But why are we not having something specifically directed at persons with disability, protecting their representative rights in the executive and in the legislative arm of
sorry for cutting
that of the
without mentioning any political party. I heard over the news that a particular political party has mentioned that as part of their policy, women and persons with disability who want to contest under their platform will be given their expression of interest free at a very minimal discount.
I say that is tokenism. That is just, that's playing to the gallery. It's like, oh, the Kingsley Okojen has the money to buy the form and I do not have, and we are contesting for the same position. You have paid for the form and I've given the form free. Who do you think the party will hand over the tickets to? The one that did not pay to contest and the one that paid for it. Until they make such persons their candidate to say, okay, we have reserved because this person have indicated interest, this party is presenting this person to run for that seat, then there's no guarantee. And even where parties are willing to do that, what is the assurance that other parties will follow suit? So I think the way to go is to have our constitution amended, to have a represent, and it is done in all democracies. There are
like in Uganda, for instance.
Yes, in Uganda, even in Iran, in Iran and in Iraq, for instance, I know very well, which is an Arab nation. They have certain seats for reserved for the Christian population, a certain percentage, right? That is an Islamic country, and so we see that everywhere that certain group must have some level of protection. That is not all they should have, but at least we shouldn't have a 360 National Assembly members with no one representing the disability community and issues. Like I said, we are not just only a community, we are a constituent, and our issues should be so serious. So I think that we will do more to amend our constitution to guarantee some level of protection. That way, it will be a far cry for disability representation. You look at the executive, you talk about women, you talk about youth. How many governor or president have in their cabinet a one with a disability holding a substantive position, apart from what they try to do sometimes, having an SSA on disability matters?
All right. But very quickly, in 30 seconds, I've known you over the years. I've seen people in politics and in governance. I don't think some of them have some of the qualifications that you have to contest. Looking at the future, are you considering? I hope you know what I'm saying. Are you considering contesting for any elected position? Because I know you are more than qualified, more than qualified than some of the persons I see out there. Would you consider that?
Not for the moment. Yes. We'll see what the future holds. But
because I'm preparing to be your campaign manager.
Thank you so much for offering that. But I actually want to see that our system change and our democracy, our electoral process have such integrity that people will believe participating will not be shortchanged.
All right, this is a wrap on the program today. Such an interesting conversation, always with the Executive Director, Navid Melody Omosa Esquire. It is our hope that as our country's democracy continue to evolve, that disability participation will become more inclusive and accessible for persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Spot the hitch and be a voice. Goodbye.
ITV, certainly the best.
beautiful people. Welcome to another exciting edition of Youth Perspective, brought to you by Independent Television. I'm your host, Amara Chukwu Azuka, and today we'll be talking about an interesting topic: money or passion. What should young people choose or pursue? I'm not alone in the studio. I have the very wonderful Onoche Gabriel. Hello, Gabriel.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Yes, you already had me there when you were already describing me as wonderful. I was
You are wonderful.
Well, it is what
and
it is.
exceptional.
Thank you very much.
You should know that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're talking about money and passion. What should young people pursue? So if you have to choose a career that you're passionate about, or the one that pays you more money, what will you choose, Gabriel?
I think for a young person, because it's all about young minds right now. That's why you obviously invited me.
Of course.
So as a young person, I think going for what I'm more passionate about.
Oh, really?
Yes, sincerely.
And one would think that you would go for like money.
Money should not be the first thing that should make you want to start your journey. Do you understand? Because as a young person still, you should be passionate about it. It's when people see that you're a passionate presenter, it's when people see that you're a passionate newscaster that they want to call you for this job. Okay, nobody wants to hire an incompetent person.
Amazing.
So as a young person, young lady, young man, of course, passion comes first. Passion should be the first thing that should cloud your mind, honestly.
Wow,
Yes.
that's amazing. Okay, so what if my passion as a person doesn't bring much income for me? Maybe I have a job, like I'm passionate about a job, and then I go into that career and it doesn't bring in much income, and then I get an offer of another job that brings in more income. Would you advise me to go for that one that brings in much
The other
income?
job, is it in line with your career path?
Okay, so let's have it in both ways. Let's have it in the way where it aligns, and then let's look at when it doesn't align.
If it aligns, you're more than free to do so. I mean, looking at the situation of things in our country, you should always look for the best way out. But nothing is going to shake me from the fact that as a young guy starting up as a career person, the first thing you should focus on is your passion. When people see that you're money oriented, money, it's more like what we Gen Z people call an ick.
Oh, okay.
Like, show me that you deserve this job.
Wow.
You don't need too much English when people already know, people that want to hire you already see that you're passionate.
Wow, that's amazing.
Passionate people deserve pay too. So
they deserve pay. So that's
the more passionate you are,
the
higher your pocket gets.
Are you for real? Are you for real?
I believe that's the way it's supposed to work.
Okay, because if you're like working in an establishment that you're passionate about, but the pay is not like huge. So how do I convert that passion into like much more pay?
Looking at you now, right? You are an amazing newscaster.
Oh, stop it!
But by the side, let me tell the viewer something they don't know. You're a red carpet host.
Oh,
why am I bringing this up? You have more than one stream of income. But you see something, it is still very much in line with what you're doing.
That's right.
It's not far off at all.
That's right.
You're still standing in front of the camera, entertaining the viewers. So everything about you screams passion.
Oh, give us stuff.
Thinking about the economy, it's wise enough for you to, have more than one stream of income. I've already used you as an example. Lydia here is an amazing newscaster, an exciting red carpet host.
Okay. Can we now end the show? I think I end it here, right?
It's important that I point that out, honestly.
Wow, that's really amazing. Thank you so much, Gabriel, for that.
Yes, I mean, it's not really a compliment, it's facts.
It's facts. Okay. So now, using myself as an example, because you brought it out. So what if, with all the passion I have for this job that I'm doing right now, and then I get an offer to become a banker?
Okay.
And then the pay is like way above what I'm earning now. Would you advise me to go for it?
You see, coming into this line of presenting, coming into this line of newscasting, you have an expectation in your mind.
Okay.
You have a certain level that you would want to get to, that you automatically become open to explore. If you know, this question you're asking is more or less like a personal decision.
Yeah.
Right? if you're already 5 years, 10 years into this gig of, presenting, newscasting and all of that, right?
Yeah.
You're more than free to, try to make that decision of, trying to explore. It's allowed. It's not a taboo anywhere. It's not written anywhere that a newscaster or whatnot cannot become a banker, just like she has
Well,
said.
how will I, if I'm a newscaster and I'm also a banker, how do I measure up? Like, how do I balance the two? Because it's gonna affect one part of the job.
How do you balance your newscasting and red carpet host?
No, because they are all in alignment. They are all like the same.
Everything falls back on, schedule. You can cast news on Saturdays.
Okay, and work in the bank on Monday.
Thank you very much. Full stop. Exactly.
I love that. Okay, so moving on here. We often hear the saying, do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life.
Yeah.
Now, Gabriel, do you believe that that's realistic in today's economy?
In today's economy,
Yeah.
it shook me a little bit. But do what you love and you'll never have to work again in your life.
Yeah.
That's boils down to once you're working at a job, just like, oh God, do I keep using it?
You always using it.
Let me hype myself up a little bit.
Okay,
right?
use yourself.
Because pretty much, yeah. I'm still
Yeah.
pretty much like a presenter. Do I call myself upcoming or an outstanding presenter? Just
Okay.
But when we come down to work, rather,
Yeah.
it's more or less us doing what we love. It gets to a point where we even forget that we're at work because we're having so much fun. It doesn't look like, it doesn't feel like a hectic task.
That's right.
So that's why, when I started off, I said, passion should be what clouds your mind. Once you're already passionate, money matters. Let's not get it twisted.
Of course.
Your finance matters a whole lot. But once you're already passionate about what you're doing, it gets to a level where money becomes,
like secondary, right?
secondary thing, right? Let me just put myself out there. Let people just know that Onochi is here. Let people just know that Lydia is here.
Yeah.
Amaze the audience and all of that. Yeah.
Amazing. I love that answer.
Yeah.
So now moving on,
Yeah.
many young people abandon their dreams because they need to survive financially.
Yeah.
Do you think society places too much pressure on young people to make money quickly?
Society definitely does place 1,001 pressure
Wow.
on people to, abandon their dreams.
Wow.
And from my own point of view, I cannot blame them.
Oh,
You and I know the situation of things in the country.
that's right.
People are, doing what we call feeding from hand to mouth. One stream of income, still not their fault. Limited streams of income in our country, you know that.
Yeah.
So, outrightly, yeah, I cannot blame them for, abandoning their dreams.
Their dreams.
You get that?
Yeah.
So, what's the question again? Sorry.
Okay.
I forgot.
Yeah, do you think society makes too much pressure on
Okay,
young
well,
people?
society definitely makes too much pressure, especially for all of these youths that do not know what they really want. Youths who don't know what they want for themselves. We are here. I don't need to second guess anything when somebody comes and asks me, Onochi, what do you do? I can outrightly tell them I am a presenter. Or somebody walks into the studio right now and tells you, Lydia, what do you do? You don't second guess yourself.
Of course.
You don't have to think twice about it.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's important as youths for you to know your worth, know what you want, follow what you want. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Because as youths, if you do not get to that point of satisfaction and understand and self-understanding, little things will sway you.
That's right.
Your friend is doing 1,001 things. Can get himself a new apartment and all of that. You might at some point lose focus.
Yeah.
You might lose your bearing. That's the word I've been looking for.
Oh, wow.
You might lose your bearing. So as a young person, as a young youth, young lady, young man, stay passionate. Focus on what you want. Know what you want for yourself.
For yourself,
That's the ultimate level. That's the ultimate thing that counts.
Amazing.
Exactly.
Amazing. So I'm going to ask you, do you think family also puts pressure on young people? Because I remember when I was growing up, I'm going to use myself as an example.
Okay.
Since you're already using me, you're already like using me as an example, so let me just put it out there.
It's allowed.
Yeah. So when I was growing up here, I've always wanted to be a newscaster, of course. That's been my dream.
So that has been a long time dream.
Like long time dream.
Seeing you excel yourself doesn't even feel like a whole lot of
Okay, but see where I'm going to. When I started off like writing JAMB and getting into the university, my family actually pressured me not to go for newscasting. They felt like, oh, it's going to be hard to get a job. It's going to be a waste of time. Why study mass comm when you can actually just study maybe accounting and just work in a bank?
Well, look at you now.
Yeah, look at me now.
Are you here or not?
I'm here.
So like, you're pretty much more like a source of inspiration to people who've been watching us now. So you studied mass comm, yeah?
No, that's where I was going.
Okay, listen. Okay, I'm interested
okay,
already.
So we're talking about family pressure now,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Yeah. So my family pressured me into studying something else.
Okay.
And then forgetting my dream of becoming a newscaster.
Okay.
And for the longest time, I did. I actually forgot that I'm made for the camera. Do you get? So I studied something else, and I just found myself that I wasn't fulfilling my purpose. I could just see that, no, Lydia, this is not you. You should be something else. You should be in front of the camera.
Yeah.
That's like a round peg in a round hole. Do you get? So now we're looking at how family can pressure young people into forgetting their dreams and just following the trend,
Yeah.
So do you think that actually works? Using my story as a case study.
Listening to your story, yeah? I can say one thing for sure. Families are meant to be the #1 source of support. If probably they had encouraged you to go for what you wanted, you probably wouldn't have just. You're at a great level.
Yeah.
Like you should have been like at a higher.
Like
much more experience. You would have
yeah.
like a higher level of expertise. Years would have counted for you now. You should have been saying like 10 years experience in this media stuff and all of that. So in the matter of family pressure and all of this decision making stuff, right? Family should be the first source of support and all of that. They shouldn't, talk your kid down. I had a story. One girl, one of my colleagues too, she said growing up she loved to draw.
Aww.
And then her dad saw her and asked, in whose house do you want to start drawing?
No.
But she could have become, the dad didn't know that he killed a dream.
Oh.
Nobody knows. She could have become an international artist.
I'm telling you.
But now she ended up going to study XYZ. We would not put that out there.
Yeah, of course.
So I will say this again and I'll keep saying it again. Family is meant to be the #1 source of support. Because if your family doesn't support you, who else will?
Yeah.
Before friends, family should come first.
First, yeah.
So yes, they play quite an important role in decision making. If your family doesn't support you, you just like you found yourself, you succumb to the pressure.
I did.
Let me just go and study another thing.
Yeah.
So that's why it's very important for your family, your dad, your mom, your siblings to support your journey. They are what you call your fuel.
Wow.
They'll pump you when you're feeling down. Your sibling, your sister can just literally remind you, don't you want to become that international newscaster?
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's a great feeling when you know at the back of your mind that you have people supporting you.
Yeah.
When you have people, that want to see you at the top. So family should remain the #1 support. And please, our dear mommies and daddies, let's stop killing our young children's dreams.
Yeah.
It's very important.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you so much for that. Like, viewers, you've heard from Onoche Gabriel.
Yeah.
Family is the #1 support system for young people achieving their dreams. Please, daddies, please, mommies, please, sisters and brothers and uncles and aunties, don't kill the dream of the young ones, please. Support their dreams. Whatever they want to become, support them. Don't kill their dreams, okay? All right, so we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Youth Perspective, brought to you by Independent Television. Well, if you're just joining us, we're talking about money and passion. What should young people pursue these days? And Onoche Gabriel has been in the studio with me, helping me unpack this amazing topic.
Yes.
Okay, so Onoche, I'm going to go straight into the next question.
Okay.
Social media has changed how people see success and how people define success.
Yes.
They feel like the luxury lifestyle, the expensive cars, the vacations and designer clothes, that's what success means. So do you think social media has made young people prioritize money more than like their passion?
I don't think that's a question, because this thing is already what is out there now.
Oh, wow.
People have, young people like us, thank God you invited somebody like me to talk on something like this, because young people like us have abandoned the idea of how do I say this thing now? Trusting the process. Humble beginnings, yes, that's the word. Young people like us have abandoned the idea of humble beginnings.
Wow.
They want to start something now, just like we've just started our journey of, presenting an exciting newscaster that you are. You start from somewhere, but now that idea is far gone. You know, you started now, they expect themselves to be, you know, at the UN conference, you know, interviewing the president and all of this. Because it's important. Social media plays that role.
Wow.
The fact that since we already know that these youths out there already now do not even want to, you know, spend their time in trying to, you know, learn, go through the process of becoming. If you don't go through this process, then when you spend 3 months and then you get to the top, what are you going to do there?
What are you going to do there?
How are you going to lead without your years of expertise and experience? So yes, a huge population of our youths have prioritized finance over purpose. And that's why, since we started this, I've been hitting on it. As a young career person, the first thing that should cloud your mind is your passion. Be passionate about what you do. No, I've been telling you since we began this shoot, right?
Yeah.
Once you're passionate, people get to see that.
Yeah.
And everybody wants to hire a competent person. And who is a competent person? A competent person is someone who is passionate about his job.
Amazing.
I can call Lydia a competent lady.
Oh my,
and Lydia can call me a competent presenter.
An amazing presenter.
Exactly. So the first thing, make sure that you're competent. Make sure that you're passionate. And please, focus on the journey. Focus on becoming, because it counts. Because at the end of the day, when you finally become, you look back at your journey, you look back at your process of becoming, and then you nod your head and give yourself a pat on the shoulder.
Yeah. Yes. And you know that process makes you more...
Exactly. That's why I said when you spend 3 months and then like you automatically get to the top, what do you do at the top?
Yeah.
Without any form of expertise
and character,
you know, and all of those things.
Yeah.
So that's why the top is usually built for people who have gone through the process, spent years in the particular job, being photography, catering, presenting, and all of those things.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
So we'll be talking about passion.
Yeah.
I want to ask you now, Gabriel, can passion actually become profitable over time, like with consistency and the right strategy?
I don't think I've hidden my opinion on that.
Nice.
I don't think I've hidden my opinion on that, because I've spoken about passion and competence. I said passionate people are people that, you know, people, oh God, English. I don't think I've hidden my opinion on that, because I said that passionate people are those kinds of people that other industries, organizations would love to hire.
Because they are competent.
Once you see that you're passionate and competent about what you're doing, we would love to hire you.
But does it become profitable? That's the question.
If I hire you, am I hiring you for free? If I hire you to become my red carpet host, are you just coming there to just come and interview? You're going home with something, of course.
Of course.
Exactly. So it automatically becomes profitable. I mean, is that not profitable?
Amazing. Okay. So is there anything wrong with taking a high-paying job while building your passion on the side?
There's nothing wrong.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong, because earlier I've already used you as an example, because you have other streams of income.
Of course I do.
I would never kill the idea of having other streams of income. Please, it's very important, because so many youths are already feeding from hand to mouth. So what's the essence of me now coming out here where thousands of people would watch this video and then I say that it's no, please.
Wow.
Make sure that you have other streams of income, so that you get to live a comfortable and honest life.
Amazing.
It's very important.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So viewers, you heard it from Onyeocha Gabriel.
Yes.
Like it's so amazing having you in the studio right now.
Like, I'm actually very much excited that you have me talk about a topic like this.
Amazing.
Because you know they call me the Gen Z Prince. I'm not this.
Okay.
So I really.
So like you're the perfect person for this interview.
You can say so. You can say so. I didn't say so. She said so, and she can say so honestly.
Okay. So we've seen that having a high-paying job can actually coexist with your passion. So don't just leave your passion aside. While you're still fending for money and all that, still build your passion along. Okay. So we're going to take a quick fire round because of time. Let's just have a little fun with this. Okay. So Onyeocha, I'm going to ask you some questions and you just answer with one word.
One word. Okay.
Yeah. Or if I ask you to pick an option from 2 options, you just like quickly pick one option.
Okay.
All right. So money or happiness? You have to be quick. It's a fire round.
Money or happiness?
You don't have to think about it. It's spontaneous. Just pick one. Money or happiness?
Money.
And here I was thinking you pick happiness because of your passion.
Money matters. But Well, money,
right?
Let's choose money.
Well, for me, I'll pick happiness.
Okay. They are both two important things, though, but then I weighed my options and then like, money.
So you'll be sad with money, like, I want to go to Dubai. You'll be crying with like dollar bills in your hands.
Okay, she's convincing me now, and I think I'll enter her boat. I think I'll enter her boat.
But you'll be happy soaking Gary in like a one-room apartment.
You know what? Let's not confuse things. You know, money. My answer, money.
Money.
Yeah.
You don't want to enter my boat.
Money.
Okay, I love that.
Yeah.
Moving on. Dream job or high salary?
I love my dream job.
Aww.
Dream job, please.
Dream job. Yeah, me too. I'll pick my dream job.
Please. Dream job.
Okay, amazing.
Because my dream job is already higher paying now, so what's the point?
How do you know if your dream job is high paying? Or how do you know? Okay, hold on.
Is your dream limited?
It's not. But what if there's like a higher paying job offer for you, and then your dream job is like... I always tell myself something, and that's the reality. There would always be something bigger. I always say something. There would always be somebody richer, and there would always be something bigger. If you're earning 500k here, somebody's earning on all of these things. So there would always be something bigger. It all boils down to you to be satisfied with what you're earning. You have. Oh my God.
Be happy. So dream job for me, honestly.
Can we clock it for Gabriel, please?
Do I do that?
Okay. So next fire round. Risks or stability?
Risk or stability?
Yeah.
Stability.
You don't like taking risks?
I like taking calculated risk, but you did not identify it as calculated risk. I'm not a fan of taking stupid. No, there's calculated risk. Okay. See, I'm not a fan of taking stupid risks and all of those things. Okay. Please, stability.
Like
I want to be stable. Yes, I want to be sure about what I'm doing.
Well, I like risks though.
What kind of risk?
Whether calculated or not, as long as it's risks, we'll take it.
No, I'm not taking any risk.
Okay, so that is that. So next one, work-life balance or career growth?
Work-life balance.
Yeah.
I'm actually currently seeking both.
You have to pick one.
One, right? Career growth.
Oh, career growth.
Career growth.
That's amazing.
I mean, it will be so much exciting.
Like just be facing it.
All the big girls in the industry identify.
Chilling with the big boys.
Exactly, man. So career growth for me, honestly.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, for me, I'll go with work-life balance.
Okay. Yeah. Work-life balance in what sense?
In every sense, like I don't want to be going too high in life and I neglect my other needs. Like I neglect my family, neglect like my other things, my leisure and all that. I would like work-life balance.
That's still important. Your questions are actually very difficult and then like it puts you on edge, honestly. But then it is what it is.
Clock it, Gabriel. Okay, last one because of time. Would you rather love your job and earn average income, or dislike your job and earn in millions? If you choose anyone, you tell me why.
You're putting me, like I just said earlier, you're literally putting me on edge.
Yeah.
Dislike my job and earn millions.
Yeah, or love your job and earn in average. Like,
you know.
Yeah.
Dislike your job and earn in millions. You would hate life, honestly. When you're coming to the first thing, Monday morning now, look at you, you're always smiling.
And
if you dislike your job and earning in millions, you Monday morning you start grumbling.
That's right.
But like I said, there would always be something bigger. You're happy to do your job. You forget that you're even at work. You're having fun doing your job. And you still go home earning something good enough to sustain you. So, love my job. And earn well.
You know what to earn average.
Anywhere is important.
You're so particular about money, Gabriel. I'm suspecting
I'm particular about passion and money.
I'm suspecting
I believe that passion should be rewarded.
When we started this program, I thought you were like the passionate guy.
I'm the passionate guy. I'm particular about passion. Passion comes first.
Then money comes
second. You cannot enjoy finance.
So what if it's just passion, no money? So you just pick either passion or money. Not passion, not money coming next.
Next question, please. Next question, please.
Okay, like for me, I would rather, I prefer my job. Like I love my job and earn average.
Honestly, for the same reason, I guess.
Yeah.
Because you can just walk in and just be so grumbly, and you don't even know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Mistakes here and there and all of that. Those things. So no.
And you may not even be competent in that high-paying job because you don't love it.
Let me do what I love and earn at least.
Amazing.
It's not like they're not going to pay me or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Gabriel, for coming on the show.
Thank you so much for inviting me to be on your show.
Okay.
I'm super excited and I'm grateful. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Well, viewers, we've come to the end of the show today. I hope it has been an interesting episode for you. Well, for me in the studio, it has been awesome.
I literally, sincerely, I enjoyed myself. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much. Yeah. All right, until next week, I still remain your host, Amara Chukwu Azuka. Keep your dreams alive, have a wonderful day, and God bless you.
ITV, certainly the best.
Igi Madonna, in Mazedio, Overo, obviously,
you will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various hymns of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say anyone away agima bota. Ota omere ota nyonwa. Nle magwa kandine na. Okeya gboso we amamufua amirie. Uma dole niyi yakin umi enoro o adweki una riyo so la ni adweki ere mi lopolo ro amamufua amirie ibota imanadwe na ya yenede ai to kwawo wa no pa ne ai to kwawe emanirewo ai to kwawe nigi ai to kwawo ba ai to kwawe ya se gbe ofin ya se gba wa ya fe we na wo do amoko ebori wa ya kwe isu ina tabi bota eniki o de fie o so ba ja mi ebe okun ro awe ma ni wi yoko awe ma ni ka ko ko yi awe tia awe tage o ma we yanu awe yana we no ko ko re do we no ba we yana we no de wo yi ibota ma na he ya fe no mario ibota o emorede emi yoko no agba ko wa o no mario iwo ti imati eniwa o no mario so pera me so pinye me ni ma agba ko wa o no mario emedoya ta ibeka ido akugbe no kwa eno adari ho beni ya ye amamufua ma ye na ni wa no ma dole ni yi iwo we am no ma oda no dole ni yi o mi ma oda ma mi ya gwa amamufua ki wa ye ni kere inyare kere gwa inyare kere wa mi wa ye no koko gwa ero be no nwe ero na ya dole gbo ma yi no amamufua amiri e ni agun egon ye ero na utana ore ba utana Victor Ibisugbe obokia
baba ato ipo ewo lauda ma ya kan mi say ma ya mama na we adu gina ni ma ata me do ni ro wa kebe ni si when I free we re gare da gbe ma ya ni ma me ke na yin me no dere wi ne mo e go gi ma e go no gbera de e go gi ma ma ye o sa ba gege Maria oba ato ipo ewo
ise o re ba ata me paso kabari hunamure iwe do no wo me wa be ne ga kai wa bi dan yo ofun gbo sa gba go yaro oba atope ise niwa zero ni ma ta de si we amamufua amiri emina ya ka no we nu dolo da oyi enu ya uwese uwa ma no bohie we ubohie emata uwa ma no ri ba no wa e ba nu ye ne jawe mata uwa ma no gbugbo ugbo ngbe jawe mata gbese mekena mi kono ma iro uwe te mata se gona na ma fo amege all de kan o trace level ni mari miena oni our politicians imuna ni awon amuna amufo ayero irimu ni a we e ni vote ni a e ni ladian ya wi close osegenia ya yewu ya se no ma mi no ya win no ya me komo bonye kega oni ayeri ne e no mo keke ari do amuye no roka wani hia mu na he wo seti mu na he wo tuwere ha seti mu na he o ha no re awe ne eni bon na no mamufo amieri emi petrol no wa gbagbon ya gbe seti we ma meyi no aseti arioba yete mu rina le lo wo gba na ya aye mi gbo ya wo to boy mo gba yo wa wo to boy we mi aye mi do mi o yo ogba mu yo wa eye agbon iri ase ero iri yese o sa ba de ga mo lo wi ma yi amamufu amiri otenwe ibisugbe amamufu amiri yegun ayo yi lo ka ni bunewo ekene kenatana
awe adona wuwa wa ya wese wa magele mufu amiri ni o ikobo we wi nu mu pise fua oni amamufu amiri na ewi na ya karama amamufu amiri o no maru emiesi ege ka ni si wodao we ga we emiesi yoto we amwe we emiesi o ka be suru dada gbo we omi obi ye ogeva wo de amegbede we me kara una be ame roba na ya gwe una mo pa ne emiesi we wu ne ni o ni egwe o ma yi mu gwe o sa gba de go dinu re inu ka suru dagbe wa ko odigba no ogeva de yana miewe amaso are moto ekena na la moto ere moto egbo la moto egbo aba oyi yan do igori ne begere ya re park o mai yin fegere ha asa mo mi igori ni igo no ke obuwe o gba ogeni una hai ne ino uwe mu fuani so pam inu sabo aya ha we igberegbe odigba so ni me yere ikayo wewe awe igiri ila la di awupo pe Lagos road na wi je ko la moto ibi e ka de ke school de yan si yan han yan rugu moto ne ina ka mo paro da we pagbe ya mo ye ko awe ona ke de pagbe na mo tuta ko gbeme ayi mu mese kiri na turi ina wa ya de wa ye school de wa de moto enyi ha ta de wa ya ne wa ni go na the driver I hope all of it aware your money make 20 naira way I want give you as change I don't get it you know this change na ni not to talk about without you know we yan
only no to try power
you go in ati mu na money in your body I atamawe ori pede va ina pa ina ari ogida ina la moto o wa pa na rugu moto ni ma gbera kena che ogida junction boy na wa to the moto awa opia ehwe ha ni ya ni ekeni ala wa di go ga owi ha ta ni aya awa di che we carry go ala wa pa lo pa to de ije ina ni me wa hu na bia na ọmọ kò rí àdí mẹ́rin bẹ́ẹ̀ náà
oh my god
ọbẹ̀rẹ̀ àmàmúfà ẹ̀yí yá mi ìmí àmì ẹ̀dẹ́nu ẹ̀wà àjẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ yìí ọwọ́ rẹ̀ àtọ́ni mẹ́rin àná máa ní ẹ̀díà àmà náà wà àdí mẹ́rin náà iná wẹ́tọ́ fún ìdọ́ni kékeré máa yé náà máa mi ẹ́ àbí òṣèjì ẹ̀wò ni màá gbà gbéná yìí náà ọmọ àpárọ̀ ló mọ ẹ̀ àgbónárí wa ọmọ apárẹ́yà sí wa ọwọ́ zuwọ̀ ọ̀ọ́rù wẹ́tà màgbó yóò wá àìmú àgbó yóò wá yìí kò ní wẹ̀ kúkú yẹn náà ó gé fàárí ó yà dèwé akọkọ yọ wẹ̀ kún ẹyẹ pò wúyà mọ́sọ̀ ìwó tọ̀ ìwó ni dè é bùkẹ́bùkẹ́ ẹ̀dẹ̀ ni wàá dùn ara yìí ọ̀ sọ̀lọ̀ ò bọ́ ma sáré bọ́ náà fi mà ya bọ̀ yìí fi mà ya mú fúwa ìmàmí kìnnà mi nà màá wẹ̀ rí gélégélé àmú fúwa àmà mú fúwa gélé ní ebi ọ̀wọ́n ní ewé èmi èsì dàmà èmi èsì ní sùnú dàyà iná wa máa mú fúwa àmẹ́rẹ́ ni màá gbọ́n iná wẹ́ ekena na wu anabi sọlọ bọ lóde bàmà máa rẹ dèrí yèké kábọ fi àgbé mọ ọba àtọpẹ.
iṣẹ́ ẹniwa yari wa dayẹ na amufọ amamufọ amiẹri ọtẹnẹ pastor kabari amamufọ amiẹri ìyẹn wẹ lẹnu ìbá eyàrá bible ẹgbẹ yẹ yàtọ̀ amamufua ameri emawo no retore do ba ibota amayena
ibe do no pe o zemi na dey sin o deni mi alage untana amamufua ameri ya gwe ibo ewogun anokan me odion we bo kaigele ya be gwe ezo no muboro ne ivira ivije ivira we uhunaga ikwe boaba mo family na emi nu ada gbibiere we gere akia what so egbe sokun mege na yasini ge mu akia osaloba gi maya iye webo e na wete no ge mu akia iye ti yun ki oye oti mane Jonathan o carry oba te Nigeria ya wa election e bona te ekwe ogen itemo pa owa gani owa esagie owo omakoma ose agani ye ki amu de sagi anu pa no to yo to mu da ye o ni e o ta ona mo si ona madara na mfua o ma soa e o egbejo agwa na ya mi adani e bona iwa ligi na ya mi de otinye moto ni no do de reservoir na aba mi we ma yi obira ma obi ya wa ligi egbe na erio gbege grenori egberi agbe amamufua amerie eri wa no o mani media adu wona ni wuyo bono ido mi e mo do e o yu ku yo e ko no amani o mo ni wuyo e ko o kan be yu ke e webo amamufua amerie mami o wana wesi ni ona mi we mi no ekwe no say e o sa do ya enu e pa gwa kan e bi no wan ba no kan me opopa na la te e Jefta be no wan ka tai era na te Gilead oyoko ga no oyoko ona meko ni iye na bi ejokun yo ga omodion ne Jefta ne Gilead ya so ha bi omo so pa ye gi kokoso wa ona do ri owo ona do bi ele omo ni ge Jefta na bora ado bora ade ado de by monbi ni e bi e yo wa ori je ko ma pekere okuya ni ge Gilead ona do wu ori wu ijera na gbagbe iwe ti gbe ma do ri ku ora me nda ba mu iwo yi ohun wu seti yana gbe ma yana ku e no ru ahun no mo pe ya mu fua yo ya mu fua yana ku e fua ye na gba o magun ya sini yo ti o mo dion so ko ma sini ora de pora zozo la wa gbo ori se bu na te mo abona to ta bona agbe zob so ko ni egwe ni na leleri ye o dawo ko be so ogwa agbe na ona do so e o to esogia yere do e mani buna do de ba na maye nwi na maye ni ori se we oko gare ro na do na ga tie no ka o ye na e pekere e bo na ku ye fa oko na de ana la gwa lo wa no ka o amamie ara o be gwale ga de e so na wo he mo le wa ya yin ye unda bi ni we oto agbe ye na ewe o ma na te we ne re ga o e ne ra ro jupo o do ga yin ni e ni edu awo kaibo ya fe ge kaibe o kaibo ayi ga ni aye unda ye megbe ni ya bufu abege ni yere ya mi no se erie budao agbona do maye sayo ogupo no ko kwa ye ga ye amamufu abi eru do lo ropa ya webo wetu mi ohun ye mi no mi enwe ile tu gi eyin ni ye no we si egbewe ri ojo sabo ye iye le ma gwe ojo we edun nu da igbina no ro na ebo na no kai mu wu no pa wo ni oluko se we na we e o we wo more o we se unu no na me mu aneje na aro da e vi osisi ye ige lo bo wa gboza iya we ya gbo ba dia ara gwezo akedo gwezo e police station aya Abuja igo na mo ni emuria nu dezo wu no ma se ni ara do bo khie kenakana igo nu wa e ze e police station igo ni egbai bagi simina dagi mwe na zio wema since man no wa gaga na se di ke ani na eberezo na gbe me na o ke do ma doge so kun gbe e o yikoyo egbeyo yikoyo aya tie ma no ro otu e koko ya fe ni ya fi osisi aga ligi o ko na mi ewe owo di o be like na mojo rebo o mo mo mu no sunu na ni a ibi ẹ̀ mọ̀ bọ̀rọ̀
ọwọ́ ìbùsẹ̀ náà ni
ibi ẹ̀ mọ̀ wẹ́ fi osisi na bọ́yá gbinú wù yà ká wẹ òkò yà á dùn dẹ́mà wẹ wà lò dẹ́sẹ̀ náà làdó sí èsì ó tiẹ̀ wà á mi pẹ́ báwọn bó wa yẹ egbú yẹ ọ̀wá mi bẹ ibi ẹ̀yìn sẹ́wọ̀n rẹ̀ wò bọ̀ wà yà dùn ìwúre wà á bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀
wà á bèbè mẹ́wò.
níwọ̀n ẹ̀ amamufo ama àmì ẹ̀rí ẹ̀.
ní gẹ́gẹ́ wa tọ́pa yọ mọ́mọ́ ìwé wa gùn àkànnà bá ẹ̀ ní àsìní òtọ́ náà gbidigbidi ìmọ̀ àdó wà tọ́ náà ìwà màkà rẹ̀ sí àyí èrè ìmọ̀ àdó wà tọ́ náà èyí àṣẹ àyí èrè ìmọ̀ àdó wà ẹ̀ màrà àdó wà ẹ̀ màkà mú àrí wà ilé ma ẹ̀gbọ́n ìbí kábẹ́tù ìbí ìkólé ìbí ọ̀fun egbè ìbí ògbà wàkùkù wàgẹ́ ìgbìnà wàgẹ́ ìkàn dọ̀lẹ̀ ìwọ nìyí wàá wàárọ̀ amamufua àmì ẹ̀rí kí ni ó sọ wẹ̀gbẹ́ wẹ̀dì ẹ̀ normal dọ́wọ́ ní fìànẹ́ náà fún ìgbégbé máa yá ara rọ̀ ìdọ́kàn ọba àtọ́kùnrin.
wẹ́sì àwọn àjùjẹ ta ìyẹn wẹ ìwọlá ìrùnú yọ náà ọwọ́ rẹ̀ dẹ̀ fi amamufua àmì ẹ̀rí ẹni wọn ẹ̀dùn ló pẹ̀ o ló wà dàrẹ́ màtá náà eso rọ wẹ ọrùmà wà tá ni èmi ní nya àwọn ìdòmú ẹ̀mí rẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ ní ẹ̀mọ́ta wẹ́rẹ́ ta ni wẹ náà mọ̀ ẹ̀mí rẹ̀ náà
ìṣó ẹ̀gbẹ́
sopa wẹ náà ẹ̀hún máa nya ẹ̀
rabọ́ ìwọ àti ìwọ̀n wé by force
rabọ́ ìwọ ẹ̀yìn náà mi ẹ̀hún wẹ̀sọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni màtá náà nà ọwọ́ ẹ̀wọ̀n náà sẹ́yà ni ma èmi ní máa yọ ya amọ̀ ẹ̀ ń dá ẹ̀họ́ wẹ ni ń domi ẹ̀wẹ̀ ìtọ́ à ẹ̀yìn àwọ̀ ẹ̀rẹ́ ebe ẹ̀họ́rọ̀ inú máa ń yà yàsẹ̀ gbọ́ inú ka pásọ̀ inú ka ẹ̀bá yàsẹ̀ gbọ́ ní ọ̀wẹ́ ní àìsínrin náà ló yàfẹ́ ọ̀wọ̀n àná ẹ̀ra máa bí ìyẹn orí ẹ̀wò ọdún àṣìyàn ọdún òwò ẹ̀wò ẹ̀dọ́ ní násùnù ẹsẹ̀ sísè ló tẹ̀wọ́ bí
àgbàwà
ẹ̀wò náà orí ẹ̀wò ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́pàmọ̀ yìí ni kò tẹ́ Yorùbá kò tẹ́ Ìgbò kò tẹ́ Haúsá ọmọ náà bí ẹ̀rẹ̀ wò n'ọnya wo era amabiera rẹ wo anabiwẹwa era wọn amúparí ẹwọ bẹ ẹwọ n'ọkẹrẹ yabẹrẹ wẹyẹrẹ wa ọdún wo ẹsẹ ti sùn ẹgbẹ ìjọgbẹrẹ wa àwọn táwọn mú ra wẹyẹ wa ẹyẹ yẹrẹ ṣe ra wẹ ẹgbẹ sọpọ òbí wẹ ìrùhì ọrẹ dò ọmọ tí so wẹ gbé wẹ ní ìrárí ọwọ náà ana wẹ nu wẹwẹ ẹrẹ amú ẹpà sọpá wẹ amúwẹ yìí wa ọwárẹ yàrá ọwárẹ yìí nya ẹ olúwẹ ẹgbẹ sí yẹn wọ sọ ẹgbẹ amamufua amẹríye nga ọmọ yìí nà amufua nga ẹnyẹ sọ̀rọ̀ ọbẹ do ní màálù ayagbẹrẹ mìíràn nga gbẹrẹ mìíràn èmi ní ọwọ́ ẹ̀ iyeke ẹ̀ma nga ìmà tánìá wẹ n'ọ̀họ̀rọ̀ ara ẹ̀ wò but mama ha wẹ èmi ní ọwọ́ ẹ̀ n'uyé sisi yẹ ti yà á mi ọ̀ma yẹ n'uyé òdekòdè yà á mi ọ̀ma yẹ n'uzigo yà á lò dẹ fẹ yà á zẹ nẹ abẹ ọlápá yà á zẹ ní yà fẹ ayélujára wẹ utọ mẹrọ aláwòdà ẹrọ n'agbádùn ìnáyẹrẹ ẹyẹ wò kú gbé ẹyẹ wò ìyàwó dà amamufua amiri oruwebo ten oruwebo rawiye iyobona uno wa amamufua hi udo owono ruse useso ogwaleri ohamegbe unari ene era ni wori ni tu wa lo mufua umaide mufua yeye owono yowe ha ugbera uwe ni uyobone yobonune egbona taba oto ebizugbe umiewe ye school no rie ni mo oha ina ni ya owa ina do ha ni no mako ede yeye amamufua amiri edo lopo ibude mai unu wa we na lao na yobonegbe na emi mai awije na ya fe na mewe alele e ma ma na mu gbe oyibo tawe de na na to ọba àtọpẹ ìṣe.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
ITV, certainly the best.
certainly the best.
It's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oloije Oikohai. Getting you closer to your custom and tradition is what we know how to do best. Yes, letting you know about individual tradition, letting you also know that it's always good for us to associate ourselves with our tradition. Now, talking about tradition, today we will be taking a ride down to Enugu State to go see Obolo Masquerade Dance. I tell you, if you are not energetic enough to dance this, I tell you, you ought to just, leave it down for the professionals. So let's go over to Enugu State to go see the wonderful and colorful display of Obolo Masquerade Dance. This is Obolo for Masquerade Dance that originated in Udeno local government area of Enugu State, Nigeria. The masquerade dance is rooted in the Igbo culture and it is prominent in the cultural spectacle and designed to enforce community morality and provide aesthetic entertainment and celebrate icon.
I say the man must have go that chair go for. If I know Mogaza can you trasa, many of Magoga live to Mogaza trasa, Gazi is a good of this down. Mogaza Bagra she hope I so far to go to me. Only women go to go to Moscow by this to go through. I said, come on, the Kuzanet, Bagona Tabaza, you must have the room, I bet you my bedroom, Monagana, that's what we. Yeah, Morocco was a back in the West because you walk another no group back in the back of the bomb. What about Bogolidi? That won't do that, boy. What does a book with a couple to watch or Panama? Here, my own to get to the back of the Coga. Okay, go young man. I took on a different, I decided to show the movie to see that.
This masquerade dance is performed for several core spiritual, social, and cultural reasons, such as Omadi, which are seen as sacred pageants, arriving briefly from the spirit world. They are believed to be reincarnated spirits of ancestors returning to interact with and bless the living. In Obolo Ofo community, these masquerades steps in to maintain social order and discipline during festivals and public gatherings.
La funiga zumberigi na zaka de kufu gana suru. O kani ka ko bada zaka bo do bi kore do tu bi ko ro do li to ga ble ti le ku. Bada no bada da ga ba to wa uru ku cho so ke gele bo bla da. Ade ku tana bada da ba so ke le. Ama ne bo sam. Utilize na rero le ka uru la no para pro no to ro ba no to ko di me. Agora vamos levar agora coco na sumuri gugu na boso dira kata kuri meje go coco le de meje ga ta na magalo so yota sidi gugu la le na le be granda gugu ko ja na ma baba baba na na ka o ka ta le ja ta ko na fu mo fu bi ga la be nya o fu bi na to e ma ko bi ba bra o fu bi ni ka le to ba le ka ga de wo so ko ni eti le se da mi ma baba wa so wa na no manza le mi na za lo ko na bu ko do je du mo na za za ko ni Bagolo to sa dere mana ne gure mar mo de ne gure ja mar wa wo ko ko ti gure de no ga de pe ni tu sa bula na ko ko suro ko ra be bi ko la de ko se ni bare ka wa baba wa so wa la pa ti le me ko mi go me ko fi ko mo ko tara tara
Surube Sunday lost on the Babuche, she did the Surube Barapa, no. Okay, Papa Procol, or a bossy to touch it, don't know whether the better person, the couple of chalk and a money roll. He get a good man who never go over Wapu. Wait till there's another one up, you do it after Canada. The public went on the puppets in the one I get people to greet the areas of Oba. Oh, that's how we live. The watches really live with us after the way. There's a man who will knock out through back. Obama got a better dog with me than a parent.
This masquerades in Obolo Ofo community. They are known as entertaining masquerades as they provide vibrant, acrobatic entertainment and joy to the community. The dances and display were heavily featured during planting and New Yam festivals to invoke blessings for fertility and bountiful harvests.
Ida block kaka, e weli weni na block. Consuda mais uma teria, consuda.
Kamedi jati alesisi oga be go go ko me lare di sme go ya dara sa do be silegi mo papa go ri ni o de wa boda bota e ke fecho wa ti woro pa no mo ma ye ma woro go de ku na to no be ko e jero ga ko wo ko ra wo tabu ro ko so wa no to sa no di de ti woro be jan agbadu ko de gbogbo ka mo go gutera kokoro Asude de no ki wure do ko de nu de gu esi. Esi si no hu de da bia. O fu mo do ga sori baba. Wata ma le tu go na bro, wata mo le tu go wa. Wata ma go da mo no da lo ga go na fu ma bo do ga na fu ya ma. So aga da wa le tu le wa ga le. Ma bi jana da le tu de ni go o wa ga mo la ko le tu le. Na ni go go le ga go no ba pa le to le we. Echile sona me wana baba. Oka kuchukura jelo ka de ko di ko. Wade ko ko mo tar ma ko ma ite ko suna na de na ba de ni lo ga ko ma pa de mele. Wasi de ko kuri de na pa ga wo. Ito ko shagro no de ko shagro no. Ko no de me ko shagro no la ko ni. Ngure de ko suno ko. Oka ko bara ba de nu de chito ke ke ba no to ko. Anu manu. O ko ba no.
agbara nga chono ebe dile ebe yinu kokor lagana aka ma ka me ku ga bere no no jina la bere te fresh na bere ku gube no ma ga no ko wa mo bia la ro ngure nsi jo le wora pata ya ze honya ga ijole ya la bibia na agbo nya ga bia pa gugu honya la re na paga to ma no bo goro gere gere ano ma no bo na chi me kiri be na nya
From the eastern part of our country, Nigeria, I sure do know you had an exciting time today watching Obolo Masquerade dance. Yes, colorful display and energetic display, I must tell you. So we'll be seeing you again next week for another exciting time on Heritage. Taking you around the world, taking you around Nigeria is what we know how to do best. Till then, do have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Police assure of adequate security, urge residents to shun violence. "15 victims of Otukpo attack buried in mass grave." President Tinubu flags off drainage and access road projects to end flooding along Lagos-Calabar coastal road. S&T Barracks flooding worsens. Residents seek urgent government intervention. Plus, Delta State Governor suspends Works Commissioner indefinitely. Many thanks for joining the news on Independent Television. I am Joyce Ikogu, reaching you from the nation's capital. I've been joined by Sonny Duke Okosun from our Benin Network studio. Good evening, Sonny. It's always a delight having to share a screen with you. How have you been?
Awesome, Joyce. It's always a pleasure to be with you on the news, and you look very glamorous tonight as always.
Many thanks. And also joining from our Lagos Network studio is Patricia Gabriels. Hi, Patricia. How is Lagos
Good evening,
today?
Joyce. It's so glad to share this screen with you tonight. How are you?
Thanks a million, Pat. Now remember, you can watch ITV Live online at www.live.itvradioNG.com. Follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook at ITVN Radio, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. All right, let's hit the road. The Nigerian Police Force has reaffirmed commitment to provide adequate security to ensure free, fair, and peaceful conduct of the August 15 off-circle election in Osun State. Security correspondent John Taylor reports that the Force Public Relations Officer, CSP Annie Inuedun, made the commitment in a press briefing at the Force headquarters in Abuja.
Just days to the August 15 governorship election in Osun State, concerns over security are mounting due to a wave of political violence across the state. The political tension among parties and candidates have become a call for concern. While the Nigerian Police Force hierarchy has continued to engage stakeholders ahead of the election, the Force Public Relations Officer held a pre-election press briefing ahead of the election. The Force PRO, Annie Inedu, reaffirmed the Force commitment to provision of adequate security for the smooth conduct of the election in a free, fair, and credible atmosphere.
The Nigerian Police Force wishes to reassure the general public, political actors, and all stakeholders of its commitment to ensuring a peaceful, secure, and credible gubernatorial elections in Osun State. As part of the Force's comprehensive election security strategy, the deployment of Commissioner of Police CP Samuel Erale Etaifo as CP Elections, Osun State, remains a key component of the operational framework designed to coordinate election security across Osun State.
The police urges Osun residents to shun violence and conduct themselves in an orderly manner during the polls.
The Inspector Police, IGP Olatunji Rilwan Disu, PSC Daga, NPM, urges all political parties, candidates, supporters, and members of the public to remain peaceful, law-abiding, and cooperative throughout the election process. He further assures that the Nigerian Police Force will continue to discharge its constitutional responsibilities with fairness, firmness, and absolute respect for democratic principles.
The Force tasked personnel on election duty to demonstrate high level of professionalism in strict adherence to electoral laws. From Abuja, John Taylor, ITV News.
Now turn attention to Osun State, where the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC Osun State Command, has disclosed that a total of 10,000 personnel have been deployed for Saturday's governorship election. The command also directed its personnel deployed for the election to remain apolitical, neutral and professional throughout the electoral process. The Osun State NSCDC Commandant Igbala Wale Shotio gave the directive during a strategic meeting with area commanders, divisional officers and tactical commanders at the State Command headquarters in Osogbo on Sunday. In a statement by the command spokesperson, Adeleke Kende, disclosed that the Commandant General of the Corps, Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, would lead the NSCDC personnel deployed for the election. The Osun NSCDC Commandant stressed that the conduct of personnel would have a direct bearing on public confidence in the Corps and the credibility of the security operation. He directed personnel to discharge their responsibilities in accordance with the Corps' standard operating procedures and other extant laws guiding election security operation. Shotio instructed area commanders to ensure that personnel under their supervision remained disciplined, professional and responsive to security needs of residents throughout the election period. And now in Benue State, 15 victims of the July 28, 2026 attack on Efeyi Utikpi community in Otupo local government area of Benue State have been buried in a mass grave. The victims, including women and children, were killed when suspected armed herders invaded the farming community in Ogboju district. Their remains were laid to rest on Saturday amid tears and grief as residents, relatives and community members gathered to mourn the deceased. The attack reportedly left several residents traumatized and homes destroyed, further worsening fears over the safety of rural communities in the state. The mass burial came less than 3 weeks after 8 people killed in another attack in Otupo Nobi were buried. The July 12, 2026 attack claimed the lives of 5 adults and 3 children, according to the police. The repeated attacks have heightened concerns over the security of farming communities in Benue, with residents calling for urgent government action to protect lives and property. For more news on ITV's network, we now join our Benin Network studio. Over to you, Sonny.
Thank you, Joyce. The perennial flooding at S&T Barrack is sure along the Benin-Lagos Expressway in Benin City suggests that the ecological menace remains a major concern, despite earlier assurances by the Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Barrister Nusa Adams, that work was ongoing to address the menace. The flooding continues to affect motorists, residents and business owners who lament that every rainfall brings challenges and are appealing for urgent government intervention. Ofure Aneto has details.
A visit by the news crew to S&T Barracks revealed that the perennial flooding remains a major challenge, with a pool of water obstructing movement along the road and surrounding areas. No sign of construction activity was observed as motorists, residents and business owners continue to contend with the effect of the flooding. For resident and business owners, the impact goes beyond movement. They said whenever it rains, flood enters their homes and business premises, damaging property, disrupting commercial activities and leaving them worried about the safety of their belongings. Some residents lamented what they describe as the slow pace of intervention and appealed to the Edo State government to urgently address the situation.
If rain don't fall now, can't join the water and go they pass on top of the fence, they enter house. I show now our house just now. Rain. Even our clothes they backyard when rain enter. My shop, my fridges, everything. Water they enter. If rain fall now, all of us they stand on top of something. Maybe they look how you want waka. The water go climb on top of the fence. Go they come this side. No help us beg governor. I beg help us. We use God beg you. They say you be your talking and do.
I they do business for here. The water they worry us well. I beg governor may help us.
If not because of one thing, all the whole building here would have been collapsed. If not because of the construction here. Everybody have been suffering here.
Even this place now, if I should tell you the number of people that have lost their life because of this water, please, I want the government to come and help us.
The Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Barrister Nusa Adams, had earlier said work was ongoing to tackle the perennial flooding at S&T Barrack, with residents awaiting a lasting solution to the reoccurring problem. From Benin, Ofuri and Neto, ITV News.
Delta State Governor Sheriff Oberewori has suspended the Commissioner for Works, Highways and Urban Roads, Honorable Ruben Izeze Yakubu, indefinitely. The suspension takes immediate effect and is to allow security agencies conduct an impartial investigation into an alleged assault involving the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on Protocol, Simon Moody, popularly known as Temple, at the Petroleum Training Institute, PTI, in Efuru. The incident reportedly occurred during violence that followed an APC stakeholders meeting involving the Commissioner and the Governor's Senior Special Assistant on Protocol. Moody was said to have sustained serious injuries in the incident. In a statement signed by the Secretary to the State Government, Dr. Kingsley Emo, the Delta State Government said the suspension is necessary to ensure a thorough and unbiased investigation. The government reaffirmed its commitment to public safety, law and order, and the protection of human life. The suspension will remain in force pending the outcome of the investigation by the relevant security agencies. Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to strengthening the All Progressives Congress APC and ensuring that governance and development reach the grassroots. Governor Okpebholo stated this when he met with APC leaders and members from the 18 local government areas of Edo State at the Government House in Benin City. Oluwafemi Farayola has details.
Governor Monday Okpebholo thanked APC members for their support, stressing that unity remains critical to the continued growth and success of the party in the state. He said his administration would continue to take development and opportunities to the grassroots, insisting that the benefits of governance must extend from the state level to local governments and wards. Governor Okpebholo also addressed the issue of the appointment of special assistants, saying the proposed appointments should not be viewed as a contentious matter, as the victory of the APC was achieved through the collective efforts of party members.
We are taking the governance to the grassroots so that whatever is from the top will also go down to the bottom. Appointing 4,000 SSA or SA is not an issue at all.
Earlier, APC State Chairman Jared Tenebe commended Governor Okpebholo for what he described as his efforts to reposition and strengthen the party since assuming office. Tenebe said the APC had become more vibrant and stable under the present administration, noting that several party members had been given opportunities to participate in governance. The APC chairman disclosed that the governor had approved the appointment of 25 special assistants for each of the 192 wards in the state. He explained that the meeting was convened to brief ward chairmen and other party stakeholders on the criteria and guidelines for selecting qualified beneficiaries. Tenebe said the APC State Working Committee had also constituted a committee to work with the various wards, ensure compliance with the guidelines, and compile the names of successful nominees for submission to the party headquarters. He added that arrangements were also being made to provide the party with a vehicle to facilitate its activities across the state. The meeting was attended by the Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, Chief of Staff to the Governor, members of the APC State Working Committee, local government and ward leaders, among other party stakeholders. Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
Our next point of call is our Lagos Network studio. Over to you, Pat.
Many thanks, Joyce. The federal government has commenced the construction of drainage system and access roads along Section 1 and 2 of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway as part of measures to tackle persistent flooding and improve traffic flow along the corridor. The government has flagged off rehabilitation works on the Eko and Marina Bridge and unveiled plans to strengthen security along the Coastal Highway. The projects were formally flagged off by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, represented by Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, at Section 1 of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. Aigweji Kwara has details.
Flagging off the construction of access road and drainage system on Section 1 and 2 of the highway, as well as rehabilitation work on the coal and marine bridges. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, represented by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, reaffirmed his administration's commitment to developing infrastructure that will improve connectivity and ease the movement of people and goods across the country.
Mr. President had asked me to assure you that it will stop at nothing at ensuring that every part of this country will be receiving monumental development concurrently.
The Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, commended the President for prioritizing road infrastructure and efforts to connect communities across the country. Umahi explains that the proposed drainage and access road projects may affect some structures within the alignment, assuring affected property owners that appropriate compensation would be paid.
For the flood problem to be solved, for service lanes to be introduced, for lives along this corridor to be very sweet, we have decided and courageously to do this presentation to you. So you have to listen very well and see the very few houses that may be affected.
Members of the National Assembly, traditional rulers, senior special assistants to the President, led by Moremi Ojudu and other stakeholders, welcomed the intervention, describing the project as a timely step towards addressing the recurring flooding along the coastal road.
Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway and our legacy project represents a bold vision for the future of Nigeria with the potential to transform transportation, stimulate economic activity, attract investment, create job opportunities, and connect our communities.
The Minister of Works also warned motorists, particularly truck owners, against indiscriminate parking on bridges and major roads. He subsequently inaugurated the Coastal Road Guards. From Lagos, Aigbuji Korea, ITV News.
The Lagos State Police Command says its Violent Crime Response Unit, VCRU, has arrested 4 suspected members of Aye Confraternity cult group in Munshi and recovered locally made Beretta pistol, 1 round of 9 AM ammunition. The command said intelligence gathered on the activities of suspected cult groups in Munshi led to the arrest of one Irawo Moshood. According to the police, investigation revealed that the suspect was a former chairman of Aye Confraternity cult group. The police said Moshood made useful disclosure about the activities of the group, including his alleged involvement in several killings in Munshi and other parts of Lagos State. The command said investigation is ongoing while efforts are being made to apprehend other members of the group.
You're still on to the news on Independent Television. Let's take a break. More reports coming your way shortly. Do stay.
Win big in the Milo Text and Win promo.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
7 days, there comes the Uge Mobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Mobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something. You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Celebration of life, faith and family as relatives, friends, church members and well-wishers gathered to celebrate Mrs. Antonia Mone Egobamie, who recently clocked 70. The celebration, organized by her children, began with a Thanksgiving service at St. Paul's Catholic Church, Benin City, followed by a reception where family members, friends and well-wishers came together to honor the celebrant. Mercy Osumbo reports that the Thanksgiving service provided an opportunity for the children to appreciate God for his faithfulness, preservation and blessings upon their mother. The report is presented by Efosa Uwangwe.
The church was filled with family members, friends and well-wishers who joined Mrs. Antonia Mone Egobamie in thanking God for 7 decades of life. Among the distinguished guests was the Iyasere of the Benin Kingdom, Chief Eso Igbe, alongside lawyers and other dignitaries. In his sermon, the officiating priest described the celebrant as a committed Christian and a woman who has made significant contributions to the lives of others. He prayed God to grant her more years in good health and continue to bless her family. The celebration later moved to the Prusik Event Center, where guests were treated to an atmosphere of music, dancing, food, and fellowship. Reflecting on her journey, the celebrant expressed gratitude to God for his faithfulness and for bringing her to the milestone age of 70.
It's God that has made me like this, not man. But that is why I am appreciating God for everything. My blessed blessing, my children, and God gave me a good husband.
Family members and friends took turns to describe the celebrant, recalling her virtues and the impact she has had on their lives.
She's the mother that everybody would love to have. She's more than a mother.
She's someone that you want to be with, and she's just a lovely person in general.
A sister, a mother, a friend, and you know, she has a very open and warm heart.
Woman that has so much faith in God. She has gone through a lot, but she has remained very consistent in her faith in God.
Really wonderful people, giving, calm, intelligent.
With plenty of food, drinks, music, and warm tributes, the 70th birthday celebration provided a memorable opportunity for Mrs. Egobamia's family and friends to celebrate her life and the values she represents. From Benin, Fosa Wangwe, ITV News.
A former Okaigale of Amagba community in the local government area of Edo State, Peter Erinrose, popularly known as Ebo Amagba, has debunked allegations by natives of bringing cultists to the community. Ebo Amagba, while reacting to the allegations, alleged that the people are troubling him for joining the APC in the state. Ikmahosa Ugiagbe reports.
A few days ago, natives of Amagba community in Oedo local government area, Edo State, accused a former Okaigale of the community, Peter Emiose, popularly called Ebo Amagba, of attempts to install another Okaigale in the community and bringing cultists to the community. Reacting to the allegations, Mr. Peter Emiose said, having served the community diligently as Okaigale, everything was going smoothly until he decided to join the All Progressives Congress, APC, due to the performance of the President Bola Tinubu and the state governor Senator Monday Okpebholo. He alleged that some youths came to his house to chase away supporters that were to decamp with him.
As I was just coming out of the house, they drove some cars here, chased everybody inside the bus. Some of them were able to run into the compound again. Like the rest people, they left. You know, they scattered everybody. Since that day, for the camping, people could leave that place. They already written a suspension letter. Me that served in this community for almost 18 years, they said I'm suspended for 2 years from the community. Everybody that went with me to the camping ground, they gave all of them suspension letter, 2 years suspension letter.
Emiose, who denied bringing cultists to the community, alleged that the son of the Odioweya Magba Kembuda was manhandled in the community by suspected cultists.
This is the senior son of the Odioweya I called. They beat him up this morning. He came to Amagba. His father sent him to Amagba to tell the elders of Amagba community that he has a message from the palace so that he can discuss with them.
The father said I should come and tell the elders of Amagba that he will come and discuss, hold a meeting with them. As I just entered Amagba, about 5 of them, they just attacked me in my house, started beating me.
He called on the state government and the Oba of Benin to intervene. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Some concerned elders and residents of Ifeanyi community in Red Local Government Council of the state have rejected the recent installation of Mr. Mabuse in Namuna as their new Okaigale, describing it as illegal and capable of threatening the peace of the community. The concerned citizens who expressed their rejection during a peaceful protest to the corporate headquarters of Independent Television and Radio Airport Road, Benin City, insisted that the community's recognized Okaigale or youth leader remains Mr. Henry in Namuna, popularly known as Baba Naira. Donald Ahimie reports.
The controversies surrounding the youth leadership of Ifeanyi community took a new dimension on Sunday as concerned elders and residents visited the corporate headquarters of Independent Television and Radio in Benin City to express their grievances before journalists. Speaking on behalf of the elders in council, second in command Pa Uwa Ifeanyi said the elders were not consulted before the installation of Mr. Mabuse in Namuna as the new Okaigale.
At the second in command to the community, to the Ojowere, he didn't even call me, he didn't even say anything to say they want to install a Okayele.
The Okayele, Mr. Henry Enamuna, appealed to the government of Edo State and His Royal Majesty Obaiwa II to intervene in the matter. He denied allegations contained in a recent media report that he threatened to kill the Ojonwe Mr. Victor Agbonze. Mr. Enamuna also clarified that his name is Henry Enamuna and not Henry Thomas as stated in the media report. He alleged that he was chased out of the community by the Ojonwe and his supporters, prompting him and others to seek intervention of relevant authorities.
They drove me out of the house, out of the community. So I don't know what happened. So automatically, Ojonwe alleged me that I've studied land for two people, threatening him, said I'm threatening him, threatening everybody in the community. That's why I'm here, to prove myself innocent.
The community's public relations officer, Edena Bohien Efionayi, and one of the women, Gladys Osahon, confirmed that Mr. Henry Enamuna, popularly known as Babanera, remains the authentic Okayele of Efionayi community.
Threatening to Agbonze Efionayi community one day. There's nothing like that. I've never experienced it since I've been here for many years. So I don't hear anything about it. But I surprised yesterday. He want to bring many people from other communities.
There's nothing like that in that Efionayi community. We are living peaceful.
He advised members of the public to disregard the claims and allegations made in the media report. From Benin, Donald Ehiminyen, ITV News.
We'll bring you more reports on the ITV menus after this short break. Please stay.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of two local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
ITV, certainly the best.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secrets to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
It was a double celebration for Mr. Ugu and Mrs. Amara Omega Akubude as the couple marked their 11th wedding anniversary alongside the 10th birthday of their first daughter, Christabel Akubude. The celebration began with a Thanksgiving Mass at St. Andrew Catholic Church, Ubuyoho, Benin City, where family members, friends, and well-wishers gathered to thank God for the blessings of marriage, family, and life. Joe Baisagmo has details of that report. We'll bring it to you in the subsequent bulletin. An Oredo Magistrate Court, Benin City, on Tuesday adjourned a land dispute suit between the claimant, Mrs. Grace Omose Ojumu, an aged woman, and defendant, Reverend Goodwill Water, to August 31, 2026 for further hearing. Joy Baisagmo reports that the suit was presided over by Caroline Ouma.
According to the claimant's counsel, Sunday Uwonke Esquire, who spoke with journalists after the court proceedings, said the dispute centers on a property measuring 100 feet by 100 feet, located at Oyakire Street, GRA, Benin City. Mr. Uwonke said the property originally belongs to his client, Mrs. Grace Omose Ojumu, an aged woman. He alleged that the land was leased to the defendant, Reverend Goodwill Water, some years ago. But Reverend Water is now claiming that the property was gifted to him by the claimant.
The defendant is alleging that the claimant, my client, gifted him that piece of land, for his church activities. Measuring, I think, 100 by 100 there. And we are saying that she never did. That's because the claimant issued notice to the defendant to vacate the property. Upon attaining advanced age, so she could no longer move on to sixth lady. So she donated to a private attorney to their son, Mr. Kilo, her son, to carry on with the matter.
Proceedings at Oedo Court 2 involved questioning a witness identified as a cab driver caught by the defense. After taking the witness testimony, the magistrate Caroline Oguma adjourned the case to 31st of August 2026 for continuation of hearing.
They applied for the adjournment to enable them fill there. And we are saying no, they have to fill their witnesses because I saw them in court. So they have to fill out their witnesses. They were like, no, they were not ready and all that. So I asked for cost. But the cost, my grandmother decided to say we should just cost being caught. Is adjourned to 31st of August 2026 for further hearing.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Insight Christian Assembly International has marked its 8th anniversary with palm and ceremony. The event held at the church temporary site in Benin City was an opportunity to appreciate members for their steadfastness and dedication to the service of God. The report is presented by Donald Ehimier.
The week-long anniversary of Inside Christian Assembly International featured series of teachings by the president and senior pastor of the ministry, Pastor Charles Omoegbe.
He said, and everyone who has left houses or brothers or sisters or fathers or mothers or wife or children or land for my name's sake shall receive 100-fold and inherit eternal life.
The ceremony created an opportunity for the church leadership to appreciate members for their steadfast love, commitment, and dedication to the service of God in the last 8 years. The beneficiaries who joined New No Band offer prayer for more grace on the leadership of the church.
They did the best. May God continue to bless them. May God continue to empower our GO more and more, and his wife in the mighty name of Jesus.
I want to say that they are doing a good work in which the Lord has commissioned them to do. And I thank them so much for putting smiles, especially in this time of the economy.
I'm so grateful for this gift. I wasn't expecting it at all. I'm so grateful. ICA, I thank you very much.
Wife of the president, Evelyn Omoegbe, and the resident pastor, Iga Vongbe Clement, appreciated God for the journey so far.
We are just doing palliative this afternoon just to appreciate the people. A lot of members of the church have given themselves, their family, their time, just to understand what the scripture is all about and to go out and proclaim the gospel.
There is always a way to say thank you to people. The Bible tells us about a reward that God is going to give to us when we eventually make it out of this earth after having walked with him. But sometimes you also need to encourage people and let them know that you appreciate them.
The 8th anniversary culminated in a banquet where church members and guests were treated to a lavish entertainment and other side attractions. From Benin, Donald Ehimier, ITV News.
Another break is in the offing. More news for you after this. Stay with us.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is
the build-up of violence ahead of the 2026 Osun State governorship election and concerns over the safety of voters and the credibility of the electoral process came under focus on Monday as stakeholders examined the growing tension in that state. The issues featured on the Breakfast News and Current Affairs television program this morning on ITV. Zainab Mohammed has details.
From Benin Studio, a former Chief Press Secretary to ex-Osun State Governor Boyega Oyetola, Ismail Omipidan spoke on the build-up of violence ahead of the Osun governorship election, saying the violence may be aimed at scaring voters away. He, however, expressed confidence in the courage and determination of Osun people to exercise their franchise on election day.
People that I know are very courageous and very determined. There's no amount of threat and intimidation that can stop them from coming out to exercise, their franchise.
From Lagos Studio, Public Affairs Analyst Dr. Martin Morgan looked into the deployment of the Highway Coastal Guards. He also reacted to the arrest of a commissioner following a gunshot incident at an APC rally in Osun State.
Am I sure that if I go out,
I won't be shot?
I won't be shot. To go and just cast a vote. How am I sure within that period that even what I'm voting will be really counted? So those type of questions have given rise as a result of the violence that is being implanted.
The discussion highlighted the need for stronger security measures, peaceful participation, and a credible electoral process ahead of the Osun governorship election. From Benin, Zainab Mohammed, ITV News.
It was a solemn gathering at the Holy Cross Cathedral on Mission Road, Benin City, as Catholic faithful from different dioceses converged for a mass for the dead in honor of the late Archbishop of Benin City Metropolitan See, Most Reverend Dr. Augustine Obiora Akubeze, whose remains have returned to Nigeria ahead of his final rites. The mass brought together bishops, priests, and parishioners who joined the Archdiocese of Benin to mourn and pray for the repose of the late Archbishop's soul. Details of that report put together by Ofura Neta will be brought to you in our subsequent news package. And now let's talk a bit of business. The Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, has launched a nationwide campaign to help investors and beneficiaries recover unclaimed dividends and inherited investments. The initiative, unveiled in Abuja through a Probate Unclaimed Monies Awareness and Investors Clinic, is designed to educate investors, beneficiaries, and estate executors on probate procedures and how to access financial assets left behind by deceased relatives. SEC Director General Dr. Momotimi Agama said many families struggle to access shares, dividends, and other investments because they lack the necessary documents, including probate, letters of administration, and death certificates. It described unclaimed dividends and dormant assets as a major concern for the capital market, noting that the funds belong to Nigerian families but remain inaccessible. And now on the foreign scene, at least 13 people, including a child, have been killed in a Ukrainian drone strike on Russia's Tatarstan region. Authorities say 75 others were injured in the attack on the city of Nemansk, over 1,100 kilometers from the Ukrainian border. Patience Osalgiwa has details.
Ukraine's armed forces confirmed that the Ternavo refinery in Ineskam was hit, while Ukrainian defense technology firm Firepoint said its FP-1 drones were used in the strike. The overnight attack lasted several hours, with images showing flames and thick smoke rising over the area. Russian authorities say both industrial facilities and residential areas were targeted, while a period of mourning has been declared in Tatarstan. Moscow also says its air defenses intercepted more than 450 Ukrainian drones overnight. The strike comes as Ukraine intensifies long-range attacks on Russian energy and military infrastructure, while Russia continues its area bombardment of Ukrainian cities. A Russian missile and drone attack on Kyiv last week killed 21 people, while 5 others were killed in an artillery attack on Kharkiv. Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
Tolu Lokbe Ogutime of our sports desk has updates in the world of sports. Please stay.
Nigeria Super Falcons will have another chance to keep the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup hopes alive when they face South Africa in a crucial African playoff on Thursday, August 30, 2026. The Super Falcons missed out on the WAFCON semi-finals after a narrow 1-0 defeat to Cameroon in the quarterfinal, but their World Cup dream remains intact under the new qualification format. The 4 quarterfinal losers enter the African playoff, with the winners of the 2 playoff matches advancing to FIFA playoff tournament, where they will face another opportunity to secure a place at the 2027 World Cup in Brazil. Nigeria must first overcome South Africa, whose title defense also ended in the quarterfinal following a 2-1 defeat to host Morocco. Meanwhile, Ghana will face Cote d'Ivoire in the other playoff, with the 2 winners ending places in the FIFA playoff tournament. Nigeria under-18 men's and women's hockey 5 teams are back home after making history with double bronze medal finishes at the inaugural under-18 Hockey 5 Youth Africa Cup in Nairobi, Kenya. The young Nigerian teams arrived to a warm reception following their impressive performances at the Continental Tournament held from August 6 to 8. The women's team secured bronze after edging Ghana 4-3 in a 3-0 top place playoff, while the men's side produced a dominant 15-2 victory over Uganda to also finish third. Both teams delivered encouraging performances throughout the competition. Although Nigeria narrowly missed qualification for the inaugural FIH Youth Hockey 5 World Cup, which was reserved for the top 2 teams in each category, double bronze represents a significant achievement for the country's emerging hockey talents. Nigeria's Eniola Bolaji has won gold in women's SL3 category at the 2026 Peru Para Badminton International. The Paralympic bronze medalist defeated Brazil's Kwana Beckenkamp 2-0, 21-12, 21-12 in the final to complete an impressive campaign without dropping a
game. Bolaji, the world number 2, crossed past opponent from Brazil, Croatia, and Mexico before securing the title. President of Badminton Federation of Nigeria, Francis Obi, praised Bolaji's resilience, describing the victory as a strong step in her preparation for the Los Angeles 2028 Paralympic Games. And that's it on Sport News. I'm Ogutimen Tolulapo Ogutimen.
And that's the package for tonight on the ITV menus. Thanks for watching. Good night.
Certainly the best.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another beautiful episode of your favorite Rendezvous for Guys on television, and I'm talking about the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Southside Nigeria, West Side Africa. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a very, very interesting show that teaches men to put themselves first in a society where, nobody cares about the feelings of men. All right, so we encourage men to, prioritize themselves. I believe that it's only when you invest in yourself that you can give out to those around you. After all, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Agboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on another beautiful episode of the show. Now, tonight I've got two gentlemen with me. Of course, they've been with me before, and we're doing this again. And let me begin with the one that sits far away from me. All right? To my far left is someone that is really passionate about everything that concerns guys. Okay? He goes by the name of Osas Zabi.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. It's great being here again today.
And it's great to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, and of course, seated next to Zabayo is someone else who is also very passionate about masculinity. He goes by the name of Benedict Ochagu. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Were you thinking about it?
No, I was actually looking for a better way to introduce you.
Oh,
yeah.
All right, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being here, knowing that you are listening and watching us from the comfort of your home.
Absolutely.
Yeah, once again here.
Okay, so gentlemen, we have something really serious to talk about. It's one of those very controversial subjects, and of course, you know that we live in a controversial era where certain things tend to offend certain people. Okay, so as guys, we come across some terms that we use, and some persons just get offended. And one of such terms is, jealousy and insecurity. All right. Now, there seems to be a thin line between both. How would you define jealousy and how would you define insecurity? Some persons believe that both of them are the same thing. Now, what's your take? How do you see both words? Do you think, they are the same, or do you think one is good and the other one is bad? So let me just hear your thoughts on it. Let me begin with you, Zabi.
Yeah. Okay. Like you said, actually, there's really a thin line between both of them. For someone being jealous and someone being insecure.
Yeah.
But they come from two different emotional standpoints. So I believe for jealousy is actually the very evil one. Everybody talks about even is the sin, but the Bible has never talked about insecurity. The Bible has not told us that insecurity is a sin. But for jealousy, the Bible stands against that. Even the Quran.
Is jealousy a sin?
Yeah, of course, it's a sin. It's a sin. Now, how is jealousy a sin? Now, I see you progressing. I see something in you that I want, and because of that, I start hating.
Okay.
I start getting angry. I start having what ladies call sorry ladies, what ladies call mood swing.
Okay.
Because I'm seeing something in you that I need but I can't have. So that is the standpoint of jealousy.
Okay.
Now, insecurity, basically, for me, I think or I believe that insecurity comes from me not having something, but you feeling I have something to offer, and then I now have to try to prove to you that I have something to offer, knowing deep down within myself that I'm totally empty. So at that moment, I become very insecure. So, insecurity as an emotion is something that can actually be worked on, and no, there are no casualties in the game. Okay. But for jealousy, you might record casualties.
Oh, really?
You might record casualties. Oh. But for insecurity, you might not record casualties. It's just that maybe you can learn on yourself, maybe balance up where you're lacking and all that. But for jealousy, there most likely will be casualties. When I make casualty, someone might definitely get hurt, or you might want to go into any means to make sure that. I think we're having a discussion backstage about a particular firm where most persons are fighting themselves and all that.
Okay.
This stems from jealousy, not insecurity.
Not insecurity.
You understand?
So jealousy is the bad one, not insecurity.
Exactly.
All right,
that's how I want to put it. Okay. let me put that disclaimer.
That's a fair way to put it. But let me hear what Benedict has to say. He just said that insecurity is not necessarily a bad thing, but jealousy is actually the destructive one. What's your take on that?
I don't agree.
Okay.
The reason is, for me, first let me say that I think you have broadened the context of this discourse. Okay. I thought I don't know whether I'm the one that misread it.
Okay.
It was supposed to be about in the context of love, relationship, and all that.
Yes, of course, you could also do what you narrate to
which is
romance,
which is a nice thing to do. But again, like Zabi tried to talk about the fact that jealousy is the bad thing. No, for me, jealousy is not bad. What Zabi was explaining in his analysis is envy. Jealousy is not a bad thing. Even God is a jealous God.
Yeah, I was going to make reference to how the Holy Book says that God, the Creator himself is jealous.
Yeah, there is jealousy is not a bad thing, but again, in context, in grammatical context, some people seem to use interwove envy and jealousy.
I think it's the same thing that people do to the word pride. When you say someone is proud, you could be proud in a good way, like I'm proud of who I am, I'm proud of my accomplishments. But proud could also mean arrogance, right? So I guess that's the same thing that applies to.
So in context, for me, jealousy, if it is for romance, jealousy is not totally a bad thing.
Okay.
Because when you love, there will be elements of jealousy triggered in you. No matter how much you try to say, me, I don't care. If another man wants to have her, the man should have her. There must be something triggered in you. That is an offshoot of love.
Okay, so that's healthy.
That's healthy. But when it is taken beyond the boundary of relevance into insecurity, like he was trying to say, tends to be something, to be a function of an inner defect, and so we cannot excuse it.
And what inner defect are we talking about? Could it be
inner defect of emptiness,
self-esteem?
like he talked about emptiness and low self-esteem. And so, and when it comes to men, when it comes to low self-esteem for men and emptiness, we must stay and address it, because we cannot allow men to be empty.
Yeah.
We cannot allow men to be bereaved of ideas. And so because of the position, the sacrosanct nature or the sacrosanct position that men occupy, because of how important the position of men in society are, I will always advocate that men deal with the problem of insecurity. Because what breeds witchcraft sometimes is insecurity. It may seem to be an innocent word, but if it is unbridled, it can lead to a whole lot of other things. Like Zabi was trying to say that it can be managed, which is the correct thing. Every man has an element of insecurity in him. You can't pretend about that. But if you have also the ability to manage it and put it under control means that you have something beyond the insecurity itself. It means there's an element in you that is more powerful than insecurity. But if you are stuck with insecurity alone, that's a big problem.
Okay.
Right? So that is what we are trying to say, that love comes with a portion of jealousy. But insecurity with men, especially when it comes to do with a general workplace, can lead to so many things. For me, I want to say that instead of being insecure, work on yourself. Grow. When you grow, you will now find out that the next person is not your problem. That your problem was actually lack of growth.
Okay.
If Zabi is trying to do certain things, the reason why I will be feeling insecure when Zabi comes around to do his thing is that there is no value currency that I can also bring that will make me relevant around Zabi.
So you feel threatened by his presence?
I feel threatened by what he's doing. But if I have value currency, and then he's shining his shine, and I'm shining my own shine, then that self-esteem narrative will be, gradually it will erode away, and we will become better off, we will become partners and not just competitors.
Yeah. All right.
So can I quickly let me strike on a part, because I believe that's where most of us want to really miss it.
Okay.
We believe that anything that has God in it is good. When the Bible says God is a jealous God, that doesn't make jealousy good. Because what happens to the people, if you now read it completely, what happens to the people that defect? The Bible tells you what happened to them, right? So that shows you that jealousy is bad. Because God now being a jealous God means that if you now give what is due him to somebody else, there's a repercussion.
Okay.
Which something happens.
So the problem is with the repercussion.
Then there's always a repercussion. There is always something.
Right.
So that's what I'm talking about. There's always casualties.
Okay.
So just God being a jealous God, there's always casualties.
Okay.
Well, Christians are not casualties.
All right.
I think I quite agree.
You're not getting
and sometimes just in language, lexical context.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Bible was interpreted from the Hebrew and Greek.
Okay.
Sometimes the right word may not even be jealousy.
You see.
You understand? But okay, we are not here for Bible study.
All right. In case you're just joining us, it is the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, and the topic for tonight is jealousy versus insecurity. Now, you just said, Zabi, that wherever there's jealousy, there is likely going to be casualties, right? Yeah. Okay. Now, I would like to ask you this. What would you rather have? A woman who's not jealous, a woman who doesn't quite care what you do with other women, or one who raises an eyebrow the moment she suspects that you're entertaining the advances of another woman?
Okay. So, so I think we're bringing to the context of relationship right now. So, but for relationship, I would always want to look at marriage, not dating. Okay. Because dating, anything can happen, anything goes. Nothing is cast. So I can just see your hairstyle and I'm done with you. I'm done with this relationship. You understand? Okay. But in marriages, there's nothing like I'm done with it. You're there. You're stuck here forever. You understand? So when it now comes to jealousy, then and insecurity in marriages, I believe that this majorly comes with the percentages are more from the feminine side than the male side. But whenever it comes from the male side, it's always very disastrous.
Okay.
That's where you see issues like wife beating and all that. But I believe that it's actually unnecessary, because before settling down with somebody, it depends on what you saw with the person. Now, if you saw, if for example, when you were dating, what attracted you to the person is what will attract everybody. No, so I believe that's why most of the times guys are advised to go for ladies that have inner beauty. When we say inner beauty, actually, we don't even talk about beauty inside. We're just talking about some particular traits, some particular values and traits.
Women who are less physically attractive.
No, not that actually. Not that actually.
I think I tried to play safe here.
All right. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is. I think they go for ladies that they have the value that everybody can see.
Okay.
And then another person sees the value and tries to admire it, and then you become insecure or you become jealous. So I'm trying to use both of them together now. So I believe that this is, like I said, insecurity is something you can work on. But jealousy is not so, they're bound to be casualties. Now, if you are being insecure, it's normal. For example, I have a very curvy wife, and then she's working ahead of me, and I'm behind, and I'm seeing guys trying to like, wow. Definitely, what's going on here? You understand? But that doesn't mean I'll not start getting angry with my woman, because this is the same thing I saw that I came after. You understand? But when you become jealous, is you are seeing that she's attracting favors that you cannot attract, and then that devilish spirit of jealousy starts breeding in you. And when it starts breeding in you, you start taking actions, doing things you're not supposed to do. You start venturing into areas or angles you're not even supposed to look into. But for insecurity, it's bound to be there, definitely bound to be there, because you're seeing that, what's going on here, you understand that kind of thing. But jealousy, it's like I keep saying, is the actually bad one. And I believe we try as much as possible to just kill it, or don't even venture towards there. But for insecurity, it's normal. Everybody has one particular area they're insecure. I can go into, like I've told them, I can go to a gathering where everybody is discussing football. I become insecure there because I don't really know much about football. You understand? But I can go into a gathering where of like minds, and I will flourish. You understand? So the same thing, I'll be in a gathering flourishing, and then somebody is there, doesn't understand what's going on. I must be insecure. Like, what's going on? You understand? So it's normal.
So just to be clear, you're saying that there is nothing good about jealousy.
There's nothing.
Jealousy can't be healthy in any way.
Never. I still stand by it. There's nothing. It doesn't build anything good.
Benedict, let me get your thought on this. What are the subtle ways, right? The very infinitesimal ways that people exhibit traits of jealousy, not just in relationships, but in interpersonal dealings.
Well, the thing is, I'm trying, because there is a whole lot, but sometimes when I'm on air like this, I also try to keep a lot so that somebody will not go and begin to pinch on innocency of another person and say, this was what I heard on air. This was what, you understand? Because somebody, what I may say here may be just an innocent expression from another person. And then because you heard it here, you just begin to say, okay, it means the way this person
begin to mirror somebody else's life against it.
That is the word. So I'm always very careful in making general examples. I just like to establish an open-ended kind of thing, and then you make out of it whatever you will. But again, I think not being excited about somebody's success to the point where you want to do something to stop the person's success. That is one of the biggest ways. For me, at that point, like I always say, Zabi chose jealousy, me I chose envy at that point. Yeah, I call it envy.
All right.
So at the point where you be, naturally, if we are being sincere, when people are succeeding around you, there is a trigger in you that where you're now like, why this is not happening to me? Yeah. Because every man wants good thing to happen to them. And so when you are seeing it around, you tend to question yourself, why am I not getting this thing? You feel a kind of a bit discomfort at some point, not always, some point. And then also, knowledge will not teach you that everybody has their turn. Then immediately you will come up as, oh, let me celebrate those that he has gotten to their turn, right? Then that is somebody who will really go far, the person that it will eventually get to his turn. For the one who always take it a step further, that I must stop there, that failure is sweet when everybody is involved. That's why it will never get to that person's turn. So I would like to restrict it there. I don't want to expand the analysis so that people will not begin to mirror people, like I said earlier, people's innocent expressions as a kind of trait of jealousy or envy, whatever language you put.
All right, thank you very much, Benedict. Now, Zabi, let's take a look at the role of social media in all of this. We are in an era of, in fact, we're in the digital era, and much of what happens in our day-to-day lives, is made manifest on social media. So what influence do you think social media has on people and the way they express themselves vis-a-vis jealousy and the insecurity?
Yeah, so I think in 2019 we had a discussion like this on radio, and I made reference to a point because I'm an added user of LinkedIn. And then you go on LinkedIn, you see somebody posting BSc at 18, MSc at 20, PhD at 25, and then you're looking at yourself like, where did I miss it? You understand? So this is for persons you don't know. But for your circle, you're seeing progress. You're seeing these guys aiming, achieving this, achieving that. Instead,
smashing goals.
Smashing goals. So I think I'm going to use myself as an experience and then as an example, and then I just break it down with the experience. Now, instead of going into jealousy, like, I'm supposed to be having this, I'm supposed to be getting this, I think what I personally do, I study the process of how they get there.
How they go there, okay.
So back then when I was working with a firm, I met top thinkers and big thinkers, and I started seeing how they're making progress. And would I say it's jealousy? No, definitely not jealousy, because I started going through the background to see how they made it and how they got it. Started doing my research, started going through their processes, the certifications they've done, the trainings they've gone through and all that. And I started taking myself through those trainings and the certifications. So I think that's what draws the thin line between jealousy and then realization, like, I want to be like this person now. Most persons will think, oh, you're jealous in the person, you want to, but no, I know there's a process. Okay. And then I can go through that. If this person can go through this process, I too can go through the same process and be like this person.
All right.
Yeah, so I think that's what draws the thin line. That's what actually casts the difference between being jealous and then being realistic.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Benedict, what he just said borders more or paints a picture of laziness on the part of some persons. Okay, he took his time to study the people in question and figure out how they achieved their goals and all of that. Does that not give us the impression that some persons just don't have, should I say, the energy to follow through to get to the point where, the people that they are envious of, so to speak, went through? Do you think laziness has a thing to do with this?
Yeah, it does. The one thing is the laziness, the mental laziness, the laziness of the mind, the function in the thought processing mindset. For example, like he was trying to say that he saw some persons doing great thinkers and then I find out, okay, what's the process? As a guy, one of the ways you know that there's problem, that you might not go far if you don't deal with it, is when you embrace people's glory without trying to find their story.
The story, okay.
Yeah, you must find out people's stories, and their story may not be basically exactly like yours, but you must also find a pathway of that story to create your own story and know that it's not going to be an easy thing in the process. So you have to find out, like he said, he need to also go and try getting certificate. It may not necessarily be that he got exact certification as some of them got. But again, when they eventually met at the table, it means that he has gone through his own process and this one, and he is now qualified to have conversation with them.
So he became relevant in the scheme of things.
In the scheme of things, not necessarily because he got exact qualification, but also because he has also learned the principle of paying price to also get some of those things. So me, I feel if you look at it as a, what makes this person outstanding, then you also need to find out your own strength. One of the things that breeds jealousy is that people want to be envious of people who are not even going their direction. Yeah. For example, if you are saying, like my pastor would say, if you are saying I am envious of you, find out whether what interests you is what interests me.
Okay.
You may buy a car.
In other words, might not even be the same.
You may buy a car and I come around, maybe you see my features, you feel I'm being jealous. Maybe car is not even my dream in the next 1 year. That's not my pursuit. So find out if a car is my pursuit, or maybe you bought a brand of car. Find out if I do fancy that brand of car before you say I'm being jealous. So sometimes what you need to do is find out where you are going to. Find out, create a roadmap, and then look forward to becoming better. If you can focus on becoming better in your own life, so all of this envy, jealousy will really die down. Because people can be doing well in their own choosing line. That may not be your life. And so one time this one succeeds here, you are envious of this one succeeds, you are envious of this one. Before you know what happened, you are in the game of trying just to pull everybody down and everything just. So it's about building yourself. So that when Zabi comes, and Zabi is speaking as a mathematician, for example. I know he's very good with calculations. You understand? And then I speak as a journalist. My drive is not to be a better mathematician, for example, than Zabi. My drive is to be a better journalist than I am today.
Because that's your profession.
You understand? Than I am today. Or maybe, okay, going into the business line, because Zabi is also a businessman. But we are not into the same line of business. I'm happy seeing him do what he does. And then I am also happy doing what I do.
Okay.
Right? My goal is to be better doing what I do. And then, again, I will also be happy that he gets better so that when we meet at the echelon, the top echelon, we'll be able to have conversation. And life is easier at that level.
Okay, life is easier at that level. Now, Zabi, what do you think, or how do you think communication can reduce jealousy and insecurity, in relationships, not just in romantic relationships, but, across board?
Education?
Communication. Yes.
Communication.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I think I'm a very big advocate for communication. Not just communication, effective communication. You can actually be communicating and then it's not being effective. So I think when it comes to jealousy and insecurity, most of the times, majority, 100% of the time, is people don't study or understand the process that the person used in getting whatever the person got. You understand? So I think I was just thinking about this earlier. Like, I think in fact, the only way that kills jealousy and insecurity is understanding the process.
Okay.
So if I would really advise most persons that are actually making it out there, and I think LinkedIn has been a very good platform for that, where people tend to maybe explain the processes of how they got it, especially for legal means. When it comes to, for example, we grew up in Benin City, you see a lot of guys succeeding, and then you are a bit like, wow, you're supposed to be age mates, this guy is succeeding, and then you go back and look at the process, and then you now tell yourself, God forbid I do this. You understand? So there are so many sources you see, and then you just tell yourself, God forbid I do this, and then you become contented. Because you're like, definitely I can't go through this process. Okay. Just the same way for some ladies too, they see their colleagues rising up in the office, not knowing that the colleague is sleeping with the boss. Big girl. And then you're already envious, you're already jealous. And then you now find out the process and you're like, so you immediately become contented. Okay. So I believe when we communicate much, like for example, I'm seeing you, and I like what I see. And I'm communicating I communicate with Benedict, like, I like what I say. And they're like, don't look at what that guy went through. You can't go through it. Yeah. I don't understand the process. So I believe effective communication actually helps to reduce and kill jealousy and insecurity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, as we begin to wrap up, in fact, we have less than a minute. So you're going to be saying this in less than a minute, Benedict. What's your final word, to young people out there who feel intimidated by their peers and probably don't have the energy to forge ahead? Just in less than a minute.
Be patient with yourself and take it easy on yourself. And then again, try to get better. Your speed, your pace may not be like theirs, but if you are getting better daily or weekly, before you know, you will get to a point where you just tell yourself that I have done well for myself. Okay. If you can get to that point, then you have conquered.
I like the part where you said, I have done well for myself. You're not doing well for anybody.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's yourself you're doing it for. Yeah. So that will help you to curb the spirit of jealousy and envy or insecurity. Okay? We are all going to succeed individually. The only thing that matters is what Benedict said, that we get to that point where we are all relevant on the same table, right? Not a situation where you think that other person's success is a threat to your own success. Okay? We don't all have the same calendar. That other person is running in his own lane and you're running in your own lane. The most important thing is that we all succeed at the end of the day. And not just succeed, but succeed in the right way. Well, I want to say a very big thank you to my guests, Zabi Osas and of course Benedict Ochagu, for doing me the honor of being on the show with me tonight. And I hope that the next time I call on you, you would oblige me. All right, thank you so much. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, ensure that you do the right thing always, okay? Do not dabble into anything that you will regret in the future. Of course, if you look around you, there are lots of young people that are doing crazy things just to succeed. You don't want to look back, in the next, say, 10 years and begin to ask yourself why you took the route that you took. Do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
person 1 year, as a 1 year, we say Nigeria na land of miracles. What will be miracle? Somebody will just wake up. The next is saying I'm billionaire. No trace, no business, nothing, no tax record. But when you come out from this country, before you become a billionaire, they will check your tax record, check your everything when they pay, check your businesses. They go follow your history. But in our country, when you wake up, you just see somebody go just buy 500 vehicles, 200 cars, 80 cars, build houses, no trace. They don't know the source of the wealth. And then they might all over those are the heart of the matter and what the original from independent television. Today is another day again. We will look at another very important issue we get to do with electricity. As we don't hear for win. As a reader for people, so around March, say, World Bank did advise federal government need to remove electricity, subsidy for electricity. Why federal World Bank will stop that kind of thing? Now all of those things, we won't look this one. Why federal government talk about removal of a subsidy? They don't remove subsidy for oil, petrol. Health, they do a review, but what we know say that one don't go because when you go federal hospitals now, they even come dey more expensive by private hospital. Now they don't enter electricity. Again, my name is Mark. I deal with Victor Aredo. My brother Victor, good evening.
Good evening, Mark. Good evening, viewer.
How you doing?
I'm very fine.
All right, my brother Benson Oakena, we go there. I greet you.
I greet you, brother. My people, now well done.
Okay, make I start from the very top so that people can understand that. When we check the books, a country like Uganda, a country like Ghana, a country like Rwanda, they collect World Bank loan and they take a move. First of all, Nabati to collect World Bank loan.
This question, you have yes and no answer. From my corner, to collect IM or World Bank loan, is it a bad thing? It's not a bad thing. If the purpose of the loan, if the purpose, the government collect the loan, they apply it to it. Especially when the purpose is for production. But it's a bad thing when government collect the loan, pocket the loan, or collect the loan, share it among the political cronies. That is the two answer, yes and bad and yes and no. It's bad and it's not bad. It's not bad. If you collect a loan, you want to build a school, you go ahead and build a school. And the school is running. Good. You want to build a road. Yes, you collect the loan, you want to build that road. But what we have seen in Nigeria is collect loan and never use. I'll give you an example. The railway line from Abuja to Kano to Kaduna, that new model gauge rail line, Jonathan appealed to China for loan. Through Okoja-Iweala was the Minister of Economy, was the Minister of Finance, the organizing Minister of the Economy. They got the loan. Because of this kind of problem, Okoja-Iweala ensured that that loan was never brought to Nigeria. They kept it in China. The contract was awarded. Mobilization was given. Any level of work you do, they will assess it and ask China to pay. That was how they were able to build that standard gauge from Abuja to Kaduna. Why did he do that? Don't forget, that woman was a center of trouble because she was preventing evil and corruption not to happen in Nigeria. If you read his book, Fighting Corruption is Dangerous in Nigeria, you will open your eye to what the woman went through. The mother was kidnapped. They were not looking for anything. They say only one condition to release your mother: resign from government and leave Nigeria. To see how dangerous Nigeria has become. So, taking loan is not a bad thing per se, if it is applied. But what we have seen in Nigeria, loans are not applied to what they are meant for. They take the loan, share it within themselves, then Nigeria, the loan is upon Nigeria to pay by next generation. That is not only evil. That's not only wicked, but evil.
All right, we will talk to the professor of international honorary professor of politics. Prof, good evening, sir. Okay, okay, we'll see whether we'll see here. Yeah, Prof, you hear me? Okay, let's Prof never feel here. Okay, my brother, we'll take her off from there. Now, from where it for lands, make we take a little bit more. From the story so far, where come with the fate of the command? What do your ordinary man do?
Well, if you ask the political class, they go tell you, say, the loans where they collect, you get away where you don't help governance achieve some of their goals. But in reality, when you look the common man, what's be the basic things where the common man define? Okay, yeah, maybe we take just a short break so that we'll just some things we'll talk about shortly. My brother, take a short break, take a short break.
I love my country, I no go lie.
I love Nigeria.
I love Nigeria.
Because there is no place like home.
There is no place like home. Home sweet home.
Nigeria is 66. Yes, 66 years of existence.
Therefore, no matter the situation, we at ITV and radio are rolling out the drums to celebrate Independence Day.
Under the aegis of
is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as naids are seen in their numbers round their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
All right, we apologize for that small break in transmission. So, my brother Benson, tell us, what will be the scene of the ordinary Nigeria?
Majorly, waiting the ordinary man define. He not pass, he want good road, Medicare. He want job, opportunities for himself to earn a living. And if you look at the loans, where they collect all this while, now, some of those things that they give us the impression, say they want sort out. They want to give us light, power. They want to give us infrastructure, which is road, good hospital, facilities, schools, and all that. But if you ask us today, do we have those things? The answer is no, we don't. The ones where we get, they're in very bad state, to the extent that private institutions now, they take over the ones that are owned by government. So, of course, if you ask anybody any day, anytime, this thing not the benefits the common man. The common man is crying. The common man is in pains. The common man, they find it very difficult to earn a living. So these are the things where the common man face. The other day, one of our own very high-profile politician, Oshomole, he said a civil servant living in Abuja cannot afford to build a house, except they do some illegal things. And some other persons say that is across the country, not just only in Abuja. What does that really tell you? It tells you, say, the situation is very, very bad. That right from time, the government of the day, they have not really done due diligence with the loans where they collect to take help the common man. And one of the ways where you go feel look this thing, with the kind of resources where we get as a people for Nigeria, I don't even see the reason in the first place why we will collect loan. We're supposed to give loans out. Because if you go around this country, you open your eyes and you be somebody where they think, you go no say we get enough resources, natural resources, we get personnel, any form of resources, we get them. But to see us right from time with the borrow huge loans, they say we want to solve some of the things where we need. It shows that we have made a mistake sometime, a long time ago, and we never really started to follow the right direction. Starting from when IBB did here, when he collects the loan for SAP, it don't really create problems. In short, I get surprised for one thing why I find out about that IBB anti-SAP loan. They say they remove subsidy then. You understand? Like subsidy for fuel. So if they remove subsidy then, I ask myself, which subsidy did they remove again this recent times? So if you look some of those things, and they devalue Nigerian currency then, and recently they devalue them again. So you will come to ask yourself, the time our Naira still get value, they devalue them, say they want to make things better. Now when the Naira value don't go grand finish, they still devalue the value of the Naira. So at every instance, if you look very well, you will find out say no guarantee that they do for the common man. The common man is in a very bad place right now. And very soon, maybe they want to make no common man day again. So now the way I say and be that.
Okay, Prof, you hear me? Hello, Prof. Okay, so all of this discussion now is around.
Do you want to use my own? Can you link up?
You said? Would they hear you? Would they just go on? Would they hear your voice? Don't worry. Just go on. Would they hear you? So all of this discussion is around one thing. Would they hear now say they want to remove subsidy from electricity? Where that will place the ordinary man for Nigeria? Prof, go ahead.
The subsidy question, when they say they are subsidizing electricity, you know, it's quite, you know, opaque, because you ask yourself, they are subsidizing, you know, the private electricity companies, and yet they are not delivering to the public. In some cases, that the government has given to these electricity companies over the years, while they say we are still owing them close to several trillions of naira. Our government say if they remove the subsidy, it not going to affect tariff, you know. And I mean, there's nowhere in the world under capitalist system where you go say you remove subsidy, then say price not go up. Price will go up. We don't see it for in the case of petrol, diesel and kerosene. The price go up. But government they assure us say as they want to remove subsidy come up for electricity, say that increment not go there, increase not go there. It is not possible, you know. It's just such what people they call it rhetoric, propaganda. Because at the end of the day, market forces will determine, the price that people go pay for electricity when they consume. So that's something.
Why is it that all these bodies whom say we go borrow money from, they must tell us make we remove subsidy? Because the ordinary man wey dey lis ten to you for outside, he won't know why. If all these institutions are to help, mostly the World Bank, economic policies to do this one, that one, why we say the subsidy be their interest? Why be like that?
No, I know you say, I not say I hear you well, but if now the subsidy business, I'm not sure that there's anything where poor man they get, because if you look at all the rural communities, they not get meter, now estimated bill that they give them. So all the way now exploitation that they cheat our people, over the supply of electricity. Whether you get light for 1 month or 3 months, so they go bring estimated bill, you go pay. So transparency, not the supply process when they supply, And so as government say they want to remove subsidy, so they are indirectly telling us, say, they want to increase the price of electricity. When you can combine that one with the petroleum price now, the price of diesel and kerosene, I'm not sure say Nigeria go fit cope at the end of the day. And the KLEC went there inside, we say, this policy where government say they want to implement. Now we say Nigerian people sit down, talk and say, or the government when we put for power, talk and say, make we remove subsidy. Now IMF and World Bank give them this directive. And I saw it be since 1986, when we don't implement adjustment policies for Nigeria under Babangida regime, down to Abdul Salami, down to Obasanjo, and now we're there on that Tinubu. Those are the policies. And those policies never carry us go anywhere. And we still there inside poverty.
Now, we will begin to open the matter. IMF, I wonder. If they must give us money, they will see devalue your currency than our economies. Now they say, as Nigerians don't suffer rich, they remove subsidy from petrol, will they suffer? They won't remove subsidy from electricity. They still say, remove subsidy for electricity. Is it that those people know they see the suffering, all these bodies, they know they see the suffering of the ordinary man, or another world today?
Basically, what they do is how to subjugate Nigeria and Nigerians, to make the whole nation, the whole people, put them in a state of servitude, make us a slave in our own land. That is just the agenda. And then they will continue to take our resources in the pretense of debt servicing. And any serious government, before you implement any policy, you must look at how it affects your people. Let me give you an example. Tinubu was showing that very day. He said subsidy was gone forever. It was a conditionality given to him by World Bank and IMF. Subsidy was gone forever. Within a year, 12 months, over 17 companies closed down in Nigeria. You go and ask all the companies that closed down in Nigeria, they have one reason. One, devaluation of the naira, because devaluation follow. Scarcity of forest to purchase raw material, and the high cost of energy because of that subsidy removal, and they cannot sustain their business. No government does that. A serious government that have the feeling and the mind for their people, nobody does that. But here in Nigeria, this is what we are doing. Now, all those, if you take a cumulative count of job loss, it's over 20,000 direct job lost from those companies. Then you are still talking about removing subsidy from electricity. And besides, what we are already paying, we are paying for darkness in Nigeria, darkness. Because there is no meter. They give you estimated billing. They bring light once in a week, twice in a week, and they give you a bill. You will pay, whether you like it or not. And this is what we are facing. If you want to say, okay, fine, and don't forget, this sector of the economy has been privatized, handed over to private company to run. But now government talking about removing subsidy. What I am looking at here is that government is saying we want to collect so and so amount of money for you people, increase your tariff on electricity. It's tariff they want to increase. As a matter of fact, the true language for it is they want to increase payment for darkness because they are not doing environmental services. In my house now, for the past 2 weeks, there's no light. In my house, in past 2 weeks, there's no light.
No, good.
I just give you wait.
My Oga Kokobili for Cameroon, the past 6 months.
So
wait now, the past 6 months don't get light.
Okay.
The MD of BDC itself, as he call him, he burst one on the head.
Okay. Now, if you look at it, you discover that they are just trading on Nigeria and just, they are insulting our sensitivity. They are insulting our intelligence with what they are doing. Because we have not garnered enough force to hold government accountable. And if we get to that point, because everybody, anything they throw on us, we just take it. It cannot continue like this. What caused what they call the Arab Spring? It is just apple that caused the Arab Spring. One apple. How much did apple cost? That what caused the Arab Spring? What caused the French Revolution was price of bread. Until Nigerians said enough is enough, you cannot continue to hold on to ransom in this manner. You said they elected you. You were not elected the president office to put us in bondage. At least show the way. Everything is going down, and you still say we have not suffered enough. Do you know what? When you take the economic power out of the people, they will lose their voice. That's exactly their formula. Because when you look left, right, and center, there is nothing you can do. Whatever claim at you, you take it. But Nigeria will resist this. I can assure you this.
Rob, okay, now before I go to you, make I ask you. That 1986, where them which president now start this Buruburu social development program. What was it for? And is it that the money where what did they take and do? How come we are still like this? Because when I start this program, I will say, a country like I think Ghana, Rwanda, and Uganda, for all the reach from Buko, they collect this same money, and today they are better for it. our own where e be and how e be that our own World Bank and IMF matter na suffering na im dey put for our body.
You know the thing about if you want to carry nation waka, take nation waka, the thing about nation building. Now, one, honesty dey important for nation building. That is to say, people when they lead country, when they take people waka, they must be men of integrity, honest men. Now, if you not get honest men, you not get honest leadership, you go carry loan from IMF and World Bank, they go steal the money. And that was now so the case of Nigeria be. Where can be say when we try to pay that loan, you know, for early 1990, we don't even know the amount when we borrow again. We can't employ consultants. Make them find out how much we own IMF, how much we own World Bank, how much we owe for all those multilateral organizations, Paris Club, London Club, how much we owe them. We can't pay consultant again. Make them tell us. Now what did they tell us? When we not feel dispute, when we come, you know, do gentleman agreement, $32 billion. Now we pay under Obasanjo eventually. You know that year when we pay with the help of Okojo Iweala, Obasanjo called to national broadcast. Obasanjo say Nigeria don't get second independence. Which means say it did good make country not own debt. My argument be say the elite when we get for Nigeria when they run Nigeria, they not get the discipline to manage money. So if you in that under that condition, if you borrow money, you go as sorrowing as the talker. Now sorrow you buy put igbese, really igbese, as our people they call them. Now it be when you borrow money, put them for the hand of people when not they take IC money, when not know whether country matter, when not know whether people matter, when not know whether infrastructure matter. Now so they happen. Then you they do comparison just now, say Ghana, Rwanda, and the rest of them. What did those countries get when we not get, we say, they still get a section of their elites when they discipline. The one when we get for our own country here, now chop and claim out. Now be the wahala when we get.
Well, here is our God. Hello, Prof. I will hear you.
So I say now chop and claim out, and I be the elites what we get for Nigeria. So under that environment, any money when you borrow, you not go fee account for them. Now today we they spend more than half of our, you know, budget, annual budget, to they pay a debt. As we they pay, now so we they borrow. As we they pay, now so we they borrow. Our president say he want to do legacy project. Well, we pray make the legacy project succeed. But I think people will go benefit from that legacy project. They need to stay alive first, so that they go benefit for the legacy, you know, project where government say that they take loan, they do.
Yes, Prof. One more question. Let's go back to the very business. That first time when the first administration take go collect that first IMF loan and sort of another program they do. We really need them. Who advise us to go do that thing for the sake of children when they watch this program? May you take us down memory lane. Did you really need that loan? Why was it collected? What thing we want to can do as at that time? Was Nigeria not okay? At least then you will see young man. Well, how will we be that time when we say that loan? Who said that idea to us? We go collect that loan.
The way where the scholar they call them debt bomb, the debt bomb. The way when we take our hand take carry and be this. Not be even that 1980, 86, where Babangida come power, 85, 86. Not being start. The thing start under Obasanjo, you know, administration. When Murtala they don't assassinate and he don't go, Obasanjo come there in charge. The boys for young men and women for IMF and World Bank. Now they come, tell us, say, we still need to take loan. At the time when Nigeria say, they get money, they don't know what they go take the money do. They still ask us to borrow the loan, say the interest rate is this small. Now, so Nigeria borrow that money. So it can't accumulate. It can't accumulate over time. By the time Babangida come, Nigeria debt crisis don't reach, it can't pass, be careful. When we say we not feel manager. At that time, Nigeria not even get money to feel buy import when Nigeria they consume for 3 months. So now their alarm blow when they come to negotiate with World Bank and IMF. And so the Babangida want to say in a Democrat, even though they wear military uniform, he can't throw the matter for public, say make them debate. That year there was the great IMF debate. Even for Benin, the program where they call them Hotel de Jordan, Jonathan Ihonde of blessed memory can't do one program when they call it IMIFI Juju, IMF Juju, IMIFI Juju, Hotel de Jordan. Where they debate, the public can say they don't want, that loan. They don't want that loan. Babangida come and now say, since Nigeria say they don't want that loan, say Nigeria go follow alternative road. Babangida go behind, he still carry that loan, when they can't impose on for Nigeria. Now so the thing they start until, I think until 2005, 2006, 2005, when we can't get the so-called debt buyback, from Paris Club and all of that. We can't give them about 12 billion. They can't say they can't cut off some for us. Meanwhile, between that 1986 and that year where they can't give us that debt buyback, as they call them, the money where we pay for interest, it don't pass the money when they borrow us. So that's how the thing be. So when you not get discipline class, because all this time they talk, when Europe, after World War II, Europe can't be poor, they borrow the same money from World Bank and IMF. But they use their own money very well. They can't even pay back before the time when the World Bank and IMF give them, made them pay. That was what they did. So, but name any African country where you see, say, that discipline day. When they carry a loan, they go pay back on time. They go use the loan for what they say they want to can do. Tell us. You know they.
All right. Igor, now I just make Prof as a professor of political science take us to where will they come from. Now, the question I want to ask is, this loan, those people where they borrow us money, with the Nigerians they suffer for one, they won't add another one by next year as the condition for our president to collect more money. Now, if they collect the money, the ordinary man for the seat not this year. If they collect the money, now different news with the year. How many years gone now? The only thing of the year are coastal road. So the issue is, why do you see those people, all those agencies, all those Uibo, they know why do you say they won't take to us this kind Ubuye, what did they do us?
Well, I think now we don't understand what's in the happen. Because if you look most of the agency where they give us loan, they are all products of Bristol Wood institution, which was created around 1944. And most of them started lending in 1959. And if you look at those institutions, what is their major function? Now to stabilize global finance. And what does that one really mean? That means if American dollar they threatened, their business now to make sure say they stabilize finances all over the world may not affect the dollar. So principally, whatever decisions then they take without you knowing, which is still open anyway, that they take those decisions to protect their own currency interests. You understand what they try to talk? If you look some of these things, you can understand why dollar is backed by petrol. You get. And for them to sustain the security of dollar, they will stabilize finances globally. And one of the ways to do that, if they give you loan, whichever form of loan they give you, they'll give you some policies, some conditions wey go streamline how you go use that loan to optimal level wey go come surpass dollar. And it's just like you now as a businessman, you're not going to give somebody loan, make come do business to the point where we say you go come to borrow money from your hand now. It's a common thing. But when they present this thing to us, they bring technicalities where if they use those one and explain them, you're not going to see the whole thing clearly. And again, if you look us as a people, we are very intelligent, but in a negative way. We are intelligent in the sense that if we see avenue where we get loophole for us to exploit, we could just take the loan, use those avenues, collect something for our selfish interest. And Prof was saying something just now. So, what is the reason why Babangida asked for a loan in 1986? There are so many reasons why he asked for a loan. If you notice, at some point, when we play our politics, especially politics of tribe and religion, they felt at some point that Lagos was the capital of the country, and they needed to take it to a more central place. Babangida now engineered Abuja to become what he be. And he needed money. In short, they built Abuja from the scratch. And if you listen to Niger Delta militants, some of them, the first time they go Abuja, they say, it's what they use oil money do. You know, but even if they want to use oil money do those things, oil money, they come in piecemeal based on production. But they needed something to come in lump sum to build. You understand? And they get so many other ways where they use that money. See the mistake where they make till this day as a people. As an individual now, because you can understand things better from your own point of view. If you borrow huge sum of money and you say you want to sustain your family, you want to sustain your business or your source of income, what do you do with such money? You go invest into something that brings more money. Either you build factories or you enhance process that brings more money. But in a situation where you dey carry money and you dey go build infrastructure where you know they bring any return on investment, you get glorified infrastructure, somewhere go turn out to be elephant project. You go find out at the end of the day, that money where you collect, you know, will serve any meaningful purpose to the life of the common man. And my brother talked just now, he said they don't get accountability for Nigeria system. And that is the truth. We as a people, we not even hold the government of the day accountable. The government not even set up institutions where we will clearly hold them accountable. In short, what you receive for government, they collaborate amongst each other. They get very good team play spirits to exploit the people. And that is what you see. And the more we look at these things, the more you will see say things are not getting better in any way. Ask yourself, before government say they need loan, what will be the pressing need of the people? When we identify those needs, what will be the one where we call the major priority, where they urgent for us to address? But if you say our people, the way we do things, we know they outline the pressing needs to know which one will be of priority. Politicians will just come, they will look one thing like that, just talk, say, may we do this thing now, without even looking how that thing affects the common man. And when they do them, it becomes useless.
Okay, if these people say they get us for heart, as we take the return for book, macroeconomy, this one, poverty and education, this and that, this and that. You give us money, and I ask you now, number one, you give us money, you see, say, we they take the money, go back to your country, you no talk. That's number one.
Okay.
You give us money, and you know say this thing, you may do us because you don't even say how this man say make the parable so. The money one would come like say now the gift so say they give the blind man with the come for that side because they know say we no get back if no be that about person they will pay that money back that time. Exactly. You sure so go forever pay that money back. No. This one we say Mr. President the board I want it back.
Okay. Some time ago, the Prime Minister of Britain, that was Cameroon then. He said, Nigeria is a fantastically corrupt country. That is the word you are quoting him now. He said we are expecting one government from Africa, which is Nigeria. He was talking to the Queen then. He said that the government, Nigeria government, is fantastically corrupt. That is how he described it. Now, what's the basis of that statement? You see, those money the politicians are stealing, they are not in Nigeria. They are not helping our economy. But they take the money away and take it to Britain and other European countries and hold it there. So, and they are happy about it. That is how I see it. Are you getting what I'm saying? They are happy about it. Before, it was Switzerland. Why Switzerland? Because there is a law in Switzerland that if you disclose account of anybody, if you disclose, it's a criminal offense. For you to disclose any information concerning anybody's account, it's a criminal offense in the country. You will be dealt with by the government. So they have a secret code whereby you can bring money. We don't care how the money comes. You bring it to our economy. Are you getting what I'm saying? So Switzerland become a heaven of where you can keep money. You see, gradually, people started to talk against this and said we cannot continue to help underdeveloped other country before they started to remove the law. But Britain, even though they have law against it, but they have not done anything about that. People steal money from Nigeria and take it there. They know. Because the source of money. You must disclose the source of your money. This is a politician, politically exposed person brings money. Okay, it's okay with us. We know you have already.
So that makes them more corrupt than us.
They make them more corrupt, but they are not doing it to their country. They are doing it to us. Because our leader is cooperating with them. Now, when you look at it, you discover that it helped the economy, but it destroys our economy. Now, when the economy is bad, 15, 20 companies decided to leave the country. What does that show you? It shows you bad leadership. It shows you lack of care of the nation by those who are in the realm of affairs. That is simple as that. So, what kind of people, what kind of leader do we need? We need leaders who will sit down to say, we cannot take this because it affects our people. We cannot take this, we cannot do this. This cannot be done. Let me tell you something. Lee Kuan Yew, when he became president of Singapore have nothing. But one thing he said, oh, there are 3 prisons. He said they were looking for the best person in any office, even though they are not from Singapore. Give me the best. If you are the best in anything, even though your brother and sister are the best here, give it to them. Don't give it to, say, no tribalism. Secondly, no corruption. If you are the best friend to the president and you are caught in corruption, the law will be applied. But in Nigeria, do we do that? Look at what just happened now. People, they get tickets that will go to the Senate and have a political office. People that have billions, hundreds of billions of fraud case in their neck.
It's contested for Senate.
It's contested for Senate.
And it's cleared.
And it's cleared. And if that person is in the Senate, what kind of law do you think is going to come out from such a Senate? If you
even look at Malami, is it Kebbi State?
Yes, it's Kebbi State. Look at Kogi State, for example. Yahya Bello have 2 cases in his neck. One is 140 billion, the other one is 80 billion. Case, he has not been able to finish that case. It's only senatorial ticket now. You want to contest, go to Senate. And there is a government sitting on power, say, give him ticket. How do Kogi State, who died before he was sworn in, who won that election? He was having 20-something billion case in court when they gave him ticket to run. The government, every government we have been seeing in this country is that the worst always take over, the worst always take over from the bad. And this one, where the corruption, this government, this current government, this Tinubu current government, the corruption of this government have not been seen in any part of the world. As a matter of fact, the corruption of this government, because this government is so corrupt that in 10 years, you borrowed money Buhari did not borrow for 8 years, and Buhari was paying subsidy. We're paying for it for how much? Now you remove subsidy, the money that come as a result of subsidy removal, what did you do with it? You will not come to tell us, I'm giving more money to the state. Good. The federal government is also getting more money. So what are you doing with the money? Look at everywhere. What is they doing? Nothing. And yet you still want to borrow. And you know the worst of it? We're supposed to have, in a democratic government, they're supposed to be the executive, the judiciary, and the legislator. They were equal for check and balances. But what do we now see? We now have only executive.
All right, Prof. Time doesn't go, you know. Going forward, like I tell you for this matter, we'll do them segment by segment. We don't enter the segment of electricity. We'll go that, we'll go that because for what we see, if you like say government don't take time, come out from subsidy, come out for health. Where they don't tell us because when would they hear people they do CS for some federal government hospital for 1.2 million.
Yes.
You know say something don't happen, but they don't want to talk openly. But going forward, all these borrow and everything, is it not possible that Nigerians will not go fit generate money by ourselves, but we be slaves to these people?
The current minister wants to generate internal revenue.
I say whether we go fit continue to be slaves to these people, we not get what we do to take come out. Can we continue like this?
Say this one now this one we want to do make country take better, and when they do that one, they feel win power, whether na local government level, whether na state government, they go prove am say government na truly about people. Say truly na government na about people. So that is the point, you know. Otherwise, we're gonna wait for Moses. Make it bail us out of bondage. Moses not go come. The Moses where would they look for? Now we the people.
All right, the Moses don't they wait for. Now we be the people. Prof, we thank you. The talented journalist from Lagos again this evening. Next week again we'll do, but because this matter will not go rest time because the other question we'll finish the next week. Or we'll bring up this topic, say this money will not start. Our people they borrow money, they go there, they thief am. Una see am, una get all this technology to be able to track and stop it, but una keep quiet, which means that una do us obubuye. Anyway, Prof, thank you very much. Thank you for the time waiting to join us this evening. My brother, Victor. Time no dey again.
Time no dey again. Now, if you see, look at it. Tinubu borrow $700 million, say for girls empowerment, girls education. $500 million for women empowerment. So 500 plus 700, that give you what? 1.2 billion just for women. Now they had disbursed the money. Where did it go? Did you see any woman that was empowered in your area or in Edo State, how many women empower in Edo State? Let's use Edo State as an example. What they are doing is borrow and steal. That is how I see it. And that is actually what it is. Borrow and steal.
Because you don't get any empirical evidence.
There's no evidence to show that the money, they told them what they want to use the money for. If you tell me you are bringing water to me, I am thirsty, and then you say you are giving me the water, I don't have water, I'm still thirsty. What happened? You are taking the water.
You transfer the money there. How you tell me the stealer? You see,
because there is nobody in Edo as a state who has received empowerment, whether girl or woman. If they have, let them call the name, let's see it. This is a studio now. Let them come. Say, I receive empowerment as a girl or as a woman.
So do you borrow now? That's another question, another area. For economists, you borrow money and share for people.
That is what he said what to do. It's possible in Nigeria.
You borrow money, say women empowerment and share for people.
Yes, in Nigeria.
Is that economy?
In Nigeria, they operate beyond the economy.
You just borrow money with all those kind of incidents and shares.
Did you know $150 million was borrowed to create job? If they give all sorts of name, it's just nomenclature. They give him nomenclature that will not make you look anything. So which job have they created? We have lost jobs. They didn't create anything. They create hardship and they are talking about job creation. $550 million. Just Google it. You will see all the money they borrowed. What is it for?
There is hope for Nigerians.
So tell us the hope.
There is hope. You see, this borrowing when you see them, they do, it's like the last dance. Because they are in a very tight corner. I will tell you, the younger ones when they come up, this Gen Z and the Generation Alpha when they come, they are going to operate with the digital economy, not the one with me and you know. And all this money where these people they carry, when you get to that point operating in the digital space, most of them, the money not go be relevant because the mood of operation and approach go different. You understand? Maybe some things say now they go invest in physical structures, but they go find out say most businesses, by the time we get to 2030, most businesses not go they go the way they go right now. More individuals go they directly empowered. And they go to dictate how certain things they go. So there is hope for Nigeria, no matter how you want to look at. The only thing I see is we are not, as a people, I'm not the one blame leaders again, because we have been exploited for too long. I feel say as a people, we never really want to take our destiny in our hands. The day we decide to do that, I'm telling you, nobody can stop us. We have what it takes. The reason why Nigeria never goes so bad, now because of the capabilities of the citizens, they survive. They see that same surviving instincts where they get. They will fit turn them to a weapon tomorrow and fight any system or any institution where want turn them to slave for their father's land. I see a future where those abroad, they're not going to feel bear the humiliation when they go through that day, and they will come back, come claim their own properties, come take that which belong to them. There is hope for this country. There is hope for our children. There is hope for the future.
There is hope for this country. There is hope for our children. There is hope for the future. The words of my brother, Benson Ikwaria Ohakena. That's what we'll take up on the program today. Our team of engineers, they don't stabilize the studio. I show you very shortly, next week, we will create time. Make your own contribution. It will not be like that before. We've already set up that because we really apologize for the past 6 months. Yes, we've already created time for that to record it. But now we'll start this from next week. My name is Emma Pololo. I salute everybody who say you deal with us this evening, and don't forget we'll do it by the special day of God next week with another free discussion. But don't forget this topic, borrowing, will not stop her. This IMF and World Bank loan will not stop her. Look, they let people, they are lighting and people back waiting government to do with all of this because they don't overborrow. Where the money there? Good night, my brothers and sisters. We'll see you again next week by the Spirit of God. Bye-bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Passengers, not the kind minibus and the kind car where you dey enter o. Passenger, no be every bus or car you see you go enter o. Look at well o. Wetin happen? All the bus, Ministry of Transport. Yellow and red, but no number, no code. No code.
Na code be the problem.
You know, yeah. Say for this level, this area when I did so iki happen last 2 weeks.
You know they see the way that the road be, so they talk about
government no dey do road for any season. Na dry season na government dey do road.
Talk all those guys.
Okay, government no dey do road for any season.
Say the boy no like it.
Mommy, how are you? Nice to see you. You know what make me call here?
Yes.
We get one report to say make passenger now if they want enter bus.
Yes.
Make they know the kind bus.
Correct.
Because they wanted to come put some kind of allegation for our head for here. No. Kidnapper and bandits say that they load for this place. Okay. Now I say no, make I come.
Yes. Me confirm. As you confirm, I see any this year.
No, if passenger want enter bus for this junction.
May they look the face well. Very important. Osko na Osko. Like you so they know you now. Osko na Osko. As I dey Sanebo Momo. Passenger know me, I know passenger. I know my own know me. All those who carry motor from other side to call here, they load, they carry motor to go.
Other people they talk so. Other people that they work for dancing and New Benin. For evening they will come and they work for their route they don't get. And they carry apart for the carry their people.
No, you won't tell me say the people where they work here, the chairman, when people they organize here, they know the bus driver where they work here.
Yes. See the list. See the list. The list all your number. I mean,
but you know, yes, so iki happen here. You know, yeah.
Yes. So let me happen when they walk. Let me hear they walk. They walk here. Now they tell you so they walk here. They go carry the back. They load for back. Yeah, let me online. They carry to go for business. That's how they load. Other than be dancing motor and New Benin motor, and they call it load.
If I won't go power now, power Uniben now.
Not yet.
I'll tell you say the boss now confirm.
If you see me there, I confirm. The big party. That mean that. Now we dey confirm. I mean the control yes.
Make get the fall for one chance. But you understand me? When bus go there online, they don't turn by turn. When the bus go, they make them move. They go walk out about the bus or say they depend to how where they go. No. They'll go from that side. That place go enter motor for there. And maybe motor when they enter, there are only 2 people there inside. There 2 people na thief. Doesn't mean they go there enter. They'll go up there for that.
So if passengers see say one bus they load,
they enter here na genuine.
No, if passengers see where they load. Make them make sure say they food that bus and enter the next bus.
They go front, they want go enter the one. Maybe say if they blow, they go for this area here. It not concern us. Yes, no, no. I do that.
We dey agree. It don't tell. Respect, greetings. Passenger want enter bus for this Ibiwe.
Yes.
I go to know the confirmatory bus because of something wey happened 2 weeks ago.
Yes. We get packed. Now yes, that be our pack. Now they give us the motor they load, so that anyone may do load for back. They no load for our pack yet.
All those impatient drivers,
all those armed robber, kidnapper, now back now they for the go they load. Now here be the pack where they give us the motor they load. If they forget things, they forget load. Now here they give them back. They come here, we give them back. Yes, also those people will be say. They do that thing. Now for first.
New Benin. That's an allegation, no?
No,
it don't fit us on a first mini bus. Now they come the notice here.
Nothing. You know what you want to do one day, It not be say I not quit your cash, but that's what say he plate number not come day back, but he put for front and not see. When they don't push that girl through away, Now they pass that wire road. They zoom past it. That the guy come me say whether I know that motor. Now say I don't see the plate number. I say this motor not be this route for the work.
Hello. What to know? But why did they thief minibus? Minibus.
Now here you dey work?
No, no be at the work. I came out road, but I want to go watch it for here. No, I came out road.
You know that driver?
No shake in a parking.
Oga, now you get this bus?
Yes, sir.
Are you the real driver of this bus?
I'm the real driver now.
Are you the driver of this bus?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Because you know, yes, say one day say some kidnappers use this level to take operate.
I hear now.
Why you had your face? Sit down well. But like your boss be this?
Yes.
Sit down well. Now, why code not there your back?
Which code be that one?
That number.
They never don't come out now. I just spray my motor now.
What they said you Okay. Now they pursue all of them. Now they pursue all of them. They're not fit back here.
No. Who back here? Know what you go see now? Don't say Martin. Know what you go see? Who knows say get make up town here? Nobody talk about my make up put on. You go know say
yes. Minibus not fit load for you.
You want that? You want that now? Why you go know say yes? Kaki not be letter. Make up pack on. Dirty. Dirty. Dirty.
This ring road, people they complain about this ring road. Now I don't go ask all those drivers whether the people, all these drivers where they work here, whether they know them. You say one matter happened like 2 weeks ago when they say kidnapper can't use minibus load for here.
That's what they talk.
But I know since then that's why all of Mana don't
come. Now I make all of us day here. They watch. We wear uniform. Sunday we not still wear uniform. Sunday we not wear uniform. So once he look, make we see all those there one chance. You know when the fair they happen before, now we fair pursue all of them.
Yes.
So now see them this side there now. Papa the day before. Now they just come this side. We'll pursue them. We go hold them. No worry.
No, what will be your advice for passengers? Because some passengers now any bus they just enter, they just jump.
The thing is that's why we always preach about this Central Park. Very important. You see, but if they take that place now, they're not going to see one chance more to enter. Because we not fit there all the time. I fit there here now. I go here, say hold up there, I go that side again. Because these people now, and the time when they come, they know they come for daytime. Now in the evening, they come. Around that kind 4, 5. Now all those time, they'll look and say all those security agents, most of them don't close. The hair go down. They'll your come, they'll say, and all these people, they go get old man, they will get old woman, we go there inside the motor. And they go get old woman inside the motor. So you now, even one enter, now you can't see old man. You see it the day, you see it your man, you go enter. And meanwhile, the people they want to perpetrate the evil now, they go there front. As they come up from where everybody there now, they will come to like say stop them, you go enter. The other go do like say stop them, go enter. Now so they can. If na here, we for the hold them.
But if we catch anyone now, what will happen?
If we catch anyone, I know 2 ways about it. The governor don't talk and now execution now for ring road. After that 2 weeks court now execution. So for me, you all know say we catch at the right time. They will see good evidence. They prosecute them. That's it.
Everywhere gallant. Any person went to anyhow.
It's anyhow. Thank you, sir.
Hello, how far? Correct. I don't suffer, not be small. Or for say, I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Oh. Now you make I join this business. However, Mona relax, no small, they'll soon that finish. Mona relax. They'll soon that finish. I don't suffer, not be small. Poverty not good at all. Oh. Now you make I join this business.
2,000.
I see you now, Manicure and pedicure. Manicure and pedicure. I see you now, they're everywhere. Manicure and pedicure. They're everywhere. Manicure and pedicure. Now what? No, what you do here?
The work then and now they ask me what they do for it. Now give me work. No understand.
How can a mature guy they tell you say you not get work? How be banana you dey sell so?
I supposed to be here.
Because the banana from my backyard they grow anyhow, from my front edge they grow anyhow. No banana we scatter everywhere for Nigeria. You cannot work on the price, I mean you not call they insult me. That's why they talk now. From my backyard they grow every 3 months now it they come out. 3
months don't reach now. That tomorrow be the 3 months more we don't go.
Not the person here, like how much this one?
Only 2 million.
That's 2,000.
Only 2 million. That is the code.
I give you West Alako. I give you West Alako. I give you West Alako. 2,000 naira.
You know where you are there?
That one where my backyard go Surat.
You know Surat make something. What's in the happen? Also know. But you know America. You okay? We never. I they see you all the time. They admire your program.
Waiting they happen soon.
Oh, now waiting they happen. Boss now. Oh, now waiting they happen. Boss oh, now waiting they happen.
Waiting they happen.
Who they drive the motor? Who they drive the motor? No, I want to know who they drive the motor. About so many wheelchairs, many bus not everywhere. Oh, Zulu! Who be the driver of the motor? Oh, Zulu! It's clear, clear. Never clear. Now get the bus. Now get the bus. No, some boys, so many boys go kidnap.
All they show for the unit. No, I want to show for the unit.
That conductor with the shadow duster, you know.
Yes, the thing is they work for check now.
You know.
The thing is now where this thing for the happen, you know those Oluku road. They say batch, you know they are better. Madam, borrow me your format, makeup. Before you know, when you give them, they say our batch is not good. Before you say, bypass. What do you say? You know say mini bus the agents. They be like zoomile. When they mark guard, they help everybody where you see you. Mark your guard. Now you they show they help with your phone, your Airtel, your phone accessories. You have go.
No, make the passenger mark the guard.
No, don't match your guard. Not go let the hard way. Oh, not go let the hard way.
Passenger match your guard. Oh, passenger hold your outside. Passenger match your guard. Oh.
Do small.
Waiting they happen.
So far not be small. Or per se, I guess sense. Poverty not good at all. Oh. Are you the driver of this bus?
No, I'm the conductor. I'm the conductor.
Passenger, hold your guide. Passenger, hold your guide.
Airport road,
with this man when I see for this bus, my man don't call down.
Okay. Airport road,
they cover your eye. If they kidnap you now, I will tell no say you dey inside the bus. If they kidnap you now, I will tell no say now you dey inside the bus. Passenger, hold yourself. Oh. Huh? I think say you not see me. You never hear say federal government of Nigeria don't ban all this sachet.
I never know. Why you not go stop company? It's supposed me if I go company now.
Okay, no, you dey talk sense. Before NAFDAC go call the arrest you now. May they go arrest the company.
The company and people may sell them for Mission Road. If they don't arrest some people, no, see where they buy again, no buy again.
You never hear say federal government don't give NAFDAC power. Any man, any woman where they sell this sachet drink, make them arrest them?
No, I never hear. I never hear. My first time when I hear them for your mouth.
Okay, it's not the first time when you hear them for my mouth.
Truth. I never hear them.
Say they don't ban all this drink when they put for sachet.
I never hear them. Truth. I don't feel like give you. I never hear them.
And where you they buy and they see they sell them?
They sell.
Which one of they sell them?
They sell them.
The Mission Road and Company they sell them.
If they are ready, they stop a company. Well, all this already connected.
They want to give tell us say they don't ban them, but they don't tell us. Me no know. My first time.
No.
If you go stop her,
no.
Who stop her?
No, Nigerians they drink all this sachet where?
We don't know.
You know fit also you don't know. Sorry, let me pick up my guy. So you don't know say.
If they stop company, of you go start to the back for company. And some people they sell that, we go they sell for us. They don't fit us, they don't sell for us. If some people go company say they want back, company of it say no sell for them. If they stop company, of you go start to the back for company. That we now will still start to the follow of you go the back for me.
Waiting these people when they sell them to the consumers, they talk say, if true, federal government and NAFDAC ready, make the federal hold the company where they produce all these sachets. And the person
when suppose more arrest, don't be we. Now company and the people
shop. Now we define. How we go take 6 months to chop. Now we just define. So if they go tell them say make they not do am again, we ourselves will not go say. We'll find another thing we will go do. Because this one now one that come 1 + 1 and 2. Now we say they manage, say they survive.
Where is the driver of this bus? Hope so now know the driver of this bus where they load this motor. Now people tell they enter one chance, so you say you don't go. Passenger go enter, they go jump enter, they go enter one chance. They don't go no say na kidnapper bus, they don't enter. Wow. Oga, respect boss. Are you the driver of this bus?
Yes, sir.
Are you the driver of this bus? No. Well, because we want to know who be the driver of the bus. We don't enter one chance. Passenger, know the kind mini bus where you dey enter. Oh. Passenger, know the kind mini bus where you dey enter.
Don't be loud, guy. One chance, 1 kilo. Don't stop for don't say one chance.
Okay, along.
Don't be park. Along. And that along, collect their purse, collect their phone. But if you enter for park, we'll give you what you lost. Person love iPhone. I carry her, I give him. You understand? But if you enter, then for yesterday, I enter here around 5. I can't tell that one man say, estate gate now 500. He said no, they carry am 400. As he reach there, not reach 30 minutes, she dey cry come back.
Sir, you.
What happen? He said they don't collect before collect money, they push out away. Now say that one good for you. Enter bus, you say no. You want go enter along. Now they thief for this road.
Hey!
And they tell you the truth. And the truth be that. If I say she entered this one that day, they for no thief am. What will they see?
Yeah, now get unite. We are united here.
We are known ourselves.
Yes.
The person of you come from Kobai, come they load here.
No, whatever.
Except we not see am.
But a mini bus at the drive now. I don't feel carry my mini bus for a 2 hour.
No, you not your general. Your face show for the worldwide. Everybody know you. Understand?
So that bus where they go now, this bus where they load now,
we know. See the owner.
All of us we know ourselves.
So what be your advice for passengers now?
What we advise? Make they enter motor for park. Make them dey find because 100 naira. Because 100 naira, maybe here na 300. You go dey find 200 naira how they go. Problem don't come.
This way they forget for motor, go see another. As they forget another, they'll come meet her. As fast in a park. Anything where they forget for motor, they go see and all those things where they there. So.
Like what they front. Hey, passenger.
Now person forget this one. You see, now person forget the eyeglass. Now they will come meet time.
Any year we take come.
Any year we take come. Now they will come meet time.
They are back.
Many passengers say that they enter one chance for this mini
now
bus.
one chance now that they enter Wawa. Maybe they look face. Maybe they come back. If they come back, they load, no problem. But if they say, imagine say they go Lagos. Lagos now I think 20,000. Somebody say one carry you for 12,000. You go enter.
Now along the road.
No, for instance, say now what they cause problem with that. So if they enter, may they forget say the money. If they enter for the normal place, no problem.
Passenger. How are you? Passenger. How are you?
I greet you, sir.
How business now?
Seven.
People they buy them.
They buy them.
Small.
Small. No say they wasn't a food. They want the food. They say they never chop the food. They say they want buy perfume. Now man, I call they patronize. If not, they not go back.
You can't give them some ladies.
I tell you.
You talk,
preach.
Say good me body they sent.
Yes.
Go say boy never.
Say money not reach to buy food for Bele. What did they want use perfume? Do I go they beg them? Oga was soon not be smart you.
But if you get opportunity to make you take get work way better pass this one.
Well, Baba God don't do well.
Now you leader.
Nah. What you talk so na better thing?
No, you believe say God will locate your help and I mean you get better work.
Just now, yeah. If God bring better locator, when go locate me, go favor me. I don't boom that one because wisdom there. I tell the.
I will tell you.
Me. If you reach me, I'll give you your man.
Give me your number. People they watch us online.
Just now, man.
But if anytime I come this place, I'll see you.
Just now, every day. Now they also they preach when they buy this perfume. Every day, I tell you.
But you say if you see work way past this one.
Sharply, I move.
Give me your number.
Okay, my number now is 0. Okay, my quick. Sharp. Now God just bless me so. My help I don't locate me. 081 186 414 97. Ogban. Don't can flash me inside.
You feel work any work?
Yeah, Mandala. I go work.
Any work?
I say you know see everywhere come there, everywhere they hot. Any work, even on a clear, even on a bouquet, I don't go. That's all.
What do you want to use this money to?
This money, if you reach me, but get small picking for us where I see they also go they feed. Money your corner, open business, also they. I be tell you, only say I don't see money to open shop. Now I can do also like this. I learn and work.
Start this your number. Learn hand work.
Yes, now.
I like machine. You like me? You get machine, Abi?
Yes, now.
Machine. Hey, what's your name?
My name is Faith. Oh, Nyeme.
What are you doing here?
We do pataki.
Faith perfume. So you believe say through this talk when me they talk so God will locate your helper for work?
In fact, God already locates me. As I always say so, God already locates me.
Any work you work?
Yes. I don't go. People do anyone will just give me now. I clean you and I sweep you. I don't go. God, in fact, as me and you they talk so God don't locate me. I thank God and I thank God where I thank RTV. God go bless RTV. God go bless RTV. Nobody go feel winning that TV down in Jesus' name.
So you believe as you see me so?
Every
your mother don't show.
I tell you, God don't bless.
When I come here online, more come out for streets.
Amen.
She say any work she go work.
Yes. I
don't suffer, not be small. Upon say I get sense. Only God can do
what no man can do.
Unchangeable.
Unchangeable God.
Reliable
God.
Only God can do.
Only God can do
what no man can do. God go locate you. Will locate you. Will locate you. Hey, wait.
Waiting they happen soon.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
Waiting they happen.
His Excellency, You know, say you tell me that they say you should bring out the bus. Who will bring her? Bring her, come out. See that all this our conductor and driver. One of the biggest problems when Nigerians they face na transportation. Transportation don't chop their salary. Transportation don't chop 60 to 70% of their salary. His Excellency, that new bus where you want to bring so now free we go take enter.
Amen.
Who say amen?
Amen. Amen.
I said the new bus will come now bring come now free we go take enter.
Amen.
Till election day.
Amen.
His Excellency they say amen. No. That new bus where you want to bring come and so now free we go take enter.
Amen.
Till January 16. That bus, may I tell you the name?
No.
The name of the bus is Akpako bus. You know, say before we get comrade bus, this one is Akpako.
May I ask you a question? Why is it that waiting people talk, waiting we talk for our mouth, to know the chat for TV? Why?
No, this one where you talk so.
Why don't they chat for TV?
No, this one where you talk so, I must bring her come out.
Why don't they chat for TV?
I must bring her come out.
People go talk waiting there, but no, we don't say for news. You know, look at her off. Why? Why no they do like why they do like that? They go come out with person talk. You don't think you made the woman here to government. Why they go cut her off?
Wait till they talk so we go show am o.
Show am, I got to show am. Una go wait till no talk. Don't go come out for TV now. You bring the one where they sweet to people here.
No, you dey blame television station for Nigeria.
Yes, I'm blaming you for not up. Yes, I dey blame una. Una they do who here.
Television station.
Yes. No, they said the needful. I got better thing. We know that thing go cover up. No fear on the way people can see. Make them ready to the government. It is wrong. If you not try, they go know what they talk about. No fear on our head. No good. Una be our eye. Una be our representative for that place. Now go talk about the put and cut and cut and off. Can't the one way we put for people here. No good. No good.
I can't kill myself.
Kill yourself.
I can't kill myself. Oh.
Waiting they happen.
Okay, we're there for Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. And we're there for King Square. Hey!
Hey, you know what happened? I beg, I'm waiting at the top of this country now, man. We all know. I want to know what did they happen for this.
What's your problem? What's your problem?
Yeah, the problem now, what did they happen for this country now? I want to know.
How much you take that for today?
For now, 1,350 for this country now. Me, I don't tell you. I don't tell you. No. I won't go Libya. This Libya now, I won't go now. I want to leave this country.
When people they talk, say, Makula Wakana, you say you want to go Libya.
I say I won't go Libya. This country don't tire me. It don't tire me. From that, tomorrow now, I go Libya. Tomorrow, I go Libya. Because I don't know as this country they be now. Every day, Tuesday, every day.
You know yesterday, using Sky Bus do kidnapping yesterday.
For which state? You get a distribution number.
Correct. Move. Wetin happen? How much you take back for today?
The fuel every time it does increase. Me no understand. I want 1,000, 330.
You know yesterday because of American, you know when they fight, you know here.
Because of American, you know they fight. That because they buy fuel high. They can't go just 1,150 just now. No. I want buy fuel. They see 1,330. My brother, you buy for me.
Who be those people where you carry so?
Now passenger now.
But they get mark for face. Are you a passenger? We go carry kidnapper so?
Never.
We go carry bandito?
Never.
No. Yes, I'm businessman.
Yes, sir.
I don't know. Hey! But we don't see again now. Try contact me now. My friend. Correct. You're not a barrister. Correct, my guy. You enter now?
I've been a fit.
No, you enter.
I want enter.
You enter. You don't already do TikTok, Facebook, everywhere.
Hey, don't G.
But Okpebolo not they collect money from Ola.
No, that's senior brother. Okpebolo na senior brother. Ah yes, senior brother. We
don't. They say some people they collect money from Ola.
They won't die.
Hey, all this guy na street. See ya.
Na street dey dey o.
Now wetin dey happen? Bosununa. Now wetin dey happen? Bosunun. Now wetin dey happen?
Waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello, it's Women in Conversation again, a table where we discuss things pertaining women. Let's not go further. Let me introduce myself before we continue to let you know what Women in Conversation is, WIC in short, like we call. I am Patricia Urum Gabriels, and I am the anchor of Women in Conversation. This is a table where we come to talk everything family, everything women, everything positive, everything negative, everything. In the other room, we discuss that too. Anything you want us to talk about, we'll talk about here in Women in Conversation. And of course, I have in the house with me to do all of this talking. On my far left is Miss Bola Ige Oyebade. Miss Bola Ige Oyebade is an artist and a real estate consultant. Let me let you know what kind of music she sings. She's a gospel artist. So I think by the end of this program today, she's going to give us just a few minutes clip of her song. You're welcome, Bola Ige.
Thank you.
And usually I ask her, is it the same Bola Ige we know? And she says, no, this is the female version of Bola Ige.
Yes, it
Bola
is.
Ige Oyebade. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good day, viewers.
And I have also my pretty Oluwatoyin Sani. Let me let you know who Oluwatoyin is. Oluwatoyin is the founder of House of Refuge Foundation. Founder of House of Refuge Foundation. And she doesn't do only that. I don't know why she's hiding her skills. She also makes beautiful outfits for beautiful people. Wow. She made what I'm putting on.
Wow.
Thank you so much. So I caught you off guard. You didn't know I was going to say that. I caught you off guard. Thank you so much for making me this beautiful this afternoon. Thank you. And then to my right is Gift Furera Onozo.
So the way you pronounce this name as if you were there the day they were
so nice. Because I love the name. I haven't heard this name before. So each time I have to call that name, it gives me joy because of the meaning of the name. And to also tell you that Gift is an executive chef who came all the way from the north to marry an Igbo man. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
We're talking about love.
Love is doing.
We're talking about love, and love brought her all the way from the north to marry an Igbo man that she's always singing his praises. Anyway, today we're going to be looking at intimacy in marriage. Let's begin with you, Tommy. What do you understand when we say intimacy in marriage?
God. Intimacy in marriage. I want all of us to know that intimacy is the bedrock of all marriages. And the intimacy go beyond the sex. Go beyond. Because any marriage that there is no intimacy can't even see the son of the next day. That's just it. And why I said it goes beyond sex, because to all of us, we always think when we hear the word intimacy, it means the man and woman doing what they are doing in the other room. But goes beyond that. Intimacy goes with spiritual being, emotionally, your body, soul, and spirit has to be together. Has to be together. You have to have time for communication. And you should be able to communicate about anything, everything, at every convenient time. That will make the intimacy solid. Yeah. Intimacy. Even you have to pray together. You have to be there for each other, to solve problems together, to laugh together, to cry together. And to extend to the other family too. It's not where you see, that is my mother-in-law. Your mother-in-law is automatically your mom.
True.
Your father-in-law is automatically your father. My sister-in-law, they are your family. It is all these things. This is not my like my husband's car. This is not my husband's house. Everything has to be ours. That high has to turn to we. That's us. That is what intimacy is to me. Not just going and sleeping, dining together, eating together. It goes beyond that. Intimacy in every aspect. We must be, when we are talking to Mr. Ajayi, now Mr. and Mrs. Ajayi is here, we now interview Mr. Ajayi without Mrs. Ajayi in attendance. Intimacy is what we make Mr. Ajayi answer some question for Mrs. Ajayi without her knowing that they've asked the husband, and they will give the same response because of intimacy. They are gelled together in the body, soul, and spirit, and that is what makes them look alike later in the year because they bond together, they gel together, they go through everything together. They solve problems together, they laugh together, they dance together, they cry together. When they have surplus, they are together. When there is none at all, they were there. You see that one go beyond sex. True. So that is the intimate. And any marriage, they have that intimacy. Perfect marriage.
Okay. You have explained what intimacy means to you. What does intimacy in marriage mean?
Okay, I will go in line with what she just said because like the name layman's word is intimacy is sex and the like.
Yeah,
so,
I was going to come back.
Yeah, so it's not like she said. It goes beyond sex. It goes beyond maybe having romance and you know like that. So it's like she said, you having to communication actually brings intimacy. You communicate your pain, your joy, your laughter, everything about you, your struggles, your fears, your insecurity. You communicate it to your spouse.
So
and
for
that
you,
brings
intimacy is communication.
Yes,
that's for you.
Yes.
For you, what's your take on or what's your idea of intimacy in marriage?
Intimacy in marriage goes beyond physical closeness. Is I'm going to use the Holy Scripture to give to illustrate. When the man, when God created the man, the woman was hidden inside, and that was actually the original plan of God. So to me, I would say that he didn't know how to bring the woman out, because her inside the man is how he wants to explain the oneness he wants them to be. You understand? But along the way, the woman had to come out from the man so that she can be an entity of her own. She can be a human being, okay, on her own, and then they relate in that manner. And we could see also in the Bible also that God was describing the unity of the people. When they were building the tower, he said the people is one. So I normally say, did God speak bad English? No. He's trying to explain how he wants this oneness to be, this togetherness to be. Yes, he said the people is one, not the people are one. You understand? So, intimacy, goes, like I said, it goes beyond physical closeness. Intimacy, when you are intimate with somebody, you are into the person. The person is into you. You are just interwoven. It's just like the dress I'm wearing. I think I should, if I have a better color, but this color is different from this one. But as it is now, it is already mingled. You cannot separate it. You understand? That is how it is. The intimacy we are talking about. And then, intimacy between husband and wife. When you see an intimacy between husband and wife, you see them doing stupid things and they are not offended. on each other. Yes, they can say stupid things. They can say, you know, they are not really offended, but in some cases that there's no intimacy, there are what you say, that word will cause wahala in the house that day. You understand? There will be problem. There will be, you know, chaos.
For me, what you're saying, I want to look at it I want to see it as love.
Okay.
When there's love, you could actually behave like children amongst yourselves.
Be vulnerable
to yourself. So let's bring this intimacy down to the proper English that 95% of humans would want to see intimacy. You have seen intimacy in different ways. But I let you know that a lot of people would want to see intimacy in marriage is what we're talking about. As sleeping with each other, sex.
Okay, the literal.
So let's bring it down.
Okay, narrow it to sex.
Narrow it to
okay.
sex.
Yeah, you know. Now, when we are talking about that, why you are not making us to say sex. Why looking at me that way?
Okay, so let's narrow it down.
You know, when there's an intimacy between husband and wife, sex is not a burden. Sex is something that is yearned for, you know, because the way the woman is wired is not the same as the man. So, and then sometimes the man could be the one that needs more, or the woman too needs more. You understand? But if there's this intimacy, which is love, the other party that needs more and the other one is on the reserve area will be able to tolerate the one that needs more, so that she or he can be able to meet up that need 247, 3 times a day. You understand?
They no go work.
Yes. Because it's very interesting. And now I want to talk to my gender. On a more serious note, what breaks marriage most is the lack of sex. Men, majority of men, sex is food.
Of course.
Sex is project.
That is where they are wired.
Sex is business. They will concentrate and do it well. Because that is what gives them energy. That's what makes some men men. That's why you see when they wake up and that thing is not standing again. I have a half brother that died. I have a half brother. He died of diabetes just because he didn't want to take the drug that he's supposed to be taking,
so that it doesn't
because it won't affect his. That is how serious sex is to men. Why I want to beg my gender is, you know him before you say I do. When you need that thing, stop telling him you are tired. Stop telling him, "Shey we no do yesterday. This thing no get that thing." Stop telling him no now. That no now, you are open door for Angela outside. Men goes with what they see. What they see carry them.
I wish we had a man here to actually speak for the men.
What they see is it is what we hear. It is what that's why you see men we're putting it into our head through what we hear. But men, it is what they see. That's why you see some gender where they no get upbringing. Can't they open everything for them to see? But that's a public toilet. Because you can't open it. It needs to be covered. So I want to beg my gender, please allow them. Sex does not kill. It's even good for our heads. It makes us look good. Many of us are going to start buy cream, but you don't need it. When you sex very well, you look good.
Okay.
Okay.
So it for now. Okay. So it for now. But again, let me hear from you.
I was somewhere,
narrowing it down to
I was somewhere one day and I heard somebody saying something like, sex outside marriage is sin, and marriage without sex is abomination. Meaning,
marriage without sex.
Sex out of marriage is sin.
It's sin, yeah.
Marriage without sex is abomination.
Marriage without sex
is abomination.
How they come marry?
Meaning, that is the core thing in the marriage. Because when you don't do it, you're causing your spouse to sin. It is an abomination because, and somebody also told me that sex in marriage is worship. That was a Muslim person telling me this now, that sex in marriage is worship. That when you have sex with your partner, it's more like a worship to God, like they say. You understand? So it is a key thing in marriage. It is a key thing in marriage. So I would, like she said, I beg my gender. As long as you're married, you're ready for it.
Okay, you were going to say something before we go on a short break.
Okay, yes. So just like you are speaking to our gender, okay, I too am going to speak to the men.
The male gender.
Yes. Okay. Yes. You know, sometimes when a woman says no, she doesn't mean no as in no. She's just trying to say, just
pet me a little bit.
Not even pet me a little bit. I just
caress
give me a break.
Me.
So,
okay.
That's not a matter of caress.
But
they are saying we don't need to take a break.
No. Now, okay, now the thing is that
if you're not sick, you don't take a break.
Now the truth is, even the scripture said, deal with them with understanding. The women with understanding. That's why when I started saying, I said the women are not wired the same way like the men. Now, how can you reconcile that? Just like we discussed earlier, when probably the woman is the one taking care of everything in the family. She goes to work, the man is still at home. You understand, doing nothing, and she comes back in that manner and then does everything. You understand, and and then later on you want the whole thing. Now, but the point is not even wanting the whole thing, but that is the sex. The package, not even the money for sex. Because there's a way you make the woman ready before the time.
Put her in the mood.
If you make her ready, even when she will be yearning for the time. But you are not. You didn't make her ready.
We will come back to talk about that, getting ready for the time. We come back to talk about how to put a woman in the mood to get ready.
Yes.
Let's go for a short break, and when we come back, we talk about the readiness. Please sit. And welcome back to the mood. We were talking about the mood, and behind the camera, a lot of things had gone down. Even Olumide here says that he's a man. Anyway, welcome back. We're going to be talking about how to put a woman in the mood. But before we go to that, let's quickly, because we don't have time, let's quickly go to this question and advise someone on the social media was advising and asking for our advice. She says, my husband no longer insists when I say no to him on bed, or rather in bed, and he turns around and falls into a deep sleep. What does that mean? Does it mean someone is helping me out there?
Yes, someone is helping.
Taking up your job.
Someone is helping, and because it has been her custom. It has been accustomed to say no,
to deny him.
Yes, to deny him, and
so
then
the man has locked up.
So that he has locked up.
He has faced another place.
Of course.
Okay, yes. So let's talk about putting us in the mood.
Well, to me, with words. The first thing she had when she was made, it was words from the man. You are the bone of my bone, the
flesh
flesh of
of
my
my
flesh.
flesh.
Those phrases.
You totori her.
Yes, because that is the configuration of the woman. She's activated by what? And that is what the devil used against her. What? He lured her with what? So you start with what? Because the thing is that when the man is wants to put the woman in, he talks. Let talking go before you the action. You understand? That's what I mean to say. Let talking goes beyond the action, so that But then she's feeling high because she has been praised. You praise her. You tell her you love her. Because when you look at it, some men that don't have money in their pockets have gotten fine, classy girls. Why? Because they have talked. And he doesn't have anything, yet. Through talking, he has gotten her and she has fallen and she's following. With Matt, he has taken her to Dubai. With Matt, he has taken her to London. Yes. With Matt, he has taken her to shopping. He has got everything for her. You understand? So when the men
that's being deceived. Yeah, that's deceived.
That is deceived.
Yes.
That's the way women are wired.
So you love to be deceived.
I know they
with words. I run into a lady that came to talk to me. She's a divorcee. Okay. And then she said she met this guy who from day one started calling her, honey, my sweetheart.
Okay, you see now.
So that woman is not the same. Because she came to meet me and said, which one is that one? So what's your take on that?
See, I love your idea. Okay. Truly, we are moved by the words. But those are the day of evil.
Okay,
now. Evil.
All right.
Words go catch me reach one level. Waiting go catch me.
Motivation.
Wait for you. Nah, lot.
Motivation.
Spend money.
Motivation.
Be there.
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah.
Be available.
When I need you. When
I need you.
Yes.
Be a shoulder that I can lean on anytime. Sweet talk. We don't come up for that era. Tell me say I pack everything. I
will investigate.
Tell me say you go carry go Paris. I must see your passport. You don't go. Gone are those days. Now, practical thing.
I don't say.
You must be there. You are there. And you must have money. Go move. My body go there. But before they carry this thing come up for my table, I want to beg opposite gender, our daddies, stop punishing our gender with sex. Before women will get to the level that will ask for it or will be nice to you, some women do not know how to ask for it. But when you see us inside, please don't punish us with sex.
Okay, another woman on Instagram wants our advice. And she says, my husband wants intimacy almost every day, but he's dirty and I can't bear it. His mouth smells, his body odor is killing me, and I'm always battling with recurrent infections.
To be a black market.
He wants to kill somebody's daughter.
I go they use those match.
No, but if you love him,
supposed to work on
But when he's not teachable, when you keep correcting him and he's not taking correction, what do you do?
I go carry and go back from.
Let me tell you, everything, even an animal responds to love. In quotes.
Yes,
you understand?
True.
Everything is not. It's not violent. Everything is not violent. There are ways to go around things. You understand? This same man, another woman could handle him. And she could bring the best out of him.
That knows how to press him.
So the woman needs to go back to the board and do her homework.
Let me just advise, instead of you telling him to go and brush, put it to
now. Come and be brushing. Thank you. That is the way of going on. Everything is not violence. Yes. You carry sponge all the area that shave all the shavings. Thank you.
Shave
all the shavings.
Yes. Make sure you monitor what you wear.
Yes, exactly.
Use that boss yesterday. Don't go with it.
Exactly.
Let's do that.
Exactly. Because
I want to beat like you are my
and I would say touch. you know.
Touch, like
touch.
Okay.
Okay, so you're coming back to putting us in the mood.
Touch, yes, putting us because we were the mood. Touch.
Okay.
Now rainy season we do.
Yes.
Yes, now.
Yes, because I've heard stories.
And some
Men will just go. Don't go.
Whether they want to,
it's not a bullet. I don't understand. And the thing is, you will be the only one to enjoy it. The woman will not.
And the truth is that,
yes, and you keep
when you're talking about intimacy, that's like I said, and I will keep saying it. The man is wired differently. The woman is before the woman can.
Before it takes time. It takes level by level. It's like a ladder. You're climbing a ladder.
It takes time.
Enjoy sex.
Yes, true. I went somewhere with one minister, one woman of God, a pastor's wife, who went for a conference. After the conference, what we heard in that conference, she came out. She said, my husband does not care. He does not even know if this thing I enjoy it. He doesn't want to. The moment he come, he doesn't. The other he doesn't care.
Oh my good God!
I was just looking at her.
That's
okay.
Right.
You know, okay. Let's talk about what you have just said. The men just come in, get in,
and God.
How do we women help them also? Because probably they also want to be in the mood.
We talk. Communication.
On bed?
No.
Before bed.
Before bed. You could take him on a dinner.
Yeah.
I have something to tell you. You talk on this part of it because you have to discuss your sex life.
Yeah.
But don't you also think that they also deserve to be put in the mood while we're in bed?
If it's to
is it forbidden for women to also caress their husband?
It's not forbidden, but it's more on the women. It's more on the women.
We are even talking about men. Some women go lay like logo.
A man just seeing a woman naked will get, will just. Yes.
Yeah? If they didn't enjoy it and they've complained like twice in playfully, and you turn it to argument, you nag about it, they won't want problem. They will just go and get what they want outside.
She was making a point that I really like to hear. You were making a point. You forgot?
Yes, I forgot my thought of mine.
Yes, you said it's easier for women. For a man
it's easier for a man to get to the mood because even just seeing a woman's body,
it's aroused.
But a woman is not wired that way. You have to put her in the mood. Sometimes she could be in the kitchen, just go and touch her. Something, maybe just the neck, just the hand. You're looking good. Just compliment.
Come home with gifts.
Come home with gifts. No matter how small. Yes.
Why are you coming close to me now?
Husband and wife, that they are just cohabiting. Yes, they are just roommate. Roommate. Yes, they are roommates.
Married but living single.
Yes, enduring marriage. And sex could be happening, but not in the sweeter version of it. The man could just say, open. Enter.
That's the punishment.
This one is mommy and daddy style. It's mommy and daddy style. Come and do.
Wasu. That's not
okay. So on the lighter mode, to round off this program, understand and know how to manage and to treat it. Turn your women on, give them gifts. Romance them on the bed. Yes. You can learn from this and make your marriage very enjoyable when you eventually get married. I remain your host, Patricia Gabriel. Thank you for joining us.
ITV, certainly the best.
beautiful evening to you and welcome to the news at this hour on Independent Television. I am Stephanie Notoriua. The Nigerian Police Force has reaffirmed commitment to provide adequate security to ensure free, fair and peaceful conduct of the August 15 off-cycle election in Osun State. Security correspondent John Tanner reports that the Force Public Relations Officer, CSP Annie Iniedu, made the commitment in a press briefing at the Force headquarters in Abuja.
With just days to the August 15 governorship election in Osun State, concerns over security are mounting due to a wave of political violence across the state. The political tension among parties and candidates have become a call for concern. While the Nigerian Police Force hierarchy has continued to engage stakeholders ahead of the election, the Force Public Relations Officer held a pre-election press briefing ahead of the election. The Force PRO, Annie Iniedu, reaffirmed the Force commitment to provision of adequate security for the smooth conduct of the election in a free, fair and credible atmosphere.
The Nigerian Police Force wishes to reassure the general public, political actors and all stakeholders of its commitment to ensuring a peaceful, secure and credible gubernatorial elections in Osun State. As part of the Force's comprehensive election security strategy, the deployment of Commissioner of Police CP Samuel Erale Etaifo as CP Elections, Osun State, remains a key component of the operational framework designed to coordinate election security across Osun State.
The police urges Osun residents to shun violence and conduct themselves in an orderly manner during the polls.
The Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Rilwan Disu, PSC Daga, NPM, urges all political parties, candidates, supporters, and members of the public to remain peaceful, law-abiding and cooperative throughout the election process. He further assures that the Nigerian Police Force will continue to discharge its constitutional responsibilities with fairness, firmness, and absolute respect for democratic principles.
The Force tasked personnel on election duty to demonstrate high level of professionalism in strict adherence to electoral laws. From Abuja, John Taylor, ITV News.
Delta State Governor Sheriff Oboriwori has suspended the Commissioner for Works, Highway and Urban Roads, Honorable Ruben Izeze Yakubu, indefinitely. The suspension takes immediate effect and is to allow security agencies conduct an impartial investigation into an alleged assault involving the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on Protocol, Simon Moody, popularly known as Tempo, at the Petroleum Training Institute, PTI, in Efuru. The incident reportedly occurred during violence that followed an APC stakeholders meeting involving the Commissioner and the Governor's Senior Special Assistant on Protocol. Moody was said to have sustained serious injuries in the incident. In a statement signed by the Secretary to the State Government, Dr. Kingsley Emo, the Delta State Government said the suspension is necessary to ensure a thorough and unbiased investigation. The government has reaffirmed its commitment to public safety, law and order, and the protection of human life. The suspension will remain in force pending the outcome of the investigation by the relevant security agencies. Still on the news, Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo has reaffirmed its administration's commitment to strengthening the All Progressive Congress, APC, and ensuring that governance and development reach the grassroots. Governor Okpebholo stated this when he met with APC leaders and members from the 18 local government areas of Edo State at the Government House in Benin City. Oluwafemi Farayola has details.
Governor Monday Okpebholo thanked APC members for their support, stressing that unity remains critical to the continued growth and success of the party in the state. He said his administration would continue to take development and opportunities to the grassroots, insisting that the benefits of governance must extend from the state level to local governments and wards. Governor Okpebholo also addressed the issue of the appointment of special assistants, saying the proposed appointments should not be viewed as a contentious matter, as the victory of the APC was achieved through the collective efforts of party members.
We are taking
the governance to the grassroots so that whatever is from the top will also go down to the bottom. Appointing 4,000 SSA or SA is not an issue at all.
Earlier, APC State Chairman Jared Tenebe commended Governor Okpebholo for what he described as his efforts to reposition and strengthen the party since assuming office. Tenebe said the APC had become more vibrant and stable under the present administration, noting that several party members had been given opportunities to participate in governance. The APC chairman disclosed that the governor had approved the appointment of 25 special assistants for each of the 192 wards in the state. He explained that the meeting was convened to brief ward chairmen and other party stakeholders on the criteria and guidelines for selecting qualified beneficiaries. Tenebe said the APC State Working Committee had also constituted a committee to work with the various wards, ensure compliance with the guidelines, and compile the names of successful nominees for submission to the party headquarters. He added that arrangements were also being made to provide the party with a vehicle to facilitate its activities across the state. The meeting was attended by the Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, Chief of Staff to the Governor, members of the APC State Working Committee, local government and ward leaders, among other party stakeholders. Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
The build-up of violence ahead of the 2026 Osun State government election and concerns over the safety of voters and the credibility of the electoral process came under focus on Monday as stakeholders examined the growing tension in that state. The issues featured on the Breakfast Show program this morning on ITV. Zainab Mohammed has details.
From Benin Studio, a former Chief Press Secretary to ex-Osun State Governor Boyega Oyetola, Ismail Omipidan spoke on the build-up of violence ahead of the Osun governorship election, saying the violence may be aimed at scaring voters away. He, however, expressed confidence in the courage and determination of Osun people to exercise their franchise on election day.
People that I know are very courageous and very determined. There's no amount of threat and intimidation that can stop them from coming out to exercise, their franchise.
From Lagos Studio, Public Affairs Analyst Dr. Martin Morgan looked into the deployment of the Highway Coastal Guards. He also reacted to the arrest of a commissioner following a gunshot incident at an APC rally in Osun State.
Am I sure that if I go out,
I won't be shot?
I won't be shot. To go and just cast a vote. How am I sure within that period that even what I'm voting will be really counted? So those type of questions have given rise as a result of the violence that is being implanted.
The discussion highlighted the need for stronger security measures, peaceful participation, and a credible electoral process ahead of the Osun governorship election. From Benin, Zainab Mohammed, ITV News.
It was a solemn gathering at the Holy Cross Cathedral, Mission Road, Benin City, as Catholic faithful from different dioceses converged for a Mass for the Dead in honor of the late Archbishop of Benin City, Most Reverend Dr. Augustine Obiora Akubeze, whose remains have returned to Nigeria ahead of his final rite. The Mass brought together bishops, priests, and parishioners who joined the Archdiocese of Benin to mourn and pray for the repose of the late Archbishop's soul. Ofuria Neto has details.
The Mass for the Dead was held at the Holy Cross Cathedral following the return of the remains of Archbishop Augustine Obiora Akubeze to Benin City, with Catholic faithful gathering to pay their respect and honor his service to the Church. Delivering the homily, Very Reverend Father Pascal Omono described the Archbishop's death as a painful loss to the Catholic community, saying words were inadequate to express the grief of losing a man who lived in pursuit of God's heart. He described Archbishop Akubeze as a father and mentor whose humility and service to God's work left an enduring mark on the Church and to generations to come.
What will you say
Taking a prayer for the repose of the soul of the late Archbishop, Most Reverend Dr. Donatus Ogo prayed for the peaceful repose of the late Archbishop and comfort for the Catholic community.
We received the body of the Archbishop Augustine Obiora Akubeze just today into the Archdiocese of Benin City. And because of that, in about 105 parishes that we have in the Archdiocese, are to be celebrating Mass today at 5 o'clock in their different parishes.
Most Reverend Dr. Augustine Obiora Akubeze was called home to the Lord on Thursday, July 9, 2026 at the age of 69. From Benin, Ofuri and Neto, ITV News.
The Nigerian Air Force killed 9 ISWAP fighters, including a senior commander, during a precision airstrike in Borno State. The operation targeted terrorists moving through the Sabisa forest that is being described by the military as a major setback for the inserted group. The Air Force says the strike was carried out after intelligence reports indicated the movement of suspected ISWAP fighters within the Sabisa forest in Broad State. According to the Air Force, a remotely all-polluted aircraft conducted intelligence surveillance and reconnaissance operation following operators to identify and track the terrorists to a suspected hideout before a precision strike was launched. Among those killed was Abu Khaled al-Mujal, described as a key SWAP commander responsible for providing security escort for senior members of the terrorist group. And that story wraps it up on the news at this hour. Reaching you live from Independent Television, I am Stephanie Notoriua.
ITV, certainly the best.
À cause de son nom, et quand je marche dans la vallée de l'ombre de la mort, je ne crains aucun mal, car tu es avec moi. We want peace in Liberia. We want peace in the Ivory Coast. We want peace in Mali. We want peace in Somalia.
some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Owa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Owa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom. As a result, for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Owa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifice.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking that's about what I said. So when they bullied her, now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
if
down.
you see where they are dressing them or are dragging on both sides, you cannot. You cannot breathe. And these women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of two local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oloije Oyikokai. Today on Heritage, we'll be taking a ride down to Asan Southeast Local Government area to go look at Ikbede Festival. Yes, this is one festival that has to do with everyone coming together, home and abroad, to come celebrate the new season. Yes, of farming, cultivation, and of course of brotherliness. Yes, together we stand and divided we fall, and that is what Ikbede is all about. Don't go nowhere, don't touch the dial. I'll be right back on the other side of Heritage.
This is Ividu community in Odwa, Asan South East Local Government Area of Edo State, Nigeria. A community situated in the inner Asan land, suitable for the production of agricultural produce such as cassava, yam, and corn. This community evolved many years ago, specifically in the 1460s, during the reign of Oba Ewai, as a result of one warrior who was troubled with love. He fell in love with Oba Ewai's daughter. However, there was no way of consummation that burning love as a result of the strict mourning laws the Oba had clamped upon the inhabitants of the city. The warrior, whose name was Ohairari, decided to flee the city with his treasure. Ohairari and his chosen woman wandered on until they came to the southern bank, where they set up a lowly hamlet. Ikbede Festival is an annual cultural celebration honoring ancestors through sacred rites.
We are celebrating our Ikbede. It opened road for the big festival that is coming, which is Ignobo. That is what they call Ipede. The people of Ibedu celebrate, dance, cook. That is another happy day for us, for celebration, to open road for the bigger ones ahead. We pray for all our sons and daughters, home and abroad. Pray for them. It's just about prayers for the good people of Ibedu and Ohodwa in general.
Ipede is a river, a woman for the river. So every year we celebrate it. It's the first feast for the whole Ohodwa. When we do and finish before the feast, other feasts will be follow. All our elderly people, youth, we go clear road to the stream, to the river. And the word is around the near house, we go serve it to make peace in the community. Without that, there's no way. Our father told us that at the time when they arrived, the feast, the woman when we serve, so the river, the woman they come for Iroko tree for the road here, we sit down with a big breast, and the neck would walk around like a hawk, would walk around like clock. Where you see the guide us.
After cleansing exercise, the elders and the youth in the community march along Major Road, singing, thanking the ancestors for a peaceful exercise, and it ends up at the palace of the Eholo. The Igbede festival is deeply tied to the veneration of the deity of the land of Odua clan. It is an essential rite of spiritual cleansing of the community and to protect the land against attack. Chants, drumming, and acrobatic display, like the Babalenimi masquerade dance, a dance that involved all the community to be in one place to dance and honored the ancestors of the land for accepting the Igbede festival. Ikbede Festival serves as a vital homecoming, drawing sons and daughters of the kingdom from both home and abroad together to celebrate their shared heritage.
It sure has been Ikbede Festival in Asa Land, looking at wonderful, colorful display and something looking like the Igbamonenivi masquerade dance. And I know you did have fun today on Heritage. Yes, that is what we know how to do best, taking you around our country, Nigeria, Africa, and the world at large as far as culture and tradition is concerned. So we'll be seeing again next week for another exciting time on Heritage. Do have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
certainly the best.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, esteemed viewer. Welcome to the program this morning on ITV, TMI, where we get to give you fresh perspective on all the conversations that are shaping our political and current affairs landscape here in Nigeria and even globally. As you know, we do this across 3 centers where we get to bring diverse views on all of these conversations. I'm Chukwufumnanya Digwe here in Benin. There's a whole lot to talk about this morning, stemming from the protection of infrastructure. The Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway now has deployed coastal highway guards, and the security situation also in Osun State as the state prepares for the August 15 governorship election. Like I did tell you, a lot to talk about. Now on the table right here in Benin, I also have Anu Oluwapo Stevens. Good morning to you, Anu. Good to have you on the show.
Good morning. Good to be here. Trust you're great.
I am great.
Amazing.
All right, and in Lagos, we have Patricia Gabriels also joining in the conversation. We have Patricia, and we have Joseph Kadiri in Abuja. Good morning, Joseph Kadiri. I'll start from you. How is Abuja this morning?
Good morning, Chukwufumnanya. Good morning, Anu Oluwapo Stevens and Patricia Gabriels. Abuja is wet this morning. You know how it is with August. While we're expecting that there will be a little break, but it keep on dropping. However, on the
so much, and Patricia, so great to see you after my leave and do this with you. Good morning to you.
It's good to see you again, Chukwufumnanya. I guess you enjoyed your leave. Good morning, Anu, and good morning, Joseph. Lagos is beautiful. It's a beautiful Monday morning. The rains have at least stopped for a minute. Now we can breathe. Let Lagosians breathe. That's what we said to the rain, and now we are breathing very well. Thank you so much, Chukwufumnanya. Good to see you again.
All right, it is a full house and it's going to be a very robust conversation. I did give a hint on our joint conversation this morning across our 3 centers. First off is the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, over 700 kilometers, and now the deployment of 40 coastal highway guards to protect infrastructure and also protect against unauthorized activities right there on the coastal highway. No hawking, no tricycles, no bikes, all of that on the table right now. There's a lot of views, different people saying different things. Can you give us more insights, starting from you, Anu?
Right. So yesterday in Lagos, the Center of Excellence, the Minister of Works had the press conference and stakeholders meetings regards the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, where he listed a whole lot of things. I actually watched a clip of that particular press conference, and what I can do is at some point I saw a bit of politics conversation, you know, infiltrating, where he said, who are you going to vote for come 2027? But then again, it's actually expected because it's the political season right here in Nigeria. He highlighted a lot of things. He highlighted the fact that his critics over time question why it's just a Lagos that is enjoying all of this amazing benefit when it comes to, you know, the big projects, the White Elephant project, the road infrastructure, and then he listed other major projects across the country. Now, regarding the guard, the coastal highway guard, just as you said, 20 would work in the morning and 20 at night. Now, the reason or their duties was interestingly spelled out yesterday by the Minister of Works, David Umahi, where he said they are going to be looking forward to not having keke on that particular road, no loitering. He also said the day to Sunday when the conference was held, he went there, and shockingly he saw persons who were sleeping on the coastal highway, and it shouldn't even be in the first place. And he also highlighted the vandalism situation in Nigeria. I think it's a bad culture, because an average Nigerian, or some average Nigerian, not generalizing, feels that government-owned properties are for the politicians or for government, but neglecting the fact that at the end of the day, you and I are the government. So when you vandalize properties, when you vandalize the roads, it's going to affect every single one of us. So some would say it's a great step in the right direction. Others would say, let's see, other greater initiatives emanate from this current administration.
Thank you so much, Anu. Now, moving on to Joseph. Joseph, a lot to talk about here, a lot to uncover. A lot of money was spent on this coastal highway, over 700 trillion. And now the Minister of Works saying, let's protect this highway with an initial 40 coastal highway guards. What do you have to say? What are the perspectives that you're going to bring into this?
Okay, thank you very much, and once again, good morning, dear viewers. I'll say it is better late than never. I mean, 40 coastal guards, in my opinion, they are not enough, but it is better we have them in that number for now than leaving the place unguarded. Now, if you take a look at the main reason why the minister had to, get those guys on the ground is the fact that the issue of vandalism is at the rooftop. A situation whereby those who are scavenging for iron, they don't care whether the pillar that already has been casted to carry a bridge will collapse. Their own is just to destroy that pillar so they can take the iron in it and sell it in the scrap market. So that is a major challenge. And if you look at the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, it's just one out of many highways that this government has deployed so much resources on, from the Lafia, the Kefi, Lafia, Akwanga, Benue axis. There are lots of work ongoing there. If you look at the Bauchi, Potiskum, Maiduguri highway, a lot of resources have been deployed there. If you look at the Zuba, Kaduna, Kano Express or highway, so much is going there, particularly the one in Zuba, Kaduna, where after the construction of the roads, the bridges, we've seen that the government deployed street lights, and we have seen how these street lights have been vandalized. And if you go to some far areas, I don't want to mention names, you discover that some people are bringing down the street lights, believing that the street light is delaying rainfall or is stopping rainfall. I mean, in 21st century. So it's a good thing that the federal government has deployed coastal guards. Like I said, that number needs to increase, and it should not only be in that axis. There are many areas where federal government infrastructure need to be protected.
Joseph, for those insights. You actually did bring very fresh perspectives to that, especially pulling down the street lights is something that really beats me. Now, Patricia, to you. One thing I want you to talk about, you could talk about a little bit about the coastal highway guards, but the Osun election is forthcoming and security is already a thing of concern. Now, the news reported that 3 people have been injured following a shooting during an APC street rally in Ilesha West local government area of Osun State. Very surprisingly, one of the victims was identified as a minor, a 14-year-old boy. All of this and the election is just a few days away. What do you have to say?
Thank you so much, Chukufumnanya. I'm going to start with contributing to the coastal road, the guides on the coastal road. And then very importantly, the person that is going to be the head of this
guards is retired General Adekunle Shodikun, which makes it very, very, should I say, very, very important, because he's a retired general, so he knows what to do. But just like Joseph said, I don't think 40 personnel is enough, not for the coastal road, at least other bridges in Nigeria and other places in Nigeria. And it's so worrisome when we have to guide our roads from vandalism. I mean, Nigerians should be able to not to vandalize things that the federal government has put in place for everybody's use. I mean, it's worrisome, very, very worrisome, that guards have to be sent to the road to guard against vandalism and then traffic control, so that people don't go sell on the road of the express coastal road. Now, my problem is we keep complaining that the government is not doing enough for us, or rather not even doing anything. And now this has been put in place, and Nigerians will go to vandalize them and sell them in the scrap market. It is very worrisome. We really have to reorientate ourselves, not just the government, talking and talking. We as a people, we have to change our attitude. Now, coming to Osun rally, that's what we're going to be looking at from Lagos. It's actually very concerning that during the rally and the campaigns, shootings have, started taking place. Is this how it's going to look like in 2027 general elections? Why do we have to kill ourselves? Why do we have to shoot just to campaign for an election? Very interestingly, we heard that a commissioner in the state has also been arrested over this issue. And so we're going to be looking at that from Lagos. So don't let me say a lot. Let's wait for my guest. When he comes, he's going to talk about it.
Thank you over there, Patricia, in Lagos. And now, back here in Benin, I want your insights. Pre-election violence, what does this foretell about 2027, Anu? We're already seeing sporadic shooting in Osun State building up to the election. Are we to expect these kind of violence also come February 2027?
Well, good question. There are those who would say it's a clear cut of how things might turn out to become 2027 election here in Nigeria, because it's really alarming and shocking to see. It's not even the election period. Okay, it's the election period, but it's not yet the election day. And it's not, right, it's not even post-election period, and we're seeing all of these things happen. It says a lot about how democracy has, literally played out over time here in Nigeria. It's barely 5 days to the governorship election in Osun State, and we are getting to see a lot of controversies, violence, trades of words. Edo State governor was also, there over the past week, and he also had his own fair share. Back in class, Davido supporting his uncle, and it's really a lot. It also begs the question of if Nigerians and Osun people should be expecting a free, fair, credible election, come August 15th, 2026, because a clear case of seeing all of this violence says a lot about how the outcome of the election is going to be. Yesterday, we saw a video where the IGP, Tunji Disu, was, reacting to some of the things that had been done so far as regards the security architecture in Osun State. As we speak, the Commissioner of Police, the former one, has been changed. There's a new one on ground, and so many questions really begs to be asked. But I feel like at the end of the day, all Nigerians are clamoring for a free, fair, and credible election, especially as we move towards the 2027 general election. I also love to land on this note that, last week we saw the back and forth between the EFCC and the freezing of the Osun governorship salary account, with a lot of persons calling out for the resignation of the EFCC boss, Ola Olukoyede. It's an ongoing conversation with President Tinubu reacting and saying it is really embarrassing because of the time, and so much to talk about when we look at politics right here in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Anu. These are the theatrics that are shaping our political and current affairs landscape in Nigeria. And you're getting to hear all of this on independent televisions this morning on ITV. We'll take a short break now, after which is our newspaper review segment. Don't go away. Welcome back. Now let's review our national dailies. We'll kickstart from this day newspaper, or rather, Daily Independent. A major headline there says, federal government leverages $4.5 billion facility to anchor fiscal reforms. Also, a major headline on Daily Independent says 5,091 killed in 3 months, damning indictment of Tinubu's government, and this is said by Atiku. Another major headline there on Daily Independent. Well, we'll just move on to Daily Sun. Dr. Sunny Duke, it's over to you.
Oh, thank you. Looking at the Daily Sun, I mean, you can see the bold headline there. It says, 2027, EU rejects observer role. And a couple of interesting writers there. You want more on that story, get a copy of the Daily Sun. Now, if EU is rejecting observer role, I'm sure this has, far-reaching implications as far as the 2027 election is concerned. But as is always the case, it's a wait-and-see game. We just keep our fingers crossed and see how all of this will play out. Yeah.
Absolutely. Can we move over to the Daily Times newspaper? It says, governors shun Supreme Court order, states still control 10.48 trillion naira local government allocations. That's the major headline there regarding the conversation with local government autonomy in Nigeria.
Yeah, I'm really concerned about this because when you have a society that is not governed by laws, what do you have? You have anarchy. If a society makes its own rules and then those rules are not adhered to, or where there are conflicting opinions as to how these rules and regulations are supposed to be applied, and people go to court to seek redress, and then the court adjudicates on the matter, gives a judgment, the normal thing to be done is that all parties will respect the judgment of that court. That brings sanity into the society. But in Nigeria, it's very, very disturbing to see things like this happen. Supreme Court is the highest court in the land. Once the judgment comes from the Supreme Court, if you disagree with it, you probably will have to see God himself to find an alternative. But if you must see God, probably will need to die before you go have that kind of, But the saddest part is that when this trend or pattern continues, it has far-reaching implications because society that does not, when people leave the shore of this country, they go abroad, what distinguishes those countries from ours is respect for the rule of law, is respect for laws, for the rules and regulations governing the society. That's why if you do the crime, you do the time. But back here, the situation is completely different.
It's a peculiar case.
All right, let's look at another national daily there, Daily Times. Well, I think we've already looked at this, but let's also take other headlines on Daily Times. Another headline there on Daily Times says, protesters block Mukwa Bida Highway. Well, I think we're having a lot of technicalities this morning.
Okay, let's move on to Daily Trust, next port of call. It says 187,200 naira to 3.25 million naira military's new pay scale. This is quite an interesting one, and a lot of people are applauding the government of the day for this bold move. Yeah, I know.
Is it enough? That's the question. 187,000 naira 200. No way. I feel it's not enough. Wrapping my head around the money that would actually suffice for everything here in Nigeria would be, let's say, from 500,000 naira and above. But it's still the same old ball game, playing out. If you do have something different to say.
Well, the cost of living to this amount, just like you've said, Anu, I don't think it's fair.
Yeah, well, it's something to talk about. It's something to talk about, because when you look at what they've been earning over these years compared to what they're going to be earning as a result of this pay rise, it was a far cry. But today, I think, to a large extent, that has changed. It can only get better. And I'm sure this will be a huge motivation for our armed forces, who we know for such a long time they've always been burdened by the fact that what they're earning is very poor, and that's a huge disincentive for them to really go out and do their job. But beyond that,
so much more. People that stake their lives, especially with the security situation in this country right now, they should be prioritized.
Absolutely. So given that sort of pay rise, it's a welcome development. We hope this will be a huge motivation for them. Then in addition, for those who are on the front lines, you know, confronting bandits, confronting Boko Haram, their allowances should be paid as and when due. Their welfare should be priority. The food they eat should be priority. I mean, these are the things that we hope that we can really strengthen to make greater impact in our security structure and architecture, so we can have better outputs and outcomes from security forces. Yeah, let's move on to our next paper for review. Let's look at what we have on the Guardian newspaper. Yeah.
Right, okay. On the front page of the Guardian newspaper, if we have that here, let me see. Okay, I don't think we do have it here though. But it says insecurity, low ROI drag 18 states from digital access, connectivity on page 6. Other major headlines: 2027 articles camp divided amid calls for reform ahead of campaign season on page 6. Details of that story. While still on 2027, INEC extends deadline for submission of governorship candidates list on page 3. Adedeji, Nigeria would be paying 53 trillion naira in subsidy without reform on page 3 still of the Guardian this morning. While still on the front page of the Guardian, Zulum hosts Sahel countries, 6 unified strategy against terrorism in Chad Basin on page 29. NCC to sanction telecom operators for poor quality of service and experience. Well, I'm sure a lot of Nigerians are looking forward to the outcome of this. Rights groups alert 6,000 Igbo families in agony over missing loved ones. And finally, aviation unions issue airlines final 3-day strike notice on page 4 of the Guardian newspaper. Well, just before that, there's a picture on the front page of the Guardian. It's as regards a meeting that was held at the Arsio Rock Villa with President Bola Tinubu and a host of others during the course of last week.
All right, our next paper for review now. We'll take a look at Nature News. A major headline there says, blocked drains, rising floods, how waste is choking cities across Nigeria. Also on Nature News, Nigeria reaffirms commitments to climate action, resilience development. Another story there, PANDEF commends Tinubu over multi-billion-dollar gas supply project in Akwa Ibom. Also on Nature News, Ogun governor urges tree planting to combat flooding and climate change. Other headlines there say, stakeholders demand higher agriculture funding, warn of food security risks. Nigeria, China deepen cooperation on science, agriculture. Also on Nature News, how Bangladeshi women are turning banana waste of course, into income. And finally, Ward, horse stay in hunt as no takes control of Women's Open. Well, that's it for Nature News.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the issue of waste and its impact on drains. I mean, it clearly shows that we still don't, we're not very serious about how we protect our environment. And I was one of the lead paper presenters at the Faculty of Physical Sciences scientific conference. That was sometime last week. And one of the things that I emphasize, particularly as it relates to plastic pollution, is the fact that this is supposed to be something that we can harness by converting those plastics into reusable materials. If we can collect them in a very, very decent way, we can actually turn them into materials that can be reused. And then another interesting point is the fact that today plastic is becoming a huge problem in the society, both to our health and then of course to the environment. Take for example the average tea bags will give almost about 15 billion micro and nanoparticles. Once it's under heat, through leaching, those nanoparticles gets into the tea. So what we recommended is that if you want to drink tea, remove the content of the tea bags. Just boil the tea itself. Don't boil it alongside the the packaging, because when you do that under intense heat, it leaches 15 billion micro and nanoparticles into it.
You mean the tea bags?
Yes, the tea bag. And these particles are known to be endocrine disruptors, hormonal disruptors, and create and constitute a lot of health hazard to our health. So this is the challenge that we have in the society today, and people are not really taking these things serious.
That's why cancer is on the rise.
Of course. So this is the stark reality. And some time ago, we used to advise people, if you leave your car under the sun for a long time, right, and you want to drive that car, once you turn on the engine, open the door so you can allow the air inside to recirculate and remove it. Because under intense heat, your seat is made of plastics, and some of those things contain things like styrene, contains benzene. These are known carcinogens. They are cancer-causing chemicals that we have, in our society today. So this is the stark reality. If we want to live healthier, cleaner environment, then we must do something about it. Now look at the Punch. I'm sure we still have some few minutes, right? Let's look at what we have on the Punch newspaper this lovely Monday morning. Can we take a look at the Punch? Okay, it says Atiku presidency in fresh war of words over killings. SVP forced Tinubu on security. President rallies clerks against insurgency. That's all we have on the Punch newspaper. Yeah.
Right. All right, so we'll have to draw the curtain here for our newspaper review segment. It's a wrap on our national dailies. Hopefully we've been able to give you insights on these stories. Grab yourself a copy and get to know some more. Up next is the most consequential part of this program. The discussion segment is spearheaded right here in Benin by Dr. Sonny Duke. Stay with us.
Many thanks again for rejoining us on the program TMI on the ITV network. Let's get into a major conversation on the program today, looking at some of the developments in the build-up to the 2026 governorship election in Osun State. There's been a noticeable spike in the political violence, pre-election violence in Osun in the months leading to the poll. And this is what we can authoritatively tell you about what's happening on the ground in Osun to first week of May 2026. KDI Compact Development Initiative documented 44 election-related violent incidents between October 2025 and June 2026. 26 of those 44 incidents happened in May and June 2026 alone. That's about 59.1%. The 44 election-related incidents resulted in 13 deaths, several injuries, and destruction of property. 24 non-election violent incidents also led to 23 fatalities in the same period. In recent times, 3 persons were injured in an APC rally, attack in the Ile-Ife Sabo area, with shootouts also reported in Akoda, Owode-Ade, Oshobo, Aregbesola bus stop, Olaya, Okefia. Attacks on INEC officials in the Odo of the local government area were 2. About 10 armed thugs fired shots and carted away 3 packs of PVCs. Killing of 14-year-old Ezekiel Olakbade in Lobo Irekpebun local government area on June 21, 2026 during clash between political supporters. APC and Accord supporters clashed in Ilefe during solidarity walk for APC candidate Bola Oyebamiji. Gunshot also in Aishu, Owodiade, Olaya, Old Garage, and all of this have been going on. As is always the case, it will be a war of words between the major actors in this, talking about the Accord Party and then, of course, the APC. And to help us make sense of all of this, we have joining us virtually the former Chief Press Secretary to the Osun State Government, Ishmael Omidikbo, is joining us virtually. Ishmael, thank you for joining us on the program TMI on the ITV network.
The pleasure is mine. Good morning.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. The pleasure is mine. Good morning.
Okay, so I mean, this is a pre-election violence, and we know what this potentially holds for the big day, August 15, which of course is the day that the governorship election is expected to take place. From your perspective and what you followed in recent times, what are the major triggers of what we're seeing today in Osun State?
Well, thank you very much. First and foremost, let me place on record that whatever we have witnessed in the build-up to this election was also witnessed 4 years ago. The only difference between what is happening now and 4 years ago is that the man at the ends of affair 4 years ago is a complete gentleman, a man who many have described that is not fit for the typical Nigerian politics. Even though his supporters were attacked and even killed, as far as the records were concerned, about 30 of his supporters were killed 4 years ago. But he insisted that loss must not be taken into their hands. And they opted for the law enforcement agents to take its course. Again, he never showed any sign of desperation to retain power at all costs. And that was probably why most Nigerians didn't hear much about the killings, the attacks 4 years ago. But today, what is triggering all of this today, the governor is being perceived as someone who has refused to act like a statesman. For instance, they accuse him of harboring criminals in the government house. And this much was even raised by the Inspector General of Police. I watched that video. I didn't see the governor make any attempt to push back. Two, there are several videos of wanted criminals who are seen around government actors, including the sister of the governor. And so this is giving people the impression that these boys have license to kill, to maim, and attack. Unfortunately, I must say this, majority of the members of the PDP, together with whom they unleashed terror on some members of the APC 4 years ago, have now joined the APC. And so those ones have now refused to allow attacks without making an attempt to retaliate. For me, that is why we are witnessing the kind of noise we are witnessing. I'll give you one instance. A particular known cultist was killed around the Jesha area. As a matter of fact, this person has records of having been to detention and even prison, not once, not twice, on the account of its nefarious activities. Now, in the course of their clashes, you know the way the court is, you know the way they behave, the man was gunned down. But the governor traveled all the way from Osogbo, the state capital, went to the area. The area happens to be the area where Honorable Wole Oke comes from. Wole Oke was a former member of the PDP and is now the DG of the APC campaign council in the state. And the governor openly rained curses and abuses on Wole Oke, and even accused Wole Oke of killing a member of his party. But by the next day, when the young man was to be buried, we saw how courtiers took over his burial, had their usual ceremonies before he was buried. Now, when a similar attack now happened in Osogbo, the state capital, where a known member of the APC was also killed, in less than 24 hours, the governor came out to say that it was a courteous clash. Apart from the fact that he said it was a courteous clash, he didn't make any attempt to visit the family of the deceased the way he did for several ones that are sympathetic to his government. As I speak to you, there are allegations that the governor has been releasing criminals from detention. And they have been circulating the list of those criminals that have been released. And the only reason any government will be doing that is to unleash them on the members of the society. And so, for me, I believe very strongly that if the governor has demonstrated...
These are very weighty allegations, which, of course, we cannot independently verify here, and even
they are in the public domain, and you can in fact the Attorney General of the state,
there are allegations.
The Attorney General of the
one that happened earlier, in which you said the governor visited, was court related, so what is now what stops us from also believing that the one that happened involving the APC is also court related, according to the government? Because we have seen the governor calling for the removal of the CP, the redeployment of the CP, because he says he's lost total confidence in the security structure under the CP in the state. He's also called on international organizations to intervene in what is happening in Osun State. Efforts by even the DG in charge of that zone doesn't seem to be yielding any result, as it were. And there are feelings that all we've seen in Osun State is the desperation of the ruling party, your party, to take over power from the ruling government in Osun State.
Well, let me say this first. I am not a member of the APC. Yes, I have worked with an APC government before, the same way I've worked with a PDP person before. I was a former special assistant on media and publicity to the former deputy Senate president of the Senate, Senator Ike Ekweremadu. And so for me, all I do each time I'm called upon is to offer my professional service. I'm not a registered member of any political party as of today. I don't know what will happen tomorrow, but as of today, I'm not a member of any political party, so I am not a member of the APC. We'll take a break.
Ishmael, we'll take a minute break. We'll take a minute break, and I'll come back to you to continue the conversation. It's TMI on the ITV network. Please join us again. Many thanks again for joining us on the program TMI on the ITV network. Ishmael Omitipa is former Chief Press Secretary to Osun State Government under Oyetola, giving us insight into some of the developments that have been taking place in that state as it relates to pre-election violence. Ishmael, once again, thank you for your time with us on the program. We're looking at some of the latest development, particularly the calls by the governor that the CP commissioner should be redeployed, and then calling on international organizations, the EU, the UK, and what have you, to also intervene on this matter. What do you make of the why is it that this pre-election violence seems to have defied every effort by security agents, particularly the CP, the DIG in charge of that zone?
Well, from my experience, anytime you see chief executives crying out that the police is not cooperating with them, it is possible that what they want the police to do, the police is feeling very strongly that it's unlawful. That probably may be why the police is refusing to carry out those orders. And I am saying this with all sense of modesty. It's not peculiar to Osun. We saw it happen in Rivers in the days of Wike. You know, we saw it happen even in Edo State at some point when Obaseki was there. And so these things are not peculiar to Osun, you know. But having said that, I want to appeal to all the political actors, you know, that there is no life of any Osun citizen that is worth their, you know, ambition. And I must say that if you read the stories leading to the 2022 election as well, a lot of people predicted doomsday, but at the end of the day, the election came and passed peacefully. And I want to believe that this Saturday's election too will be very peaceful. But you see, the truth about it is, election is about numbers. And people talk about rigging. And there appears to be consensus of opinion among political analysts and political communicators that you can only rig when you are popular. As I speak to you today, more than 50% of those who were together with the governor 4 years ago, with which they achieved a little over 4% victory over the APC, have all moved to APC today. For instance, out of the 4 living ex-governors of the state, 3 are backing the APC candidate. Only yesterday, Olagunso Oyinlola, the former governor, a strong member of the PDP, openly endorsed the APC candidate, ditto the former SSG, and the former national secretary of the party, Uloma Oladipupo. And so for me, I want to say that all this will come to play in the contest. Don't also forget that this is the first time in the history of Osun that the sitting governor will be leaving the party that brought him to power to another party, although as a result of crisis. And one thing with voter education is that most often politicians wait for INEC to do voter education and mobilization for them, whereas that is a primary responsibility of the political parties. And so the mere fact that most political juggernauts are today no longer with the governor of the state will show in shaping the election and in the outcome of the election at the end of the day.
Let's quickly look at the issue of billboards destruction, which the Accord Party has accused the APC. And then, of course, you have the ADC has a candidate in the person of Najim Salam. The NDC also has a candidate, Nathaniel Odiemi. These are candidates. I mean, we're looking at about 4 major candidates in this election. You are saying from the analysis that you've given so far, the governor of the state, Governor Adeleke, seems to be the major protagonist or the architect of what we're seeing in terms of the electoral violence that we've seen so far. That's the point you're making.
No, it's on both sides. It's on both sides. That is the truth. But as a governor, I expected him to play a statesman's role than he is playing. Perhaps that would have reduced the tension. This is my own position. And I say so with the benefit of insight based on what happened 4 years ago when I was active on the field.
Okay. Now let's look at the feeling is of course is that these pre-election violence, hopefully, we don't expect it to dovetail into the election proper. It has far-reaching implications. Do you subscribe to the opinion that this is a reflection of maybe some scores dating back to 2022 that are yet to be settled that is playing a major role in this violence?
It is possible because, you see, one thing about justice is that even when it takes time for you to get justice, if you see that the institutions charged with the responsibility of delivering justice show a sign of ensuring that one day you get justice, there's every likelihood for you to want to wait. But a situation whereby you see the institution being manipulated to deny you of justice, you know, we are human beings. The strength of my patience is not the same thing with yours. I can decide to let go, but the other person may decide to want to take a revenge. For instance, where people have been declared wanted, and because we know that these people have some association with the government decides to enter into nolle prosequi, to free them. Certainly, the families of the victims will be aggrieved seeing someone who killed a member of their family walking freely simply because such a character has relationship with government. So such things will certainly fuel the kind of things we are witnessing.
Recently, we heard that a commissioner in the state was arrested in connection with the violence that took place not too long ago, in which some persons were killed. We also heard that the commissioner has been released. Give me your insights into this particular incident.
Honestly, beyond what I read in the papers and the social media, I have not really taken my time to really dig deep. The accord is claiming that the commissioner was just weeks away without any allegation. The security operatives are saying that they saw some exhibits, in the course of their search, So beyond that, I do not have any information, concerning, the arrest of the commissioner. But that of the SSG, from my findings, beyond the issue of being caught with 2 PVC and 4.5 million, 2 things motivated the raid of his house from my independent findings. One, the police got intelligence that one of the wanted criminals was taking refuge in his residence. 2, that some persons were being given 10,000 naira to take oath, to swear to an oath to vote the governor on the day of the election. Now, they eventually caught the criminal there. Then 2, in one of the lists I saw on the social media, which I tried to examine very well, it contained list of eligible voters. And I just saw 10,000 times something there, So if we do arithmetic on the list, 10,000 times, is it 400 and something on that list? So I can't remember the exact figure now. It's
the amount. It tallies with the amount that he was caught with.
Exactly. So for me, I want to believe that those are the two major reasons why they went, for him. And from what I learned, as at the time they raided the house, he was not even at home. It was after they interrogated those that were arrested that they now invited, him. I think up till now, the wanted criminal that was arrested is still with the police. And barely 24 hours after his arrest, the family of one of his latest victims came out openly to plead that police should not let him off the hook until justice is served. So after then, I have not heard anything, about the matter. But I must say this, I wrote about this on the day our current governor took over. Right from the stadium where he was being sworn in, that was when his supporters began attacking people, including Amotekun personnel. I was not told, it was a live coverage of the swearing in. If they have not deleted that video from the internet, you will see it. They were attacking Amotekun personnel. And by the next day, they took to the streets, attacked any vehicle that bore insignia of APC, attack anybody inside. And I warned that, look, the pattern that they are starting with is not good for our state. That because whatever happens, we are all from this state. If you have any grievances, follow the laid down procedure in accordance with the law. So I want to believe all those activities may have contributed to whatever it is, that we are witnessing today. I was aware, like before we left government, the man who was eventually appointed as CSO, in broad daylight, shot 2 people in Ede. My former principal then called for his prosecution, but somehow they did some abracadabra, and the man was left off the hook. And the information we got then was that the man was being prepared to be the CSO to the governor. But eventually, this man was eventually appointed as a CSO to the governor. Not only that, he's the same man that is now heading the Amotekun. So people know this man's antecedents. People know him. People know his criminal past. So how do you want the people of the state to have confidence in such an institution? So that is the problem that we have.
Let's take a look at some of the reactions coming from security agents. The Osun CP Ibrahim Gota has condemned the attacks and ordered investigation. DIG Southwest Adegoke Fayade warned politicians against harboring criminals and ordered joint show of force operations. 385 election flashpoints identified across 30 local government areas. And some of the factors responsible for this tension include the 2022 election fallouts, court activity like we've identified. REC in the state, Mrs. Oluwatoyin Babalola, was part of a strategic meeting with service chiefs as part of ways to checkmate all of these. And then we also have that rallies have been suspended, suspended rallies in Oriade local government area. And this is some of the things that are common. Civil society wants that persistent insecurity could discourage voter turnout and erode trust. They are demanding police reforms before August 15, which of course is this Saturday for the Osun State governorship election. Let's get your take on suspension of rallies in the state to perhaps stem this ugly trend and pattern of pre-election violence in Osun State. Ishmael.
I think that suspension was long time ago because rallies still held yesterday. As a matter of fact, APC even raised alarm that they were attacked in Modakeke area. I'm aware that rallies held even last week, and by the timetable, campaign will end on the 13th, and that is Thursday. I'm aware that the Accord Party will be going to Ife today. I'm also aware that the ADC will be doing their grand finale campaign rally, I think tomorrow or so, if they have not shifted it. And I think the APC will be doing theirs either a day after or 2 days after. So the suspension was in regards to Oyade, where Honorable Wole Oke comes from. That was shortly after that man that was killed, which the governor claimed that he was a member of his party.
Okay.
And members of the society said that, look, that man is a known cultist, one of those terrorizing, the environment. So the issue of that suspension rally has been dealt with long ago.
Okay, talk to me about the concerns by analysts that security agencies appear unable to halt the slide, and the investigations often fizzle out, like you have highlighted. What's the import of this as far as this election is concerned?
Sorry, I didn't get that very well.
Yes, I'm talking about what we have seen in recent times, the way and manner the pre-election violence is going and its far-reaching implications for the election itself.
Well, you see, the thing is, ordinarily, those perpetrating that violence, the attempt is to scare voters away. But I can tell you that the Osun people that I know are very courageous and very determined. There's no amount of threat and intimidation that can stop them from coming out to exercise, their franchise. The old men, the old women in the villages, they will come out and dare anything. But at the same time, we have also called on the Nigerian police to please ensure that it deployed enough personnel, to police the place. And from the account I have, about 36 police commissioners will be sent to the state for the purpose of the election, and hundreds of police personnel will be on ground to maintain, law and order. I believe very strongly that if the intention of those perpetrating the violence is to scare us away from our polling booths, I dare say that Osun people are determined, and they will come out en masse to exercise their franchise this Saturday.
Yeah, what's your take on the police, as it were, being able to stem this tide when analysts are of the opinion that security agencies appear to unable to halt the slide, and investigations often fizzle out just before it starts?
Well, as at now, I think if but for the killing that was reported yesterday, things appears to have calmed, because I around the town at night, even though these days I see that people go in too early, but the state is peaceful and calm, and I believe that some of the strategies that the IG deployed is yielding result. What I will say is that they must not rest, on their hours. Regardless of party affiliation, whoever is found committing crime must be arrested and dealt with appropriately. That way, they will be sending the right signals to would-be trouble fomenters.
Okay, Governor Ademola Adeleke has called on President Bola Tinubu to intervene. The DIG has said security agencies are determined to ensure Osun records a peaceful election like Ekiti and, of course, Anambra State. And we're looking forward to how all of these will pan handout. The president has not made any remarks. Do you expect, Mr. President, to make a remark on the outcome of these elections in terms of the pre-election violence that we've seen so far to stem the ugly tide?
Well, for me, I saw the act of the governor as being hypocritical and an attempt to blackmail the president. I say so with all sense of modesty because the governor too has not played his own role well. You know, like I told you, if he had acted like a statesman, I want to believe very strongly that the attacks would not have heightened the way it did before, you know, it subsided. And so I believe very strongly that it's just an attempt to blackmail, you know, Mr. President, because he believes that my former principal, you know, is the one behind, you know, whatever it is that is happening, you know, against him in the state.
Ishmael, the feeling is that the playout in Osun State is a reflection of the clandestine move by the ruling party to have a clean sweep in the Southwest in 2027, particularly for the president, who we know is also from the Southwest, and I think some have also said he's from that state, even though he claims to be someone from Lagos. So what do you say to that?
Well, you see, for me, that argument is neither here nor there. As an individual, as a citizen of Osun State, I've also advocated for the termination of our governor's tenure. And the reason is simple. I supported him in 2017 to be elected as a senator. And I supported him in 2017 largely because I felt very strongly that the APC was being unfair to his family. You know, shortly after he lost the brother, I thought that the family should have been given the right of first refusal, but he was denied the ticket to run for the Senate, and he defected to the PDP. And I supported him without reaching out to anybody in the family. In fact, I'm not sure he knows me one-on-one, but by my nature, I don't support injustice. So after his election as senator, the only thing I heard about him then was dancing, and that was how they named him the dancing senator. So by 2018, when he wanted to run for the governor, and as at that 2018, I have not known Oyetola, I have no relationship with Oyetola, I have no contact with him. But by 2018, when he was running for the governor, I came out openly to say that no, this man does not have what it takes to govern our state. You know, and so I was vehemently opposed to his emergence, even as a candidate of the PDP back then. But you know, God has his way of doing things. Somehow he emerged, and after the election, which was declared inconclusive, APC was eventually declared the winner. So it was 2019 that I was invited to join the Oyetola's administration. Even though when I was first contacted, I was reluctant. And so I tell people my opposition to the current governor has nothing to do with my relationship with Oyetola, but it has everything to do with the future of the state. You know, we all know that allocation has increased tremendously in most of the states. Apart from the flyovers that our governor built in the last 4 years, there's nothing on ground to show for the humongous allocation that is receiving. I went to my hometown, Ilarangun, last week Thursday. The roads leading to my hometown are riddled with potholes, only for our governor to give us a dualized road. And the dualized road they gave us, we don't need it, because the road that was existing there, it was very okay. Now, instead of giving us a dualized road, why don't you fix the potholes leading to those dualized roads? Apart from that, there is a road linking us to Kwara State, which would have helped farm produce and our farmers. They abandoned the road. So the man appears not to have his priorities right. And so any reasonable and right-thinking Osun citizen will not pray for the man to have another 4 years, because clearly the man is not in charge and he has not demonstrated capacity. He has not demonstrated intellect to govern the state. So it has nothing to do with APC wanting to sweep clean, but it has everything to do with the fact that the elites, majority of us, believe that the man does not qualify to be among our first 11.
Yeah, he may not have qualified to be your first 11, but some of the indices on the ground points to the direction of the ruling party wanting to have a clean sweep in the southwest. Lagos is under the APC, Ondo is there, Ogun State is there, except for Oyo State, and Ekiti State is there, and of course we have Osun State. Now, do you think that the governor's failed attempt to join the APC has anything to do with some of the crisis that has, taken over the state built up to this election? Ishmael, can you hear me? It looks like I will have a glitch there. Ishmael, can you still hear me? Okay, we're having a network glitch there, but we'll just take a short break. We'll be back to conclude our conversation with our guest, Ishmael Omibdipon, who is the former Chief Press Secretary to Osun State Governor under Oyetola's administration. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Please stay. Thanks again for staying with us on the program TMI on the ITV network. Somehow we had to end our earlier interview with Ishmael Omibdipon, who is the former Chief Press Secretary to Osun State Governor under Oyetola's administration, due to a technical glitch. But all the same, we hope you are able to make sense of some of the issues that are on the front burner in the build up to 2026 Osun State governorship election. The election is built for this Saturday. I think we need to emphasize that. And we hope that all the parties involved will sheath their sword and allow peace to reign. Electoral violence will always scare the electorates away. But let's hope that, just like Ishmael said, Osun people are resolute to make that decision, irrespective of the violence, irrespective of the intimidation. And the onus is also on security agencies, particularly the police, from the Commissioner of Police to the Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of that zone, and then of course the Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of that particular region will do the needful to ensure that they provide adequate security for voters to come out on Saturday, vote their minds and their conscience, and elect the governor that they feel will best serve their interest in terms of bringing forth socio-political development, economic transformation of the state. We appeal to the APC candidate, the Accord Party candidate, the PDP candidate, if they do have, the ADC candidate, and of course the NDC candidate, to allow peace to reign in Osun State. And to continue our conversation on some of the developments coming from Osun State, let's now join our Lagos Network studio, where Patricia is on standby to drive the conversation further. Patricia, it's good to see you, and it's over to you now.
Good to see you, Sonny Duke. Thank you so much. Okay, from our Lagos Network studio, we'll be looking at the arrest of the Commissioner of Police over the gunshots. The arrest of the Commissioner over the gunshots at the APC rally in Osun State. It's beginning to become worrisome for Nigerians, because we haven't even started the elections properly. It's just campaign, it's just rally, and we're hearing gunshots. We heard some people are injured, and most especially when one of them is a child, so it's worrisome. And we have a guest in the house to look at this with me this morning. And so thank you for joining us from our Lagos Network studio on the continuation of This Morning on ITV. I have Dr. Martins Morgan. Dr. Martins Morgan is a public affairs analyst. Honestly, I don't know. He has to do justice to what is coming out from Osun State this day. We heard gunshots are being shot everywhere, and then of course the election is just on the 15th. Well, Nigerians are watching and we are ready to know what's going to go on there. But before we look at Osun State, I want Dr. Morgan to look at the deployment of 40 special members units called Coastal Highway Guards to protect the Lagos-Calabar Highway. I want Dr. Morgan to, have an input in this discussion. Doctor?
Yes, good morning once again. I think it's nice to discuss the issues that affect the country because we all believe in this country and we share to the Coastal Highway. It's one discussion that is very, very ambiguous in the sense that there are many, many narratives that's related. 40 guards for 700 kilometers. Averagely, we may have 17.5 kilometers per guard for coverage. And this is what you have to talk about 24-hour routine around the clock. Checks. What is the workability? You should be able to understand the area, maybe the terms of reference. We have to talk about the protections, capability in terms of how you're preparing and the intel gathering. So if you put those metrics one per one, for me, the 24-hour coverage may be a little bit weak because 17.5 kilometers to be covered averagely by one person in terms of other costs implied in terms of logistics and how you're preparing for that type of support. For me, I think it should be a complementary force, a joint type force for that process. So that if you intend to achieve some possible positive result then. But doing that, what are the cost implications? Averagely, if you want to really look at it, assumption in terms of all indicators, in terms of personnel, vehicle, timing, kitting, accoutrement, and environmental factors that relate. To take an assumption about 420 to say 940 million per year to do that. That is an additional cost to that road. The question there is that what is the intent? Yes, there are some countries where you travel, you see the beach around there. But for me, do we really need a coastal road or a linking rail system, which will be very fast to enable people interlink? Or do you want to start from the coast by road before taking about the rail? These are some of these narratives we should be able to understand. I think for me, the 40 guards should be supplementary to the axis, all the axis these guys are going to pass. The question we ask ourselves, do we really need an additional cost to be implicated instead of using the various commands within the boundary or territory of each state? Are you now going to say that the 40 guards are going to be newly recruited for the coastal route?
Mm-hmm.
Those are some of these questions.
We have retired General Adekunle Sodikun, who is going to be heading that.
Yes, so we'll be going to head that. That's a different task force on its own. But the question there is that, what is the workability? Possibly they may work with the various regional police or the paramilitary services around the various states. But for me, it is giving us another thing to reflect.
Let me take you to one of the reasons why these guards are being put in place. It says infrastructure protection to monitor and report vandalism, theft of manhole covers and damage to road furniture or drainage systems. Okay, now the question is, do we have to mount guards for Nigerians not to vandalize what is meant for every one of us?
Well, that is where the advocacy is poor, because we recently even saw in Lagos some so-called scavengers were removing some of these ions
from the bridge. Yes.
So if you look at it in that way, the question is that having this guard is valuable, but what is going to be the efficacy of having this guard? Because each guard is expected to mount about cover like 17.5 kilometers. We are talking of kilometers here. We are not talking of meters. How efficient is it going to be, like the question you ask? So the people, the villagers, or the people living within that line, what advocacy are we giving to them to really understand that some of these infrastructures belong to us? It's not supposed to be. It's not the issue of government and us, but so that we can have a teamwork. Well, I know that, yes, even the pipeline is being manned by one other security agencies like that organized. But this coastal issue, the problem of this coastal issue are the locals. What about the various youth organizations within that corridor? From that ethnic group, what are you going to do? Are you working hand in hand with them? Then use the guard to just pretend over it, then complement the effort of the police. What are the terms of reference?
Well, it's so sad that we have to protect what is for us.
Yes, it's so unfortunate that we are getting to this type of situation. Now, the question that comes to my mind is that what are we really doing as a people to really educate the citizen to understand that, yes, some of these assets belong to all of them, not government and us. This is where the traditional rulers have a role to play too, that we should harness them. Because it's going to pass in a corridor. And within that corridor, as we are transiting from that corridor, there are various nationalities. Well, I don't want to call nationality. There are various ethnic groups living there. They have their government, they have their youth, they have their people. So is it that, are we targeting, what is the target? Is it vandals we are looking for, or protecting the environment? So you should be able to define what is the main target.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor. Very recently, the former governor of Cross River State, Donald Duke, said something. Just before we came on air, you were trying
Donald
to...
Duke was saying, from Donald Duke's perspective, he's not seeing it as to be a very feasible and profitable venture for now. Not that it's not good, but the question was, do we really need a coastal road at this point in time? For me, if you want to have that interconnectivity from the various states genuinely, there's not the bullet trains we have. Why not we go for that?
You think trains would have been better?
Would be better, faster. Not this old wagon from Indians that they give to us. There are modern way approaches that we should be able to use to get, so that you'll be able to save your time. The timing will be long, your travel time will be shorter. I think those are some we should be thinking ahead, not thinking from the past, from what the people have left, jetison, and we are carrying it.
Okay.
Road. Even the ones we have from here to Ondo, down to Ondo, Ilaje, going to Warri and the rest. How are you maintaining the...
That's where I was going to come in. Senator Adams Oshomole also made some comments that at this point, he doesn't think the coastal road is needed. What we need is the repairs of the other roads that are in bad shape.
That's what I'm saying. Because if you just have the coastal road, fine, beautiful for aesthetic. On papers, we have them. But how operational are they? Are they feasible? Are they feasible? Yes, okay, if you take the corridor from Lagos to Dakar, that's a collaboration with ECOWAS. If you live here in Lagos, you travel along the coastal road from here to Cotonou, Lomé, Aflao, Accra, you cross, going to Abidjan and the rest. Fine, it's very beautiful. Because that corridor, Lagos to Dakar, or Abidjan, Dakar, is very beautiful. But do we have the mentality of sustaining this coastal road as against having a rail system that will have been Lagos straight to Calabar or Akwa Ibom or any other way? From there, we can even extend it down to Douala, to Cameroon's Libreville. Why can't we start thinking within that nutshell? So what Donald Duke was saying, well, as a former governor, he has a vintage position to really understand how this thing works. But you and I, operationally, I hope this is not another setup for us to pump in so much money in this controversial coastal road that is already causing a lot of understanding and say, do we really need it? And even the cost. And this is this coastal road that gave us that understanding. What is the cost per kilometer? Now that we are now imbibing this one in terms of personnel, vehicle, fueling, logistic, maintenance, accommodations, and these ancillary costs. Why are we adding more to what we are not sure? Why not take all this context and say, fine, let's do some good trains, rails, modern rail. Go to Senegal. It's there in Morocco, Marrakesh to Casablanca. You travel very clean. It's not something that is beyond us, but it's the willpower. Just like what Senator Shomole said, why don't we maintain the other ones we have instead of putting more money? Have we been able to do our impact assessment in case of any ocean surge or in terms of climate, ecology,
climate changes?
Climate change. Have we been able to understand what will happen, the impact? Though we don't have quakes here.
But it could start someday.
You don't have yeah, but you don't. It could start. What have been the contingency plan for the coastal road? Those are the questions we should do. You've been to another country, you know how these things are working. But then the citizens involved need to be educated. I keep on having my grouse with the National Orientation Agency. I don't know what they are doing. I don't know how impactful they are in the 774 local governments we have in this country. These are some of the things you engage the people. There should be that orientation before you say, this is what we want to do. So that means it becomes that all of us own this.
Exactly.
Is that ownership being transferred to all of us instead of the political rhetoric? That is why some of these facilities, we are having a high level of facility deficit.
Because why I brought up this that we should talk about it is because, just like you said, some of us have been to other countries, you know, and I haven't ever seen where guards are mounted on roads because the citizens might want to vandalize.
That was what I say, what is it?
So how do we cop this?
How do we think about
How do we cop this? Because Nigerians have to be highly educated for them to know that the project is for us, not just for the government.
So that is why I'm saying that, because now, if a man guy is like a materialization system, the legacy we inherited, that we must always hit hard before somebody will be. How many will we hit? Rather, why can't we just work, like I keep on saying, the traditional and the youth organization, re-youth, because they're the youth that do the vandalization. And say, okay, this is how it's going to be done, and this is what we don't want, even if you have visitors to your community, let them know that you don't have to go to this place. You cannot go, for instance, go to Amsterdam and you see that bridge there, you go and hit it and start breaking. No, you can't do that.
You can't.
Somebody will tell you, what are you doing? Because that's the orientation. Many people don't even understand that there's going to be guards. So why are so many things so obscurantic? For me, I want to follow the narrative of Senator Shomole. Let's maintain what we have. But for me, instead of that coastal road, the rail would have been better. But we are already in between. We can't go back
at all.
And we are going to invest more money again. Some people will have some money in their pocket. Some people will do procurement. There's going to be procurement in this. Because the accoutrement and the keys, you have to procure them. Somebody has to go and procure. The question is it the exact factor? Or is that bill they are going to give us? Or is it not an additional cost? For how long?
For how long? That's the right question. For how long are these guards going to be there?
That is the question.
And then 40, is 40 guards going to be enough?
Enough. That's what I'm saying. We are talking about the issue of state police here. So the question I was asking, is it state policing or state police? So now, is it the question, is it the coastal road guard or the guardian of the coastal road? We need to define some of these things. No matter who is going to head it, with due respect to their CVs and the rest. But we need to look at the objective and the operational reasons for such act.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Martins.
And don't forget that even along the line, that corridor too, that means you may have the health center and facility gap to be established. And there's another one. So what happened to the various state policing and the local government within that area?
Well, we'll take a look at that as it unfolds. So we hope this works out. Just like you said, we hope it's not going to be an additional cost, you know, because of course the Coastal Road is taking so much money already, and then this additional cost is coming into it. Let's come back to Osun State, where we were actually driving to before we decided to look at the Coastal Road issue. Now, Osun State, there are rallies going on in Osun State and campaigning on there. And stories coming out from Osun State says, you know, there have been gunshots everywhere. To start with, we heard that the police arrested the Osun State Commissioner for Environment, Mayowa Ajorin, following reports of gunshots and campaign violence ahead of the state elections. Is it supposed to be so?
The question is why are guns involved in elections, democratic elections? Who are those involved in this act? So the Osun State election is taking a dimension whereby it's no longer political. It has degenerated to a gangsterism welfare, whereby you announce situations and say that yes, guns are there. And now that the police have arrested the Commissioner for Environment, this is not the first time they are arresting a high public officer. The State Secretary, the SAG to the government then was arrested or released thereafter in various issues. Now, arresting the Commissioner for Environment, Mr. Ajorin. Is it Ajorin?
Yes, Ajorin.
It tells you that, yes, we are ready for this election, so nobody is above the law in the act of the police. I agree on that. But the question there is that how do we start having live bullets?
In the hands of ordinary citizens.
Start having casualties from Amatekun, the young boy,
yeah.
One of that driver was shot, the passerby driver. The question there is that are we really in a democratic dispensations? Or we are just having a re-setup of gangsterism, East Bloc, West Bloc, Wild West. Are we getting to that situations now we are going to have? Because the Osun election now is behind the masks, there are some people, there are some patrons. It's no longer democratic. We are not making the citizen to even be afraid.
True.
The fear there is that, how am I sure that if I go out,
I won't be shot?
I won't be shot. To go and just cast a vote. How am I sure within that period that even what I'm voting will be really counted? So those type of questions have given rise as a result of the violence that is being implanted into the Osun election. We have what we call Bermuda Triangle, where it gives you the end. But so the Bermuda Triangle in Osun case is the issue of Osogbo, Ede, Ilesha Axis. Ilesha Axis noted for violence. It's a violence control area that now people want to take really the position of that. Ede is now looking at becoming political sensitive, become like a hype or the mecca of the new political decision making in Osun State. Then Osogbo, the capital, that is where the contestation taking place, territorial control. So if you put those into proper context, you see the triangle. So this spill effect that we are having already about INEC have identified about 385 flashpoints from the, I think they have 30 local government, 385 flashpoints.
Yeah.
The question we put to ourselves here is that why is Osun election taking this type of dimension? Why are they not objectively based on accountability, based on the Marshall Plan, each person coming in? The government of the day, why there's always so much cry? Why don't allow what you've done speak for itself. I think the lawyer, they say, fast speaks for itself. They say, where they put in Latin, the rest, lupito, something. But why are we not allowing the fact to speak for itself? Then why is it that there's this imposition or coming or the fifth columnist making this election so difficult to be managed? In the circle of this triangle, or as related, the people I even pity so much is INEC. Because INEC at this point in time, they may not even understand what to do. Even like 385 flashpoints. Can you imagine when they have 385 flashpoints in a state? The question there is that how do you even get materials to those locations? How do you man the security in that position?
You know, I was going to come to all of that.
Is even taking us to really find out what is the neutrality level for the security apparatus. You know, the state commissioner for police was changed.
It was changed, yes.
Another blue Oshun. Why is it that Oshun is now becoming the center point of all these crises in a democratic dispensation? You should be able to now see ourselves that yes, election is no do or die issue. But for the Oshun election, with that commissioner being arrested, there are some threat indicators we need to work on.
Okay, the commissioner was arrested. Do you think there will be a legal implication arising from the arrest, you know, on the gunshots at the APC rally? Will there be any legal implications?
Yeah, because what we are seeing now is accusation and counter-accusations. You don't even know who is who now. Even the APC coming up from what is Oyebanji, I think that was the guy, the fellow, the current governor, Adeleke defeated. And now he's a minister of there's a Mami Water or Blue Economy.
Excuse me, doctor.
So somebody used that expression, Blue Marine and the economy. We never heard anything about that ministry. Oh, my friend was joking to say that Mami Water ministry. I said, no, I said Blue Economy. I said, that is another economy. With due respect to their personalities. But the question there is that, why are we having this? And my threat to this election is more. The indicators are higher. Because we are going to have the issue of political vote, which is not yet abated. Voters' intimidations. How do you explain that? How do I come out holistically with joy that I want to go and vote? How do you now explain the issue of partisan security? How neutral? What confidence do I have? I know that this man guiding this election is neutral. These are some of these things. Despite the fact that there was a walk organized by the security apparatus recently in Osogbo to tell them that we are ready to do our work. But there's still that issue of credibility in some of these actions. Are we now having what people say, many take Paris, that's the biblical philosophy that the handwriting is on the wall. But here it's metaphorically used. It's not philosophy now. It's not prophecy. But metaphorically using the sense that how do we now explain frozen and unfroze of account credibility? So this is what I'm talking about. Are we now seeing the hand of Esau, the voice of Jacob? Is that how people say in the Bible?
Let me come to the phrasing of the account. Okay, so the salary account was freezed, but Mr. President came on air to I don't think in that sense the handwriting is written anywhere.
No, for me, I think the intervention of the president was very good because it diffused a lot of tension. And we still keep on appealing to them to keep on diffusing the tension. Because the Oshun election has taken a different dimension. The level of the anticipated violence and the fear. So if there's so much fear, who's going to vote now?
Yeah, so that brings me to this question. Could this affect the credibility of electoral process?
Well, the credibility of the electoral process has always been put on the scale of balance for a very long time. Because a transparent election does not end in voting. The transparent election ends in the transition to the collation and to the declaration. within that transition. I don't know if you, if you are looking at that angle. Yes, we have voted. It's transparent. Everything was good. The material got to the right location at the right time and the rest. But what's the transition between that collation point to the point of declaration? I think there was a case like a dual election or something like that. So how do we explain those nuances within that level? Maybe I'm doing some intellectual clickbait, but this is the reality we need to evaluate to enable us, because we need to assure our people in Osun that yes, this election is good.
True.
Come out to vote.
So, but what impact could this incident have on voters' confidence?
There's going to be a high level of impact. It's becoming a situation of gangsterism warfare.
And you think that will keep voters not coming out to vote?
That's the fear. And that gangsterism warfare is that, like recently, the campaign one say we'll collect it from them. Did the APC, we use a Yoruba, we'll collect it from them. Then the other say, come and see. And if some are brandishing, sometimes we don't even know which party is which party. Now, the level of the violence, we don't even know what they are no longer discussing the main issue. Nobody is now discussing in his campaign the healthcare issue. Nobody talking about schools. Nobody talking about agriculture. Nobody talking about the infrastructure. How do we want to develop? Nobody talking about the youth empowerment. But all the concentration, 80% is concentrating on how do we reduce violence. And it's a high level of distraction, and it's putting our democracy into test. It's no longer a clash of political parties. It's a clash of personality and dynasties. The dynasty control. Yes, I agree. We are behind on the mandate we all stand on the presidential level. Let them say they don't even trust that enunciation coming from the sitting governor. What is the trust? If there was that particular trust, then why is it that there's so much fears? Why not do this election on fat issues, basic issues? If I have been in there for the 4 years, let my work speak for itself. I don't need to come and fight you with machete or guns and the rest. I don't need to have talks around me. I don't need to have people to come and snatch a voter card. I don't need to have someone. I don't need to start developing the philosophy of thinking of many taken. Like I say, the handwriting on the wall. But then you shouldn't be. Is that part of the principle? Then you should be able to see the security person around the election freely. But now you see that Osogbo is armed. Osun, everywhere you go, they are armed.
Let me ask you, Doctor, where are all these arms coming from? To the private citizens?
Proliferation of small arms in Nigeria is a concern to us.
It should be.
It's a concern because the fallout of the crisis in Libya from Benghazi down to the pool and coming up, some of these arms were mocked within that area and down to the Sahel, ISWAP and the rest. Coming up to Nigeria, those who through Niger and the rest coming to Nigeria. But the accusation of it is that how do they pass our borders to a situation where every person can just come and brandish arm? As if you are in the old US time or Texas where you can just get angry. So the question we ask is that, like we ask, where are these arms coming from? Where are they getting the supply? And this thing they are getting the supply, they are getting live ammunitions. These are not meant for the public. So, and the patrons who are all bringing all these talks and the rest, they just don't just wake up and do that. Is it because you want to cling to power? If you want to cling to power and serve the people, if you have arms and all of them are being eliminated, who now do you want to preside over? What facility are you going to give to those people who are no more existing? So these are the questions you should ask. So for me, I think there should be a thorough check on some of these political aspirants. Who and who is behind them? You see one politician moving, you see a lot of retinue of people behind it. For what? They don't need such people around. And those of them are armed with dangerous objects. You're not supposed to be. Why must somebody die for an election?
Okay, so this Osun state elections is supposed to be a test ground for the general elections come 2027.
I want to believe it for
INEC. For INEC, exactly. For Nigerians generally, and INEC in particular.
It's INEC.
But now, what we're seeing, do you think this also will play out in 2027 elections?
The question is prior to that, why didn't he have this type of super level, C4 level of crisis in Edo election? In the one in Ekiti, there was vote buying money and the rest. But the one in Osun have taken the height, the top there, the zenith.
That's a wonderful question. What do you think is playing out there?
What is playing out there?
I want to hear from you.
Well, that was what that's the question that all of us were now asking. What is playing out there?
Could it be that because Mr. President is from Osun State?
It does not matter whether you come there. Democracy should be respected of where you come. Should be a nationalist approach. The man is going to be there. He's not going to serve his family alone. He's going to serve the entire people, even if he's from there. They are talking about the people. They are talking about the people. The health care. Have you been able to look at the health centers? At the school, we have almost 20 million children out of school in your own proportion. Have you been able to say that these children must go to school? Our teachers have been paid, our pensioners have been paid. Have been taking care of the oldies. So this is what we are talking about. Are the life and property secured? Those are your responsibility. The governance should be the responsibility, but not the personality interest. That what is playing here is the personality interest.
Mm-hmm.
Should they behind political affiliations?
Okay, should it be a do or die affair?
It shouldn't be. That's why you call the election. Because we are degenerating to gangsterism.
Mm-hmm.
You occupy your territory. It becomes there's something in French they call a raison de plus fort. If you are the strongest person, you take control. Not because you are the brightest. Because now, the way it is now, the average woman or woman in this place is afraid. And if you listen to the campaign, they are no issue based. They are personality clash. Where the government that have been in place before, if you have done well, the people should vote for you. But if you are not done well, you that one is coming, what are you going to do differently from them? But all of them have tasted the same power before. This is why we should be able to now understand what you are really doing.
Oh, Doctor, it's a lot to talk about from Osun State. Coming out from Osun State is worrisome.
Even worrisome. For INEC to identify 385 flashpoints in an election, it means a lot.
A lot, yes.
It means a lot. So why should it be? Are we going to war?
That's why I asked the question. INEC, is it a do or die affair?
Should it be? INEC, what are you going to do? Or what is the plan in some area? It's not deploying the security men that matters. An election should have been whereby people just come and cast their vote and go and do their business. You don't need to shut down the whole place.
I'm going to look at the political parties too, because we've just been talking about the INEC and the security agencies. So what responsibilities do you think the political parties should do in preventing violence?
Well, it's unfortunate that the politicians here, the members of the various political party, have no any ideology of affiliations. So the ideology here becomes what I can grab. Normally, what they should do is to keep on talking to their members that this is not what we want. That shouldn't be. This counter-accusation is not going to help. Rather, we educate our people that let's be more issue-based. Let us be more issue-based. So, transferring the personality into political parties, if you want to mention them, APC, Accord, PDP, some of the members now are just jumping from one place and changing alliances and alignment, which is affecting each other. In the first place, we have a constitution that if you leave one party on that position, you are to another party, you petition the position. But here we are not doing it. They are transferring, they say alliance. There's nothing wrong there. But the same political parties we are talking are not different from the personalities involved because they are the same people. Most of them are members of one party and they are national party members at night. So they play various interests that is coming up based on what is coming to their stomach. And every Nigerian police will tell you of interest. How do you define the interest? This is the question. It should be issue-based. So the political party should stand on their own ideology. The current person who came in, I think when he came in, when he was coming, he was talking of agriculture. So 4 years down the line, what is the measurement of the level of agriculture done in the state? These are the issues to discuss. Then the other one that you want to take over the power. We are coming in to improve school and infrastructure. In the next 3 years, if you are, or 4 years, if you are unable to hold us accountable in, is it ability? So that is why the political parties we have just the same person changing clothes.
Okay, talking about ideology, the campaign and the rallies. We also saw that some APC governors went to support, the candidate of APC in Osun State. And we heard their campaigns. Do you think the words coming out as campaigns were right? We heard some of the governors say the sitting governor is a dancing governor. And we had, a whole lot of, talks from campaign. Is a campaign supposed to be like that?
That's what I'm saying. They are attacking persons. There are no issue. If my hobby is to dance, the way I like the other one say he dances and misses meeting, that is not issue. Then you that cannot even pronounce some figures, that is not the issue. They are still there. So that should not be issue. Rather, what we should not be based is the fact that we should be able to now say that this is what we want to do. This is what you do. So extract the person out of the office. Can you do it? If I'm, like somebody was saying, throughout the campaign, they are all dancing to Davido rhythms and there's no statement made. The only statement made there was that the government is against us. These are not issues. The palliative and when EFCC put it because of astronomical withdrawal from the monies and then say, and the sad thing now is not so, but the other one said, so it shouldn't be. If you are going to support, if they were ideologically big, so come on, in our own ideology, this is what we want to do. This area has not been improved. These are the facts. He's supposed to do 12 kilometers. He did 3. And this is the money spent. So we are going to complete the remaining 1. And this is the money we may spend. So these are fact-based. But when you are not attacking the person, it's not too good. And the other one said now that they have changed ship, the so-called stakeholder, Regbe Shola and Co. and the rest, they are no longer in the same camp. They are now supporting them. But at the same time, we were supporting the man at the center. They don't even trust you when I made that statement.
Yes, I was going to come to that. He went visiting Mr. President.
Yes, that's what
and said, yes, he is not going to be joining the APC, but his support for presidency from Osun State is with Mr. President. Now Nigerians are asking question. When he had decided, he had said to Mr. President that we are supporting you from Osun State, was there any reason or all this attacking him, is it necessary?
Well, he has said it. He has shown his own support for Osun State. The question is the candidate for a core party presidential election. Has he stepped down? Do they have a presidential candidate for a core?
Well, I can say right now.
So, as he's talking, say we in Osun State we support. Is he talking for the generality of Osun State or for him as a person?
Generality of Osun State, of course.
So
he's the governor of Osun State.
They say number one. Yep. And everybody agreed with him.
Well, that's how they look at it in politics. He has the majority followers. Yes.
So that is the voice of the state.
Yes.
How are you even sure the voice is genuine?
We never can tell. How am I sure your voice here is genuine?
That's the question you're asking. So that's the problem we have. And for me, like I keep on saying, the intervention of the president was a political consideration, which is very good. We are not going to enter into the legality of it. It's a very good intervention. But then the question there is that even if you have said so, that is why there are other forces behind. Did the PDP man say so?
Doctor, let's look at it this way. Is it because he's a Accord party candidate is the reason why you're asking if what he said was genuine? What if he was an APC member and he said what he said? Nobody goes into anybody's heart. What if he said it and it also wasn't genuine?
Yeah, that is why I say it's very difficult to really measure what somebody has said genuinely. It's difficult because you don't even know what the intent was.
So people are saying Mr. President should have given him backing since he says he's of Mr. President instead of all this violence just because of
Mr. President are giving him backing enough. They unfroze the account and there's a good presence of security.
So where are all these gunshots coming from? These are coming from the APC rallies. So
how am I even sure that there's no fit columnists among the various parties? You know, during the World War, let me just give you a particular. So you know what is the World War? Winston Churchill, let me just call it. When the war came to a point, he said, okay, fine, let us bomb here. But when they were sick, he said, well, why this British why these German people bombing us? Well, they are not really Germans. And they get other allies that follow. So the question there is that even in between, we can create something, make believe, a softer fish, to give the enemy, because they are not presumed to be rivals, not enemy, rivals. But my worry is that this gun proliferation, democracy elections should be devoid of guns.
Okay, that brings us to the security agencies. What should security agencies balance, how should they balance law enforcement with political neutrality during the elections? Not just the Osun election. 2027 is around the corner.
That's what I would say that it's a litmus test. So the security for us that they should remain neutral and ensure and balance it and enforce irrespective of whosoever breaches it in this, because a civil process should be held responsible and made to face the law. That is all, irrespective of who is involved. So that's why we should now have that confidence. The election is about the people, not the paraphernalia of the security or the governor or whatever. It's the people we are talking here. So you should we can have that confidence and say, yes, there's something happened, I can run to any of the security man, accredited security man. So this is what is happening. Can I have that confidence? But we saw in Ekiti State also, when the people even ran to some security men, they discovered it was some of them that were even selling the vote. So this is where we are talking about the neutrality and proper education. I am sure that they will be able to diffuse that issue of violence. Let that violence be out of this election. And let those remote areas that they could not get, let's get them. This 385 flashpoint identified by INEC, they should be able to work on it. It's good that they have identified it earlier.
Okay, you're talking about the violence in Nigerian elections. You want it to be removed. So in wanting to remove this violence, what reforms are needed to reduce election-related violence in Nigeria?
We need to have a way we reduce our political parties. They should have a ground norm of admittance into being a political party, irrespective of the name they have. We have a way, we should be able to now say, fine, if you're a patron, this is the time for you to go at this point from A to B, after that, no one. And any person who wants to be member of a political party, they should have a record. And this is them. They should have a check. You should have police check, security check. And this person be involved in nefarious activity. You should have that check before you belong to even any of the political parties. If you have that data management, we will reduce this level of violence. Even you as the patron of this party, what has been your record? Even if you are managing business before coming to the court, what have been the story of the business? So we should be able to now remove that. Once we remove this type of situation, we should be able to say that yes. And also we check their affiliations. Do we have freedom to miss? But that freedom should also be curtailed. Because the pace we are going is not going to be too elections shouldn't be like war now.
Should be peaceful.
Shouldn't shut the whole place down when you are afraid, gunshot, life and boot. It's not good. It doesn't tell good of us.
Well, now the Osun elections, we're seeing gunshots everywhere, you know, we're seeing casualties,
yes.
You know, in just the campaign. Yes, just the campaign. Elections is on the 15th, you know. So looking forward to the 15th, where people will come out to vote, what are you expecting to see?
Well, I'm expecting to see that what the whole...
With all these situations.
Yeah, I know before then, most of this situation will have been mopped up.
Hopefully.
Hopefully, because we cannot progress. There's going to be any progression in a chaotic environment. And I also appeal to the various political parties to talk to their own members and their affiliated foot soldiers. I don't want to call them talks, because they'll tell you they don't have talks in the election. The affiliated foot soldiers. Let them conduct election in a proper manner. And there should be that perimeter circumference to cover that, yes, the social area don't come in. They should be able to check. Technology has gone far. You should fix some of the people.
And you think INEC is ready with that in these onshore elections, technologically?
Well, we assume so because they have a budget. They're working. They told us that they are going to find out how we can improve technology. I hope this should be the test now.
We're looking forward to seeing the test. So let's go back to the security agency. Because this gunshots in the election is actually very scary, knowing that the general election is coming very close. How do you think the security agency can curtail this now?
And those who are, it's not spirit that are shooting these guns now.
A commissioner has been arrested.
Yes.
Just like you said, it's not the first time.
Yes,
it's not the first time, but they release them when they arrest them.
They should face the law. Well, they should be able to say that this is the rule. But the question is, I've seen the personalities are getting stronger than the institutions. How do we say that, yes, it's the same way the commissioner, who maybe is he licensed to have a gun or whatever? Is the gunshot coming from him or from his angle?
Was he shot because he was self-defense or something?
Or is it another person shooting on behalf of the commissioner? Or is it the opposition people shooting and say that it is the party? So these are some of these things we need to evaluate. So because once these checks are put in place, so because the way this Osun election is violence, we don't want to have a Wild West election process and operation waiting in those days. Waiting, you know. It was very chaotic if you go to the history, political history of this country. It was very chaotic, and we don't want that. So that the people coming who have attained the age of voting, they should have confidence in our own democracy. It's evolving. But once if shrewd with this type of this ethnic group don't vote here, you don't vote here. And if you don't vote, if you are not voting for this particular, that intimidation.
So how will the security agency curb this? That's my question.
Yeah, they have to curb it. If any person is caught generally doing that, propagating that, then they should be able to.
Because why I said that is there were some complaints coming out from Lagos in the last elections where we had some particular tribes were not allowed to vote in some particular areas here in Lagos State. That wasn't curbed. We saw a lot of blood. We saw a lot of dead bodies.
So
how will that be? But
I believe
it's a test run with Osun State. So we're saying the same thing.
So in Osun State, they do have different tribes.
They have different political parties.
Yeah, they have different political parties. So now let the political parties educate their people and say this is how it is. But if it's not the tribe, they may have different dialects. If you know the tribe, then they will now say no. So that there should not be that intimidation that except you vote for party A. If you know you are not voting for party B or party A, don't come out. Those type of narration should not be there. That's where the orientation, the state orientation and the national orientation agency, they need to do a work. You shouldn't come for a campaign and be hearing gunshots. It's not knockout. These are guns, life ammunition. Once the thing hits you, you are sincerely, you are home to go and see your ancestors. So this is what we don't want. We should reduce the casualties in our life. We don't need casualties. It should be peaceful. It should be a game. Oh, you are one to let me go and prepare next time. Maybe find out where we didn't do well. It's not palliative. You're not giving palliatives are not. It's just
because this campaign, Doctor, we see that the both parties are attacking themselves with words.
Personality card. It's no longer. It's no longer
based on ideology.
No, we don't have ideology. So if it was then you should be able to tell this is what I've done. What the sitting governor should do, I have done this in this area. Go and check. I have spent this in this area. Go and check. I have done this. So it should be that base. Even if you are dancing and you are telling us that this is what I've done, there's no problem.
Okay, let's look at
when you start fighting amongst yourselves, and somebody will now come because everything is personality. The president. No. You should just.
I was going to go there. Sentiment. Let's look at sentiments right now in Osun State. The ruling party is complaining that they've been attacked by APC. Everything is being brought to them negatively by APC, especially with the freezing of the salary account. Do you think sentiments will play out in this election on the 15th? Voters coming out to vote the ruling party out of sentiment.
My own sentiments here is that sentiments at times can be very influential. They also turn as a tool of negative persuasions when you have sentiments. But for the voters, already what we should be going at the voters' mind is that despite all odds, if Party A has done well, I will go for it. But I will not go for Party 8 at the detriment of my own life. That is what is going to happen. Then, like I said, a transparent election does not end by voting. A transparent election, after the voting, the coalition, the transition towards declaration, what happened in between. Those are the processes we need to do. Fine, we may have all the soldiers guiding the whole place, and nobody wants to vote. What do we do? The fear. So now, we should downplay sentiment. We should stop playing to the gallery. It should be fact-based. Somebody should be playing the role of a choir master to calm down the tempo. Yes, at this moment in time. Each party should play the role of the choir master and calm down the tempo. It shouldn't be at all costs and must be. It must be returned. It must be this. It must be. If you have done well, you don't need to be afraid.
Okay. INEC. Like you said earlier, you're just worried for INEC.
Yeah, I pity.
Yes, that you pity INEC. So at this level, how should INEC and the police, in collaboration, help to calm all of this ahead of the future elections? Because honestly, the elections, the general elections, in a few days, a few months away from now. So how do you think INEC and the police should collaborate ahead of future elections?
Internal security issue. The internal security issue here is that we have to now provide the various flashpoints. And the collaboration is that we should be able to now work that in the future election, in this zone, these are the flashpoints that they did in this, INEC did in this issue. So how do we come? Who are those involved in this area, making it a flashpoint? So we should be able to then be respect of who is involved. That's why I call this Osun Bamenda Triangle, Osun Ede, and Osogbo. We need to really know how do we collaborate, how do we work. It's not only police alone that is involved in this security. There's a civil defense corps that also involved. The safety of our youth corpers also
matters. Yes, yeah.
The safety of the voter matters a lot. So this education, have they been able to come out with a proper education? Not INEC official come on television and tell us on ground. Have you been to the grassroots to tell them, come on, this is what we are saying. come and vote are secure. So that collaboration, I am sure a joint task force is always prepared for that. But we must have the proper election done.
Okay, looking at INEC and Osun State, we are looking at Osun State right now. Do you think INEC has done enough?
For me, INEC have already done enough. My kudos to INEC is for them to have identified the flashpoint. That means they already know where the problem is.
Identifying the flashpoint is not enough. Do they have plans on how to handle it?
INEC should be able to have a robust plan to work now. I want to convince myself that before identifying that, they are already providing solution. They shouldn't be reactive. But the question there is, how genuine are there other influence that will affect their decisions? If their decisions are objective, general objective are not distorted on what they're supposed to do in proper. Not that it's difficult to do it. We can always do the right thing. But how your interest on it doing it the right thing affect the generality of the optic.
Okay, let's quickly look at one more question before we round off. What key lessons should political leaders and voters take from this incident coming out from Osun State?
One for me is safety. They should ensure there should be all elements of safety for both the voters, the security, the managers of the elections, the materials of the elections, the compilation of the results, the announcement of the results, and the acceptability of the results. You know, there's a difference between declaration of result and result.
What's the difference?
Yes, you may have this result that we are having 23, but someone else will come and declare 26. So what will you do? That is this. But for me, I am sure that INEC have built a resilience architecture. That is a framework that will make them to prepare that this is what we have to do. And they are already putting response protocols in terms of their situations. Able to say, okay, fine, for our performance intelligence, this is the info we have gotten in this area. And this is how we can clip it on time to have. So when they're able to build that, we know that they will now say, fine, all the area, we are going to have an integration command, which they already have. This integration command will be mounted with the KPIs and whatever to be done. And so that will now help a continuity, a dynamic continuity, which I call a rapid framework.
Okay, Doctor, thank you so much. Let me have one word from you for the Osun people before we leave the studio.
Well, for me, for Osun people, vote safely, vote for the right candidate or right party that have the ideology that meets your interests. No intimidations. And I trust the security will be able to do the best. Above all, be safe.
Thank you so much, Doctor. It's an amazing time with you. Honestly, you have opened the eyes of Nigerians in the situation coming out from Osun State. And just like Doctor advised us, right there in Osun State, my advice also is vote wisely, stay out safe, don't, run around to, want to steal ballot boxes or be bought with little money and, sell your life to that small amount of money. Vote wisely and be safe out there. Thank you so much for joining us on this morning, the continuation of this morning on ITV from our Lagos Network studio. We're going to be taking you back to Benin where this program continues. I'm Patricia Urumu Gabriel. Stay tuned.
Good morning. Well,
Welcome to TMI Socials. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens. You better still call me your social media butterfly. Now, our video of the day is a video that went viral from our state governor, Senator Mondo Kwebolo, right there in Osun State, where he took a swipe at Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke. Let's take a look.
Before somebody sign paper, he will dance. Are you not tired? For 4 years, this man has been dancing. Before he take breakfast, before he drink tea, he will dance. I was asking my friend, and I said, I can't even remember when I saw this man in our general meeting in Abuja. Before he even entered the plane, he will dance. Before he got there, we had closed. So he won't know what we are saying. He doesn't know the reality of.
Now, speaking about the dancing governor himself, let's take a look at a viral moment of him doing his thing. Now, hashtag illicit treaty currently trending online as former Ekiti State Governor Ayodele Fayose has linked the lack of electricity to the reason why we have more growing population in the country. Now, according to him, he says on Friday right there in Abuja that lack of electricity has caused the men retiring to bed early as 7 p.m. with their wives and, you know, doing the thing right there. Anyway, take a listen to him.
When you don't address this issue of electricity, the people at that level have no alternative attraction. Nothing else matters to them. After 7 o'clock, it gets dark, everybody is engaging their wives. And the population simply becomes double. The simple problem is because there's lack of electricity. People go to bed early. Their mind is simply.
Now, a lot of netizens are asking what is the correlation between lack of electricity and returning to bed early with your wife. Let's have a few reactions if we can. With this user writing, in a decent climate, such statement would have been called for his immediate resignation. Controlling population growth falls into two categories: biological praxis of sex education and liberation of girls at an early age. In fact, population control begins from female agenda. Now, one more reaction would be from this user, Ife Oliwa on X, who says, I know Fitilafo, these Nigerian politicians and the way they see Nigerians, not total see finish. Well, let's just have a recap of other interesting videos that went viral over the weekend with hashtag the Federal Coastal Highway Road in Lagos with the new road task force ensuring that people no longer steal. Vandalism is totally eradicated from Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway. Also trended over the weekend was our president, who actually did say that if we can teach stock trading in the classroom, our undergraduate would be able to have a nation filled with prosperity. And hashtag Lagos State trended. The Lagos State governor the Lagos State government arrested 27 suspected hoodlums for allegedly vandalizing a newly constructed bridge in Lagos State. And of course, our baby girls, Super Falcons, are not left out as hashtag No World Cup over their failure to win against Cameroon yesterday right there at WAFCON B. And of course, Osun governorship election trending with a viral video of residents seen collecting 10,000 naira, taking an oath to ensure they vote for a particular governor. That's my bit this morning right here on the show. Thank you so much for being part of it. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens from all of us on This Morning on ITV. We'll see you again tomorrow. Have yourself a great day and please stay safe.
ITV certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima dion Ebuna zima dion Obala zima dion Malawe Mahari Owe Sama Dionena Nimado Pome Sama Nimado Bekene Sama Emana Dio Warena Esama Magbekenene Osaba Obuyo Bitone Aba No Getoni Maga No Diami Magame Manido Bekene Denena Ima Yafe Ima Ato Ima Agmo Orokpa Ewudori Ima Adi Awogene Owe Diagbo Yano Emi Magame Eni Jesus Christ no mi afa
In Esama, in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level, as tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Edion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Benedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Benedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Benedion, Peter Osawori Benedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Benedion, Barrister Mike Osane Benedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Benedion Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Benedion, Ukbonwa Benedion, Osawe Benedion, Edosa Benedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Benedion, as well as Agbong Steve Benedion, among other sons of Okada. In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Edion way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Benedion Wonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Edalbedo Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
Oh, my son, my dear. We say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. Is that where I give you? Not over. Yes. Not do so much. Yes, we sit down and we sit down and oh, it's not here. We see. What's my dear? It's comment c'est papa de voici voici
ça m'a toqué Sama tope.
Isa. Wayagi makpome sama me. Igarowe. Wayagi makpome sama me. Igarowe. Wabume pwede kwidejo. Igarowe. Wabume pwede sama me. Igarowe.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
Caliban was in a cocono, that we said. Who paid you? Who paid you? Papa. Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lo de de we ase wa ma bo ma. Awo wo we ni ne. Ejo wi. Bon. Jona we. Jona polo pe. Jona mluri akwa e wa mi o da. Wa we ko ba. Ojo we. Ka de ne na ya de wo yi.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upoma Ernest Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Ugieni Madonna, Imazedion, Orero, Obesni Agbe, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders' Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders' Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete Community,
situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
wa o kanya me kerule o ora kogo banedo egwa kebe me láti wa o kanya me kerule o
Omo number nedo ukwa polo Ewai II Oba of Benin performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka Royal Drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
ITV, certainly the best.
The right to bail is one of the fundamental rights available to a person who has been arrested and accused of committing an offense. And what could be these rights? What are the thresholds? What are the limitations? And what kind of bail are really available in terms of what they constitute? And all of these could also gear towards ensuring that the right of the person being accused or being arrested are really protected. How do we galvanize all of this? Looking at the essence of Law and You that questions critically the aspects of the law, and of course how to elucidate those areas that seem to be blurred before the viewers. And this is where we always come in. My name is Philip Omo-Gyukmo. Welcome again to another opportunity to take you through the school of thought on the legal system in Nigeria. What could be the benefits of bail to the citizenry? And of course, what could be the limitations? Who can be given the right to be bailed? And who shouldn't be given the right to that? Joining me in this is a legal practitioner, Emmanuel Obakolo. Thanks for joining, Emmanuel.
Thank you for the opportunity. It's a delight to be here.
I know we've gone through this corridor, through this road some time back, but we got to expand it and look at how we can deepen practice in order to bring light to those areas that seem gray. And we look at the aspect of the law. Is bail a right or a privilege?
Bail
and first of all, what is bail?
Firstly, what is bail? In the case of Caleb Ojo and Federal Republic of Nigeria, the court defined bail to mean generally freeing or setting at liberty an accused person. Then the Police Act, Section 27 of the Police Act, also guarantees bail to a suspect at the police station. Now ultimately, Section 35 subsection 1 of the Extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria guarantees bail, wherein that provisions does provide that right to liberty. So every person has right to liberty by virtue of the provisions of Section 31, Section 35 rather, subsection 1 of the Extant Constitution. Then Section 35 subsection 5 of the Extant Constitution provides thus, in paraphrase now, that where a person is arrested, the person should not spend more than 24 hours wherein from the police station to that court, to the court, has a radius of 40 kilometers. And where the distance is more than 40 kilometers, it should not be more than 48 hours for the person to be charged to court. So when you sum all of this, you discover that bail is as of right and not a privilege.
Okay. But well, let's look at the concept again critically. Who gives bail? Is it the police or the court or both?
Now, there are three types of bail. 1, police bail. 2, court bail. 3, bail by government agencies.
Oh.
Now, the police bail is the one that most persons are aware of, that is prevalent in our society today. Oh, when a person is arrested, you see family members, you see friends running to the police station, and the first thing that they will seek for is that the person be granted bail. That is common with us, the police bail. Also, when the person is charged to court, you see they get a lawyer, and the first thing they will tell the lawyer is apply for the bail of our sibling or of our brother, friend or sister, as the case may be. And what the lawyer does, if it is a lower court, for instance like a magistrate court or a customary court, you see the person go to make an oral application. Also, a court of summary jurisdiction, like the Federal High Court, they can also make oral application. But just now, the court will seek or demand for an application, for written application for the bail of the defendant. Now, before now we know them as accused person or persons, but now the law has regulated to mean a defendant. So these are some of the steps. Then other government agencies like the DSS, like the ICPC, like the AFCC, they fall under government agencies. So all these agencies also have their modus operandi on how their bail is granted or how bail is granted. So bail comes under these three folds for a suspect or a defendant / an accused person.
Okay, well, let's look at it critically again. Some questions are always being asked. What offenses can be seen as bailable and what other offenses can't? I remember we drew some analogy some time back in that. So if you can breeze through it again and then also make us understand at what point can one not be given that bail?
Yeah, where the offense is a capital offense, for instance, murder, it is difficult for either the police or the courts or even other government agencies to grant bail. And in most cases, it is only the courts that may grant bail. And in such situations, the courts will look at extreme conditions before the court can grant the bail. Because bail, as despite the constitutional provision as of right, is still within the discretion of the courts to grant the bail.
Yes. Looking at the risk of
granting that bail to the citizen. Because the court will consider certain factors whether or not the bail is granted. Yes. For instance, if the person, the defendant or accused person in this case, will abscond, the court may not grant bail. If the court look at it, if the prosecution is able to prove to the court that this person can jump bail, so the court may not grant that bail, despite the fact that bail is as of right, as guaranteed by the extant constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and also Section 27 of the Police Act. So, if again, another condition is if the person will interfere with the matter on ground, the evidence on his prosecution, if he has that capacity, that ability to influence it, to interfere with it, the court may not grant bail. So, you cannot now say, oh, because bail is as of right, as guaranteed by the Constitution, then the court in every circumstances must grant bail. No!
Okay. We're going to interrogate it in both ways. At that of the police bail, which is very, very conversant, which people are very conversant with, they usually say bail is free. But we know, to common knowledge, bail isn't free, or is it?
It is not free. I've had experiences with respect to that. And by the time you try to put up the argument that bail is free, even when you are seeing it, the inscription on the wall at the police station, bail is free, with capital letters, it is still not yet free.
So what's the component of the law in that?
It is unfortunate that we find ourselves in this quagmire, wherein, even as a lawyer, for instance, myself now, you go to a police station and you make an oral application for the bail of a suspect, or at times, even written application for the bail of a suspect, and the police will grant that application, and before you know it, the IPO in charge of the matter will tell you, I have an instruction from upstairs that so condition should be met, and one of the conditions that they will put forward is the condition of money, yet it is scripted on their walls, at times even the fence of the police station or the door at the police station, that bail is free. And when you begin to put up arguments that legally bail should be free, that there is absolutely no need for any person to pay money before bail could be granted or given, as the case may be. You may even be surprised, like I had one ugly experience. Family members of the suspect, you are not telling me, lawyer, you have done your own. At this stage, we should come in and see how we can free our brother.
Okay.
Because they are so much in a hurry to release the suspect. So in such situation, the lawyer may be helpless. And before you know, you may even be tagged, giving names, bearing names that are not yours, that this lawyer always want to be this, I want to be that. And like a policeman told me some time ago in the station, that even SAN, they come here to give us money, but you always come here, you just put a straight face, as if you are the one that was the first lawyer in the history of Nigeria. So when you begin to meet up with challenges like that, and that is what we see today has come to make the monetary aspect of a bail to become a norm.
Okay, but what actually is the consequence of this breach? Because it's one thing for us to say that we have a law. It's another for us to see how enforceable the law is if there is a breach. For law enforcement agents, for instance, that could be caught napping and collecting money for bail when the component of the law has it that bail is free. What is the consequence for such law enforcement agents who break the law?
The law frowns at it, but whether or not, if you put up that argument, maybe in the court, you will not take the police to court for demanding for money for bail.
Is it ridiculous?
I wonder whether you are going to succeed, because you meet up with denial. One, you may not have evidence to tender.
Because they are the one that provide the evidence.
Yes.
If at all.
Yes. Besides that,
or
the money,
you're the one that can provide. You as a citizen,
you don't have the evidence, because the money that is so paid for the bail is physical. They take it cash. They take the money cash. And we've seen situations where they will tell you, okay, if you don't have the money cash, pay to a particular POS, and then we go there and get the money cash from the POS.
In the process of taking that cash, for instance,
yes.
What about if there's a video clip to that effect?
What video clip? How are you going to do it?
Everyone is a journalist.
Unfortunately,
in the social media.
We will meet with a very strong denier. Very strong denier. So at the end of the day, it may amount to exercise in futility. Maybe the court,
whatever that it hasn't happened, doesn't give room for its inaccessibility to this, as in doesn't give room for it not to happen.
Yes,
I believe we are evolving, and our awareness as a people also is in the evolving stage. And so a situation where everyone is a journalist, and at every point T, one is able to get these evidences. Are you saying that such can be prosecuted in court?
They can.
Okay.
There are examples.
So we can still leave opportunities open.
Yes.
In that direction.
Yes. There are examples. Even within the police system, there are some top-ranking officers who will tell you what you have done is wrong. Let's look at from the divisional level of the police station. You discover that the DPO determines what happens at that division. So when the DPO is somebody who is strict, who is disciplined, who does not want to hear of pay bail money before somebody could be granted bail, you see that all the rank and file in that division will sit up, and everybody will know. So it goes to tell that whatever transpires at the police station, it is within the control of who heads that police station. Yes. So the top, whoever is at the top, determines what happens.
This is quite a huge challenge, most especially if we trickle it down to the aspects of taking money at checkpoints, for instance, by policemen. It's in common knowledge that we see this, everybody see this, and just that we are unable to really, tackle this issue just now, because it seems to flow from the top. Now, this again is a bane of Nigerian development, and of course, an act of corruption. So if we are to change this process, what do we do? How do we go about it? Concerning making the law to be alive on this, and of course, for awareness to be done in this regard to make sure that we do not encourage the practice.
Well, good enough, the law is always alive. But who will be courageous enough to bring such situation before the law? Who amongst us will be courageous?
To expedite actions on
yes. So the plight we find ourselves today is that every one of us, consciously or unconsciously, have contributed to it.
Are guilty. Guilty.
So in such situation, what do we do?
Because
we cannot blame the law.
Right. Is as guilty as the one who takes it.
Yes. So
if bail is free, he who gives money to the police is as guilty as the police officer.
It is, because it's a two sides of a coin. So the situation just now is that for the law to visit sanctions on such situation is that we ourselves should be ready not to contravene the law.
Oh well. Well, most especially when it comes to you who is at the begging end, you need to be free. You know, freedom is imperative, and so at that point, one may not want to, doggedly or ruggedly go into the aspect of ensuring that he or she doesn't give this money as a way of, payment for a bill. But again, we're gonna be crossing that road, most especially as there are also some mind-boggling questions as regards the court bill that you may mention of. We're going to look into that after this short break. Do stay. Big thanks. Welcome back. The program is Law and You, and I am Philip Omogu. I still have my guest with me, a wonderful guest, legal practitioner Emmanuel Obabolo. Thanks for being here still.
Thank you.
Well, let's go to court bill, and maybe after court bill, we could also do some nitty-gritty about expanding it. We usually see where they say you must have a land document or whatever in Abuja or in the choicest place of the country. There are some bills, that are so heavy when it comes to the financial amount that goes with it, most especially involving politicians. And sometimes it could be as huge as 50 million, 100 million, 500 million. Now, are these monies getting back to those who paid after the case has been, prosecuted, or are just this money going to the treasury of the government? And a situation where one who is made to pay this money is unable to pay it, is that on the way of denying that person justice of getting bail?
A very good question, but the understanding that that is prevalent in the society with respect to court bail is some persons think when the court makes that pronouncement of certain amount to be paid, that the surety or the accused person or defendant, as the case may be, will be the one that will likely pay that money. But if you listen to the court calls that amount to be paid a like sum.
A what?
Like sum.
Like sum.
Yes. What it simply means is that money is not paid. The money can only be paid where the person jump bail, and that money will be paid by the sureties or sureties.
You mean that money
the defender? That money is not paid. Yes, the money is just a condition where the person jumps bail or abscond.
Okay. Well, looking at that case as concerning, jumping bail, we understand that this is Nigeria. If we are to look into a democratic practice in Nigeria, that we still find it unable to, practice stricto sensu as the democratic tenets expects of us as Nigerians. These people sometimes they jump bail, And are in situations where even those who were connected one time or the other to their Abacha loot, I don't know if they were eventually arrested or prosecuted, or at what point if they ever were granted bail, or if they jumped the bail. But just to put it in summary, do you see the laws in the country as enforceable, most especially as regards politicians who jump bail and one way or the other are not rearrested to face the charges against them in court?
Unfortunately, we've seen situations like this, even just now. The sole contractor of the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, Shaguri as they call it, he was a partner to General Sani Abacha, late General Sani Abacha. But today he's still the person that the present regime is romancing with. To the extent,
seems we've forgotten the history.
Yes, to the extent that a contract of that magnitude has been granted to him again. So when we talk of corruption and the prosecution of corruption in Nigeria, it is only when a party or parties in that corruption case don't have the nod of the government in place, particularly the executive in place. That is when you hear of the prosecution. Like we have just now in Nigeria, even where it is clear, expressly clear to every Tom, Dick and Harry that a particular person is corrupt and has corruption charges hanging on his neck. And by the time the person defects, decamp or jump to the ruling political party, the All Progressive Congress, then the matter dies a natural death. So we see that has no business with the court. Until a party is prosecuted, that is when the person will go through trial in the court. But when the person is not prosecuted, the court cannot jump and begin to arrest corrupt persons in the society and be taking them to court to try them. So all that we have seen rather in Nigeria today is that why corruption cases are not even having headway. Some bail is granted with stringent conditions, and you see that they meet the condition because they are partners in crime, participants criminis, so to speak, will now come and look for a leeway out to see how they can get him off the hook. But take note that the grant of bail is not the end to prosecution, but whether or not the prosecutor or the prosecution team or the agency in charge to prosecute will continue is another different ball game. We've seen today where somebody, the EFCC chairman boast on the national television and pages of the newspaper that until he gets a particular governor charge to court, that he will not rest. But today we see that governor is now a member of the campaign team of the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and you see the man going about telling people that he must ensure that the president gets re-elected because he knows that the only way out for him to escape trial is to begin to make such promises.
Yes, I know this is becoming interesting because we are tying it into politics, and most especially if we must correct the process, then we must ensure that political actors, they do the nitty-gritty or they do the needful in following up with the law in order to make equality before the law as propounded by evidizing the rule of law, really effective in our democratic system. But again, let's also look into this aspect where some persons do say that sureties could be seen at risk if such who are accused jumps bail. Now, what is the guarantee that such a surety will not be denied justice in prosecution, like you said, concerning if those who are accused jumps bail?
The surety must go through trial. It's a must. That's why before you stand as a surety for an accused person or a defendant, you must ensure that you know that person. And what some courts do now is that in their granting of bail, they will spell it out in black and white that the surety must be a blood relation to the person that is to be granted the bail. A blood relation, so that you can know how, where, and when to find him whenever he jumps bail.
Okay.
But where, however, we still have professional sureties who swear to an affidavit, make the affidavit declaration that they are blood relation, whereas they are not. But they collect money because they want to stand as sureties.
Can the law prove that?
It's difficult.
Can lawyers prove that?
It's difficult because we've seen that there is conspiracy even amongst lawyers and the litigants and their family members.
It becomes intriguing, exciting, amazing, should I say terrific. Interestingly, this is going to culminate into the next episode. Big thanks, Emmanuel Obakwalo, for taking our time to be part of this.
It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, we'll see you on the part 2 series of this episode. Do stay.
RTV, certainly the best. RTV, certainly the best.
And sure, it's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Healthy Living with yours sincerely, Oluije Oyikoha. It's another time for us to talk health, another time for us to, yes, get to hear it from the horse's mouth and know where and what we ought to do at a particular time. All right, today on Healthy Living, we will be talking about 2026 World Hepatitis Day with the theme Hepatitis, Let's Break It Down. Yes, so there will be a breakdown of what hepatitis, what it is, the treatment, how one can actually know, oh, I'm down with hepatitis, and sure, knowing the different types of hepatitis too. And to do that, to talk on hepatitis is the person of Dr. Omo Okwasui Igbinosa. He is a senior registrar, gastroenterology, subspecialty department of internal medicine, UBTH. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
It's always a pleasure to have you with us in the studio.
Thank you for having me.
Now, World Hepatitis Day, hepatitis, let's break it down. I love the theme of this year. Beautiful the fact theme. That, yes, beautiful one. The fact that you, the theme has said, yes, let's go down to letting everyone know what it's all about, how it comes, and the treatment, and what the possible remedy of all of this. So first off, what is hepatitis?
Thank you once again for having me. Good day, our listeners. Hepatitis simply is infection of the liver. That's what it is, basically. And so a lot of things can cause infection of the liver. With drugs, infections, other illnesses that the person, the body may be in the body, but particularly we are looking at viral hepatitis, precisely to go down to the very prominent ones that cause long-term problem, hepatitis B and C.
Okay. Okay, now when we talk about breaking it down, what are we trying to do as far as the theme is concerned? What's the meaning of let's break it down?
Okay, so breaking it down, it's divided into several aspects. Breaking down the fact that, one, we need to know that there's a viral hepatitis that could be detrimental to the health of we humans in the short and in the long term. Then also to know that, look, there are places where you can go to get tested, so you don't have to wait for sick, come to the hospital, and we'll now check for the for you to now know, or persons to know that they have hepatitis. But you should know that you could walk into specific places any time of the year and get tested, and so we break down the barriers of getting tested. We also know that, look, by the time one gets tested and positive for whatever it is, hepatitis B, C, or whatever it is that the case may be, there are medications. The ones that have medications, the ones that we can take vaccines for, there are vaccines for them. Then, you know, there are advocacy. There's a place for advocacy to governments, to multinationals, to corporations, and to corporate bodies like ITV. You know that. You know, there's a place also for international bodies, the World Health Organization and bodies like that. That all of us have a role to play in making sure that everyone is aware, to the grassroots, aware of hepatitis. There is a place for testing, for treatment, for vaccination, and there's a place for funding too, because of course things will not move unless money is involved. That's what it's all about. Okay,
now we're talking about the different types of hepatitis, but before we delve into that, a lot of persons, they actually don't know that they are down with hepatitis. So we'd like to know, what are the symptoms of hepatitis?
Okay, so for hepatitis, of course, this may also be seen in other health conditions, but generally, yellowness of the eyes may be the first thing that may come in.
Yellowness of the eyes.
Yes, and may get worse. What we call clinically called jaundice. Then the person may have itching of the body. So you see, somebody discovers all the body, the face, the hands, the legs, the trunk, everywhere it's scratching the person. The urine can begin to change color, may become very dark. That's another thing that may be seen easily. Then there may be swelling of the legs, swelling of the stomach, what people call the stomach, we call the abdomen. Then it could be scarifications, that's markings, vessels, visible vessels on the abdomen. The person may begin to lose weight. That's one of the things that may be seen.
Okay. Now, we're looking at this year, breaking it down. Now, if we want to check the statistics from last year to now, has there been a decline in the rate of persons coming down with either hepatitis B or C? Has there been a decline, or still on the increase?
I want to say that study for between last year and this year is actually not in the public domain. But what I can say categorically is that more persons are coming down with it. Of course, that's why we continue advocacy, whether on the days that we celebrate World Hepatitis Day, which is why we are here talking right now, July 28th, every year. But we go out in the clinics, on the streets, in the churches, in the mosque, you know, on air, on radio, you know, everywhere to actually advocate for this. But it's actually still on the increase. Every year, an average of about 1.3 million persons come down with hepatitis worldwide. So it's actually still on the increase.
Okay, so how is transmission? How is it being transmitted from one person to another?
Okay, so I want to stick to hepatitis B and C.
Okay.
Because those are the major ones. Yes, the viral ones that are the main cause for concern. It's through transmission of body fluids. And this can happen either through sharing of sharps. And when I mean sharps, I mean blades, needles, in syringes. Then for those who go to the barbing salon, you know, the clippers are there. Then not so common is blood transfusion through surgeries. Those are other means. Then contact between male and female, sexual contact. That's another way.
Okay, now in what way can we say, oh, it has gotten to the part that it can be treatable? Can hepatitis B and C be treated? Can it be treated? And if yes, at what stage will one say, oh, this is beyond treatment?
Now, there's an acute phase for both of them. There's a chronic phase. Acute is a couple of weeks. For many persons, they might not, when the thing just enters the body, they might not be able to know that it's there. So, but for some, it's pretty obvious. They could also have yellowness of the eyes. They feel very weak, tired, maybe joint pains. They feel nauseated. They may actually be vomiting, and that phase seems to pass away. That's the acute phase. No, but in the chronic phase, you begin to notice that there's swelling of the abdomen, there's swelling of the legs, there's this itching of the body, the urine gets dark. You know, the face of the face becomes the cheeks get puffed out, and to an extent you feel that this person is doing very well, but there are changes going on in the body. The person starts emaciating, you know. Even by that time the tests are done for hepatitis B, there is no cure. What we do is that we run a series of tests more specific for the liver, and based on what we see, because there are guidelines for it, we can begin to manage year to year. However, for hepatitis C, good to know there is actually treatment for it. So what we do is that once because first of all, during the acute stage, the body may be able to fight the infection for a proportion of persons, but for most persons it may not. So by the time it becomes chronic, you know, for C we want to treat. We treat. Once we do our investigations and everything is in line that this person actually has hepatitis C infection, we go ahead and treat. And we have, from studies and from what's been happening, over 96% of persons who get treated get cured. And that's a good percentage.
Okay, now you're saying those coming down with hepatitis B is the case of management.
It's just management, yes.
Management.
You're correct.
Then those with hepatitis C, it's constant treatment.
No. We treat. The good thing about hepatitis C, confirmed hepatitis C infection, we go ahead to treat 3 months. The only thing is that the medications are expensive.
Oh, so how does one go from hepatitis C to B? What's the relationship between these two?
Okay.
Because you're saying one is treatment, and once 3 months the person is okay. So how does one from C go to B? We need to understand all of this.
Okay, so let me say this. Somebody can have hypertension and have diabetes.
Okay.
They have different lines of management. The same thing with hepatitis B and C.
Okay.
Hepatitis B has its own, it's a viral infection on its own, though they're in the same family.
Okay, do they have the same symptoms? Do they get transmitted in the same way?
The same way.
Okay,
exactly
so what's now the difference in both of them?
By the time we do investigations, we find out.
Okay.
Now, one of the things why we are so particular about hepatitis B and C compared to the others, because over a long period of time, if there are changes in the liver and it's ongoing, it can, some persons, a small percentage can end up having malignancy. That's liver cancers. And so we're worried about that. And so that's why when we find out for C, we have treatment for it to go ahead to treat. For B, we investigate and we follow up for life. Now, for those who are actually close contacts with especially B, we also investigate them. And once they are negative for hepatitis B, we ensure that they have vaccines. That's why there's a place for vaccines for hepatitis B.
Yes, that brings to mind how important is hepatitis B vaccine and who should receive it?
Everybody. You know, once children are born from the cradle, of course there's this immunization we normally give. It must be completed.
So is it for life?
It's not for life for many persons. So, but over time, as children grow, become teenagers and become young adults, you know, the body immune system the antibodies have been built up from the immunization in childhood could drop.
So at what age does that come
from
down?
Teenage and above young adults.
Okay, so do we have like a booster dose?
Definitely there are booster doses. But we advocate that we go for testing, check the antibody titer levels. When they are low, below certain levels, is when we normally give booster doses.
Okay. So right now you're trying to say for those persons with B, it's something you go for constant, treatment.
Yes. So once anybody is diagnosed with having hepatitis B infection and it's chronic, so we'll do investigations.
Okay, and it's chronic.
It's chronic. As I said, it's both. It could be acute or chronic. In the acute stage, we wait. they will reinvestigate in another 6 months.
Okay.
After 6 months of being in the acute stage, it becomes, by that time, if the body doesn't take care of it, it becomes chronic. So it's either it's one or two ways. The body takes care of it, becomes negative, so the person doesn't have it anymore, or it becomes chronic. So once it's chronic, we start every 3 to 6 months, we do investigations over a period of time. After that, we cannot do it yearly, once we know that the person is very stable and okay.
All right, so can we say that if one can go for constant, checkups and all of that, not even having the symptoms, like you did say, yellowish eyes, swollen legs, itching around the body, maybe you just decide to say, okay, I want to go for general checkup. So if I want to go for a general checkup and I want to check for hepatitis B or C, now what should I tell the doctor I want to go for?
First of all, it's advocated that as adults, especially from the age of 40, we do yearly checkup. Okay, so, but if you don't fall into that category of persons who on a yearly basis do their medicals, and you just want to do, you could go to specific places. I can tell you, like Center for Disease Control in UBTH. You could walk into the place in UBTH and say, I want to do investigations. There are baseline investigations that need to be done. There are about 8 to 10 investigations. Inside of this, retroviral screening is there, that's HIV testing is there, there's blood sugar testing, you do lipid profile, inclusive, do hepatitis B and C, it's part of it. So I can tell you about UBTH. And now, a lot of places, a lot of times when we go to the doctor for maybe for complaints and whatever, there are basic investigations that are done. In many places, hepatitis B and C are also being done. For pregnant women too, when they go for antenatal, it's compulsory that they must do. So of course, you might not need to just go. You go to the doctor, you make some few complaints. Of course, it might be among what the test baseline investigations that will be done. But as you said, of course, you might just want to just run some tests.
Routine checks.
Routine checkup. You could just go and say, the doctor, I want to do tests, including hepatitis B and C, and of course, you could write for you. Even if you don't say that, you could add it, because those are some of the things we check in the body.
Okay. All right, if you just joined us, this is Heather Living, and we are looking at hepatitis. Yes, a whole lot of persons, they don't know that they are actually, coming down with this ailment, and that is the reason why our doctor is in the studio for us today, breaking it down. That is the theme of this year, hepatitis, World Hepatitis Day. Let's go on a quick short break. We'll be right back. All right, many thanks for joining us on the program Healthy Living, and we are looking at World Hepatitis Day, breaking it down, and that is the reason why we have Dr. Omo Okwasi here with us in the studio. Now let's look at mother. Now, can a mother transmit hepatitis B to her, her unborn child?
It's very possible.
Okay.
That's why during the antenatal stage, once they go for their clinic visits, one of the investigations that is done routinely is hepatitis B and C. Once it is detected that there is hepatitis B or C, in the mother, we want to follow up with our other investigations. Now, there are guidelines for it, which I want to bore our audience with, or yourself. We can decide to either retest or go ahead to start treating. So that by the time, especially when the viral load is very high, so by the time the baby is being born, the viral load is next to nothing. But we do this in the second and third trimester. For mothers, pregnant women, we have 3 trimesters. The first trimester, that's when the baby is forming. We don't want to harm the baby in any way. So we always wait after the first trimester. Second, third trimester, we investigate, and once there's a need to treat, we go ahead to treat. So by the time she's giving birth, the viral load is very low and very minimal transmission to the baby.
Okay, so for those persons, that engage in tattoos, piercing, or medical procedures, so what are the, precautionary measures they can actually take to, to prevent hepatitis?
Even for piercings, I want to use the word abstinence. You don't have to get piercings, but if you have to get piercings, now like before, you go with your needles, or when you get to where you're going to do such procedures, they show you this is a new needle, it's a new these piercings are new. They can open it up just to show you.
Yeah.
And so after using it, they discard it.
Mm.
So that's one way. You go with your things you use, even for women who do their hair.
Yeah.
You know, go with your needle. For men who go to the barbering salon, you go with your clipper.
But the barbers, they will tell you, oh, we sterilize, we burn, and all of that. How effective is this?
It's effective to an extent.
Okay.
I don't want to go into so much academic work, but hepatitis B is very infectious. So even if they do that, they might not be using the right equipment or using the right liquids. Let's put it like that. So it's better, it's safer to go with your own clipper.
Okay, now let's look at myths and stigmas concerning hepatitis. So what are these common things that we hear people talking about more often?
In fact, part of the break it down this year, it's actually concerning stigmatization.
Yes.
Now, you can hug anybody, you can hug those who have hepatitis B or C. It's not transmitted through sweat. Even though, of course, we know you can go through blood, body fluids. Mosquitoes cannot transmit it.
Okay.
Well, that's one of the common questions. Can somebody be bitten by a mosquito, then it can be transmitted? No, it's only malaria. Malaria is one of the things that mosquito can transmit. So there must be
handshaking.
Handshaking is not there.
What about sharing of food?
No, sharing of food is not there. It's not there. It's blood products, and most times it's either through sharps or through sexual contact.
Okay, now in all of this, what is government doing to help, spread the news concerning hepatitis B, especially to the rural area?
There's a unit in the Ministry of Health that is empowered to do this. And every year, as we go about doing our World Hepatitis Day, we actually test and we treat. Okay. We do advocacy. We collaborate with the Ministry of Health. And so they also provide kits. Several years ago, while we were collaborating, they brought kits, both for hepatitis B and C, and they brought other logistics to assist University of Benin Teaching Hospital, gastroenterology subspecialty, precisely in this fight against hepatitis. So, of course, government is doing their bits. We collaborate from time to time, and advocacy is actually key. Because a lot of people, once people come down and say, I didn't know, say, people don't talk about this. I say, we talk about it. We come on air, we go to churches, but we keep talking.
Yes.
We keep talking. And to know that everybody should get tested. As an adult, you get tested, you can walk into any facility and request for it. And once it's positive, you should be referred to the experts, and in this case, the gastroenterologist. And I am here representing the gastroenterology department of UBTH. We can follow you up, and the follow-up is for life. I was saying earlier that for hepatitis B, once the viral load is high, we must treat. So it's not in every case that we don't treat. There are certain cases we treat, and in treating, it's actually for life, but we must follow up for life.
That the patient must always come for
follow-up.
Follow-up.
Yes, and once they start treatment for hepatitis B, it's for life. But for hepatitis C, it's for 3 months, and after that, we do tests to actually confirm that the person has been cured. And in most cases, they're actually cured from hepatitis C infection.
Okay,
so they can go about living their normal life.
So right now, persons watching us, what will you say to them? What's your advice as far as World Hepatitis Day is concerned?
Okay, so about hepatitis, let's break it down. There's a place for knowing your health status as it concerns hepatitis B and C and other viruses. And so you can visit any health facility, precisely the government-owned facilities, either the state or the federal government here in Benin City. And there's a place for vaccination for those who need vaccines. There's a place for treatments for hepatitis B and C as the need arises. And there's a role for not just the individual, the citizens, our governments, institutions, corporate bodies, and even the World Health Organizations in ensuring that, because the goal is that by 2030, viral hepatitis precisely should become a thing of the past, which we are working towards seriously.
Okay, now before you go, we would like to also, want you to advise parents that have, relatives, kids that has come down with, especially hepatitis B. So what's your advice to them?
Go to the hospital. Don't go to traditional places I'm not saying don't go to church to seek prayers from the man of God. That is good and fine. But go see your health practitioners, your health providers. And of course, once it's established, they are referred, because we have pediatric gastroenterologists. For children, they are referred to the pediatric gastroenterologists. Why for adults, they come to see us as adult gastroenterologists.
Okay.
And we'll take it off from there.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Omo Okwasuyi. I'm very sure that we now understand the difference between hepatitis B and C. But just in case you just turned on your TV and you're wondering what are they doing in the studio, yes, we have been talking about World Hepatitis Day, breaking it down, and that is the reason why Dr. Omo Okwasuyi is here with us. Like he did say, hepatitis B, it's something that you need to come for treatment, and it's for life, right, Dr. Omo?
Yes.
It's something you don't have to just wait at home and see, oh, yes, we're waiting for a miracle. We know we all believe in miracle, but you have to also go seek the help of a doctor. And for hepatitis C, it's curable.
It's curable.
Just for 3 months.
3 months. But it's a bit expensive, but it was put resources together. It's better to be cured than to, on the long term, come down with liver cancer.
Yeah, yeah. But the key is for you to always go for regular checkup. Correct. When you go for regular checks, you can just tell yourself every 6 months or every 4 months, I'm going to the hospital for a general check. And when you do that, early prevention can actually save a whole lot. So when you get these things checked on time, you can actually save your life to get healthy and to stay longer. So I want to say thank you so much, Dr. Omo Okwasuyi, for, you know, sparing out time.
Yearly checkup is better than doing every 6 months.
Oh, yearly?
Unless as requested by the
your doctor. Okay. So you can, maybe in December, you can go for your checks.
Yearly.
Okay,
unless we now see something and we now say, okay, go ahead. From time to time, we want to investigate and keep checking.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. It has certainly been an exciting time today on Healthy Living. We do well to, you know, come again on your way next week, Monday, for another exciting time. For now, to have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
RTV, certainly the best.
Police assure of adequate security, urge residents to shun violence. "15 victims of Otukpo attack buried in mass grave." President Tinubu flags off drainage and access road projects to end flooding along Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road. S&T Barracks flooding worsens. Residents seek urgent government intervention. Plus, Delta State Governor suspends Works Commissioner indefinitely. Many thanks for joining the news on Independent Television. I am Joyce Ikogu, reaching you from the nation's capital. I've been joined by Sonny Duke Okosun from our Benin Network studio. Good evening, Sonny. It's always a delight having to share a screen with you. How have you been?
Awesome, Joyce. It's always a pleasure to be with you on the news, and you look very glamorous tonight as always.
Many thanks. And also joining from our Lagos Network studio is Patricia Gabriels. Hi, Patricia. How is Lagos
Good evening,
today?
Joyce. It's so glad to share this screen with you tonight. How are you?
Thanks a million, Pat. Now remember, you can watch ITV Live online at www.live.itvradioNG.com. Follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook at ITV and Radio, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. All right, let's hit the road. The Nigerian Police Force has reaffirmed commitment to provide adequate security to ensure free, fair, and peaceful conduct of the August 15 off-circle election in Osun State. Security correspondent John Taylor reports that the Force Public Relations Officer, CSP Annie Inuedun, made the commitment in a press briefing at the Force headquarters in Abuja.
Just days to the August 15 governorship election in Osun State, concerns over security are mounting due to a wave of political violence across the state. The political tension among parties and candidates have become a call for concern. While the Nigerian Police Force hierarchy has continued to engage stakeholders ahead of the election, the Force Public Relations Officer held a pre-election press briefing ahead of the election. The Force PRO, Annie Inedu, reaffirmed the Force commitment to provision of adequate security for the smooth conduct of the election in a free, fair, and credible atmosphere.
The Nigerian Police Force wishes to reassure the general public, political actors, and all stakeholders of its commitment to ensuring a peaceful, secure, and credible gubernatorial elections in Osun State. As part of the Force's comprehensive election security strategy, the deployment of Commissioner of Police CP Samuel Erale Etaifo as CP Elections Osun State remains a key component of the operational framework designed to coordinate election security across Osun State.
The police urges Osun residents to shun violence and conduct themselves in an orderly manner during the polls.
The Inspector Police, IGP Olatunji Rilwan Disu, PSC Daga, NPM, urges all political parties, candidates, supporters, and members of the public to remain peaceful, law-abiding, and cooperative throughout the election process. He further assures that the Nigerian Police Force will continue to discharge its constitutional responsibilities with fairness, firmness, and absolute respect for democratic principles.
The Force tasked personnel on election duty to demonstrate high level of professionalism and strict adherence to electoral laws. From Abuja, John Taylor, ITV News.
Now turn attention to Osun State, where the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC Osun State Command, has disclosed that a total of 10,000 personnel have been deployed for Saturday's governorship election. The command also directed its personnel deployed for the election to remain apolitical, neutral, and professional throughout the electoral process. The Osun State NSCDC Commandant Igbala Wale Shotio gave the directive during a strategic meeting with area commanders, divisional officers, and tactical commanders at the State Command headquarters in Osogbo on Sunday. In a statement by the command spokesperson, Adeleke Kende, disclosed that the Commandant General of the Corps, Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, would lead the NSCDC personnel deployed for the election. The Osun NSCDC commandant stressed that the conduct of personnel would have a direct bearing on public confidence in the Corps and the credibility of the security operation. He directed personnel to discharge their responsibilities in accordance with the Corps' standard operating procedures and other extant laws guiding election security operation. Shotiyo instructed area commanders to ensure that personnel under their supervision remained disciplined, professional and responsive to security needs of residents throughout the election period. And now in Benue State, 15 victims of the July 28, 2026 attack on Efeyi Utikpi community in Otupo local government area of Benue State have been buried in a mass grave. The victims, including women and children, were killed when suspected armed herders invaded the farming community in Ogboju district. Their remains were laid to rest on Saturday amid tears and grief as residents, relatives and community members gathered to mourn the deceased. The attack reportedly left several residents traumatized and homes destroyed, further worsening fears over the safety of rural communities in the state. The mass burial came less than 3 weeks after 8 people killed in another attack in Otupo Nobi were buried. The July 12, 2026 attack claimed the lives of 5 adults and 3 children, according to the police. The repeated attacks have heightened concerns over the security of farming communities in Benue, with residents calling for urgent government action to protect lives and property. For more news on ITV's network, we now join our Benin Network studio. Over to you, Sonny.
Thank you, Joyce. The perennial flooding at S&T Barrack is sure along the Benin-Lagos Expressway in Benin City suggests that the ecological menace remains a major concern, despite earlier assurances by the Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Barrister Nusa Adams, that work was ongoing to address the menace. The flooding continues to affect motorists, residents and business owners who lament that every rainfall brings challenges and are appealing for urgent government intervention. Ofure Aneto has details.
A visit by the news crew to S&T Barracks revealed that the perennial flooding remains a major challenge, with a pool of water obstructing movement along the road and surrounding areas. No sign of construction activity was observed as motorists, residents and business owners continue to contend with the effect of the flooding. For resident and business owners, the impact goes beyond movement. They said whenever it rains, flood enters their homes and business premises, damaging property, disrupting commercial activities and leaving them worried about the safety of their belongings. Some residents lamented what they described as the slow pace of intervention and appealed to the Edo State government to urgently address the situation.
If rain don't fall now, can't join the water, go they pass on top of the fence, they enter house. I showed our house just now. Rain. Even our clothes they backyard when rain enter. My shop, my fridges, everything. Water they enter. If rain fall now, all of us they stand on top of something. Maybe they look how you want water. The water go climb on top of the fence. Go they come this side. No help us beg governor. I beg help us. We use God beg you. They say you be your talking and do.
I they do business for yeah. The water they worry us well. I beg governor may help us.
If not because of one thing, all the whole building here would have been collapsed. If not because of the construction here, everybody have been suffering here.
Even this place now, if I should tell you the number of people that have lost their life because of this water, please, I want the government to come and help us.
The Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Barrister Nusa Adams, had earlier said work was ongoing to tackle the perennial flooding at S&T Barrack, with residents awaiting a lasting solution to the reoccurring problem. From Benin, Ofure Aneto, ITV News.
Delta State Governor Sheriff Oberewori has suspended the Commissioner for Works, Highways and Urban Roads, Honorable Ruben Izeze Yakubu, indefinitely. The suspension takes immediate effect and is to allow security agencies conduct an impartial investigation into an alleged assault involving the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on Protocol, Simon Moody, popularly known as Temple, at the Petroleum Training Institute, PTI, in Efuru. The incident reportedly occurred during violence that followed an APC stakeholders meeting involving the Commissioner and the Governor's Senior Special Assistant on Protocol. Moody was said to have sustained serious injuries in the incident. In a statement signed by the Secretary to the State Government, Dr. Kingsley Emo, the Delta State Government said the suspension is necessary to ensure a thorough and unbiased investigation. The government reaffirmed its commitment to public safety, law and order, and the protection of human life. The suspension will remain in force pending the outcome of the investigation by the relevant security agencies. Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to strengthening the All Progressives Congress APC and ensuring that governance and development reach the grassroots. Governor Okpebholo stated this when he met with APC leaders and members from the 18 local government areas of Edo State at the Government House in Benin City. Oluwafemi Farayola has details.
Governor Monday Okpebholo thanked APC members for their support, stressing that unity remains critical to the continued growth and success of the party in the state. He said his administration would continue to take development and opportunities to the grassroots, insisting that the benefits of governance must extend from the state level to local governments and wards. Governor Okpebholo also addressed the issue of the appointment of special assistants, saying the proposed appointments should not be viewed as a contentious matter, as the victory of the APC was achieved through the collective efforts of party members.
We are taking the governance to the grassroots so that whatever is from the top will also go down to the bottom. Appointing 4,000 SSA or SA is not an issue at all.
Earlier, APC State Chairman Jared Tenebe commended Governor Okpebholo for what he described as his efforts to reposition and strengthen the party since assuming office. Tenebe said the APC had become more vibrant and stable under the present administration, noting that several party members had been given opportunities to participate in governance. The APC chairman disclosed that the governor had approved the appointment of 25 special assistants for each of the 192 wards in the state. He explained that the meeting was convened to brief ward chairmen and other party stakeholders on the criteria and guidelines for selecting qualified beneficiaries. Tenebe said the APC State Working Committee had also constituted a committee to work with the various wards, ensure compliance with the guidelines, and compile the names of successful nominees for submission to the party headquarters. He added that arrangements were also being made to provide the party with a vehicle to facilitate its activities across the state. The meeting was attended by the Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, Chief of Staff to the Governor, members of the APC State Working Committee, local government and ward leaders, among other party stakeholders. Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
Our next point of call is our Lagos Network Studio. Over to you, Pat.
Many thanks, Joyce. The federal government has commenced the construction of drainage system and access roads along Section 1 and 2 of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway as part of measures to tackle persistent flooding and improve traffic flow along the corridor. The government has flagged off rehabilitation works on the Eko and Marina Bridge and unveiled plans to strengthen security along the Coastal Highway. The projects were formally flagged off by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, represented by Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu at Section 1 of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. Aigweje Kwara has details.
Flagging off the construction of access road and drainage system on Section 1 and 2 of the highway, as well as rehabilitation work on the Eko and Marine bridges. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, represented by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, reaffirmed his administration's commitment to developing infrastructure that will improve connectivity and ease the movement of people and goods across the country.
Mr. President had asked me to assure you that it will stop at nothing at ensuring that every part of this country will be receiving monumental development concurrently.
The Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, commended the President for prioritizing road infrastructure and efforts to connect communities across the country. Umahi explains that the proposed drainage and access road projects may affect some structures within the alignment, assuring affected property owners that appropriate compensation would be paid.
For the flood problem to be solved, for service lanes to be introduced, for lives along this corridor to be very sweet, we have decided and courageously to do this presentation to you. So you have to listen very well and see the very few houses that may be affected.
Members of the National Assembly, traditional rulers, senior special assistants to the President, led by Moremi Ojudu and other stakeholders, welcomed the intervention, describing the project as a timely step towards addressing the recurring flooding along the coastal road.
Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway and our legacy project represents a bold vision for the future of Nigeria with the potential to transform transportation, stimulate economic activity, attract investment, create job opportunities, and connect our communities.
The Minister of Works also warned motorists, particularly truck owners, against indiscriminate parking on bridges and major roads. He